Once upon a time, I was just an ordinary clerk on the blue planet, squeezing into the subway, earning a meager salary, and living a life that could be seen at a glance. My girlfriend of 10 years disliked me for having no money and power, so she eventually chose to leave me and threw herself into the arms of a so-called successful person. At that moment, my heart was broken, and I could only numb myself with alcohol every day. However, when I swiped my card to buy a bottle of beer, I discovered that my balance had magically skyrocketed tenfold. As my consumption increased, my wealth grew like a snowball. In just a few months, I went from being an unknown wage earner to a billionaire. Luxury cars, mansions, private jets, scenes that once only appeared in my dreams, have now become my daily life. What is even more remarkable is that those business tycoons who were once high and mighty are now actively courting me and are keen to make friends with me. Now I don't need to pretend anymore. Let me be frank. I'm already a billionaire. My name is Indulging. At this moment, I am holding a bouquet of roses in my hand and walking briskly towards home. Because today is the 1-year anniversary of Feng Shui and I's relationship, I specially prepared a gift, thinking that we can take the next step tonight. When I walked past the corner of the community, I suddenly heard an ambiguous sound coming from the BMW X5, and the car body was still shaking slightly. I glanced at it and muttered in my heart with some disdain, "If you have money, why don't you go to a hotel instead of looking for excitement here?" But I couldn't help feeling a little restless. The feeling of breaking a taboo in public was really intoxicating. Thinking of tonight's plan, I couldn't help but fantasize a little, thinking secretly in my heart, "Feng Shui is so beautiful, she will definitely not reject me tonight, right? We have been dating for a year. She is breathtakingly beautiful, especially her long legs, which simply make me obsessed." Unfortunately, although I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy her gifts, I have never even touched her body. I have prepared so much today. There should be some breakthrough, right? As I was thinking, I suddenly felt that the woman's voice in the car was a little familiar, and my heart tightened for some reason, and I couldn't help but take a few steps closer. At this moment, my cell phone suddenly rang. I swallowed and dialed Feng Shui's number, but the next second, her cell phone ringtone rang in the BMW. My heart suddenly sank, and my mind went blank. How could it be possible? Feng Shui should be waiting for me at home. I tightly grasped the rose in my hand and could hardly believe my ears. But the woman in the car suddenly shouted, "Lin Dong called. Did he find out that I'm not at home?" That voice was clearly Feng Shui's. I felt like my world was collapsing in an instant. The rose slipped from my hand and fell to the ground. I thought I was her only one, but I didn't expect that I was just a tool in someone else's game. What's more hateful is that she was fooling around with that man in the car, behind my back. Just when I could hardly bear the blow, a cold voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Host's emotional breakdown detected. God-level counterattack system binding successful. Initial function, 10 times cash back. As long as the host spends money in the nightclub, the system will return it 10 times. For example, if you spend 10,000, you will get 100,000 back. I was stunned when I heard this voice. System? My mind was in a mess. I was just immersed in the pain of Feng Shui's betrayal when suddenly this cold voice rang in my ears. In the past, I had read a lot of online novels and sneered at the system. But at this moment, it was like I had grabbed the last straw, and my originally groggy head suddenly became clear. God-level counterattack system? Tailor-made for me? My heart beat faster, and I quickly analyzed the rules of the tenfold cashback in my mind. As long as I spend money in the nightclub, the system can return 10 times the amount. Doesn't this mean that my money can grow exponentially? With money, women like Feng Shui are not worth mentioning at all. I stood up excitedly. My eyes became firm, and Feng Shui's betrayal was instantly forgotten. That's right, the most important thing now is to make good use of this system and turn things around. I strode toward the street, paying no attention to the still wobbling BMW. You have to go to a nightclub to spend money to get cash back. I was thinking quickly in my mind, and suddenly I remembered that there was a red romantic massage shop nearby. I heard that there were many beautiful women there, and the service was high-end, so it was a good place to spend money. I scanned a shared bike and pedaled it as fast as I could, so fast that I almost felt the wheels were on fire, and I couldn't wait to reach my destination. Soon, a red romantic sign appeared in front of me, and the smiles and figures of the Cheongsam beauties on the wall were eye-catching. When I got to the door, a security guard stopped me and said impatiently, "You're riding a shared bike. Why are you parked here? Go away. Don't block the door." I was stunned for a moment. Then I understood. This old man looked down on me. When he saw me riding a bicycle, he obviously didn't take me seriously. I was not anxious or annoyed, but smiled faintly. Uncle, how much do you earn a month? I asked him. Why are you asking this? 3,005. What's wrong with that? The security guard said with a look of disdain. Oh, I smiled and asked. After working for so long, have those rich people ever given you tips? The security guard was stunned for a moment and looked a little embarrassed. Obviously, no one had ever given him a tip. I took the opportunity to throw out $100 bill, which had a faint smell of foot odor from riding a bicycle, and hit him right in the face. This money is yours, as long as you help me park the bicycle. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. I was too lazy to talk nonsense, so I clapped my hands twice and said, I will reward those who betray me with 1 million, and those who are loyal to me will be rewarded with tens of millions. Do you understand? The security guard was still skeptical, and the suspicious expression on his face could not hide his desire for the $100 bill. Seeing this, I pretended to leave. Forget it, I'll find someone else. The next second, the security guard grabbed the banknotes with both hands. His eyes lit up like light bulbs. He checked it over and over again, confirmed that it was real money, and immediately changed his attitude, saying respectfully, Boss, I will park it for you right away. The old man carefully pushed the shared bicycle into the parking lot, where it looked particularly funny among the luxury cars. I walked towards the store, feeling proud. The system really didn't let me down. At this moment, the system's voice rang in my mind again. It was detected that the host spent 100 yuan in the nightclub. Then, the system rang with a cold voice again. 10 times cashback successful. 1,000 yuan credited to bank card. Current balance. 1,000 yuan. Looking at the text message on my phone, I breathed a sigh of relief. This 100 yuan tip was actually a test of the system's cashback ability. Fortunately, I made the right bet. 10 times the cashback, this is amazing. My mood instantly relaxed, and I strode into the red romantic massage shop. The red lights in the corridor were ambiguous and charming, and there was a faint fragrance in the air, making the environment refreshing. I had only taken a few steps when I heard the security guard shout VIP. Soon, a beautiful young woman in her 30s walked up to me, twisting her waist. Welcome to Red Romance. I'm the manager Su Mimi. You can just call me Xiao Su. She has a hot body, wearing a tight-knit sweater and hip skirt, and her every move is full of charm. She looked at me with a smile, but her eyes were scrutinizing. Although I usually dress casually, the contempt in her eyes is still obvious. Su Mimi may think that I am just a poor young man who comes here to pretend to be rich. However, I don't care about her opinion. Handsome guy, is this your first time here? Would you like me to introduce our package to you? Su Mimi's attitude became perfunctory, and she had obviously labeled me as poor. Full body massage, plus foot massage. The package is 888. I said without hesitation. Su Mimi was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting me to order the most expensive regular set meal right away. Maybe she thought I was a poor guy who came to experience it casually, but she didn't expect me to directly order a bill of 888 yuan. Su Mimi showed a hint of surprise on her face, but then quickly returned to her professional smile. Handsome guy. Here we pay first and then serve to scan the code to pay. I paid the bill without hesitation. As the payment was completed, the system's voice rang in my mind again. Detected that the host spent 888 yuan in the nightclub. Then, the cold voice of the system rang in my mind again. 10 times cashback successful. 8,880 yuan credited to bank card. Current balance. 8,992 yuan. I was instantly excited. In just a few minutes, my balance increased nearly tenfold. This speed of making money is even faster than robbing a bank. However, Su Mimi misunderstood the joy on my face as being distressed about the money. She glanced at me with contempt in her eyes. Room number is 996. Please wait. I will arrange a technician right away. Su Mimi handed me a card, and her attitude was obviously much colder. The enthusiasm just now was only a professional fake smile. I didn't care about Su Mimi's attitude and walked in a room 996 with the cards in my hand. Soon a technician came in. She was in uniform and had a slim figure, but her attitude was extremely cold. Hello, I'm technician number 8 Xiaoro at your service. She didn't even look at me, clearly unwilling to serve me. Seeing her like this, I was too lazy to say anything more. Change someone else. I rejected several technicians in succession. Su Mimi was obviously getting impatient, and finally had to let a new technician in. Hello, I'm Ting, the 21st technician. I'm happy to serve you. Lin Dong's eyes soon fell on a thin girl. She looked to be in her early 20s, with a ponytail and a shy face. Her big watery eyes would secretly look at him from time to time, like a daisy bud about to bloom. Lin Dong's mouth corners slightly raised, not noticing any disgust, but rather nervousness and embarrassment. He guessed that this girl might be doing it for the first time and was caught to take over. "It's you," Lin Dong said decisively. The girl's name is Ting. She was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect to be chosen. She was surprised and a little relieved. "Thank you, brother. I will press it carefully." Soon, Ting's small hand gently pressed on the side of Lin Dong's head, bringing a hint of coolness that instantly spread throughout his body. When Ting's fingers hooked open his bathrobe and pressed it on his shoulders, Lin Dong couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling very comfortable. He thought about his recent troubles and the little money in his bank card, and suddenly felt that this was the true meaning of life. After Ting's set of techniques, Lin Dong was already sweating and his face was ruddy. He was weak and lacked exercise. At this time, Ting smiled playfully. "Brother, if it hurts, I'll be gentler." Lin Dong coughed twice. His dignity as a man prevented him from admitting defeat. "It doesn't hurt. Keep going." After the massage went on for a while, Lin Dong suddenly asked, "How long will this massage last?" Ting looked at her watch and replied softly, "About half an hour left." She carefully wiped Lin Dong's sweat with a hot towel, her movements delicate and gentle. Lin Dong inadvertently caught a glimpse of her slightly open neckline. His heart tightened, and he swallowed secretly. Lin Dong was not in a hurry and suddenly said, Ting, go tell your manager that I want to change the package and add a 3-hour essential oil SBA." Ting was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, "Brother, the price here is not cheap." Lin Dong interrupted her. "I only like expensive ones. Go quickly." After a while, Manager Su Mimi came in with a professional smile and confirmed that Lin Dong wanted to upgrade his package. "Stop talking nonsense and scan the code." Lin Dong waved his hand coldly, not giving him any face. Soon, the payment success notification sounded, and 3,000 yuan was deposited. The system prompt followed closely. The host was detected to have spent 3,000 yuan, and the tenfold cashback was successful. 30,000 yuan was credited to the bank card, and the current balance is 35,992 yuan. Lin Dong was very excited inside, but he appeared calm on the surface, as if there was no difference between spending 3,000 yuan and 30 yuan. Seeing this, Su Mimi felt a little regretful and muttered to herself, "I won't miss a big fish, will I?" She immediately said to Ting, "Take good care of this, boss. Tell me if you need anything." Su Mimi turned around to leave. Lin Dong suddenly grabbed Ting's hand and said with a smile, "Beauty, you did a good job. Let's add each other on WeChat." Ting blushed and quickly took out her mobile phone, scanned the code, and added the friend. Before Ting could react, her phone notified her that 5,000 yuan had been deposited. She asked in astonishment, "Brother, what is this?" Lin Dong smiled casually. "Didn't I say before that I like to spend money when I feel comfortable? This 5,000 yuan is a tip for you." Su Mimi had just walked to the door and almost fell down when she heard this. A 5,000 yuan tip? Isn't Lin Dong too generous? Ting's eyes were full of emotion, and she leaned on Lin Dong involuntarily. Her thin uniform made Lin Dong feel the soft and smooth touch, and he felt happy. Looking at Ting's affectionate eyes, Lin Dong couldn't help thinking that if he spent a little more money, this girl would definitely be willing to marry him. He coughed lightly. "Don't get me wrong, I'm a gentleman." At this moment, there was a slight sound at the door. Su Mimi's face changed instantly. She felt extremely regretful. Lin Dong noticed that she was eavesdropping and said coldly, "Manager Su, do you have anything else to do?" Su Mimi was stunned and quickly shook her head. No. If you don't have anything, don't eavesdrop. Ting and I have something to talk about in private," Lin Dong said bluntly. Being scolded by Lin Dong, Su Mimi was not angry, but felt a warm feeling in her heart. The rich are different. Even scolding people is so cool and graceful. She even hoped that Lin Dong would scold her a few more times, and it would be best if he would give her 1,000 yuan for each scolding. At this time, Lin Dong's phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that the system as cashback had arrived. It was detected that the host spent 5,000 yuan, and the tenfold cashback was successful. The bank card received 50,000 yuan, and the current balance was 80,992 yuan. Lin Dong was secretly pleased with himself, watching his balance approaching 100,000 yuan. The rules of the system were simple. The more you spent, the more you got back. If he continued playing like this, It would not be a problem for him to make 100,000 yuan a day. However, this pace is still too slow. Lin Dong needs to increase investment and get it done in one go. Ting Ting, can I recharge and apply for a card here? Of course, the more you top up, the greater the discount, and there are also membership levels. Ting Ting smiled and introduced while massaging. Top up 2,000 to become an ordinary member, 5,000 to become a silver member, and 10,000 to become a gold member. Lin Dong waved his hand impatiently. Don't talk about that. How much does it cost to charge the highest level? If you top up 100,000, you can become a supreme member. Hongleman has been open for so many years, but there are only 3 supreme members in total. Ting Ting hesitated. Then I'll charge for this and ask Su Mimi to come over. Lin Dong said proudly. After a while, Su Mimi came in with a smile on her face and a charming posture. She said softly, Brother Dong, you are really a big customer of our store. You will naturally receive special treatment as a supreme member. Su Mimi moved closer and closer. Her movements were ambiguous. Her fingers gently hooked on Lin Dong's palm, rubbing it. I have long looked down on those nouveau riche. A handsome, suave guest like Brother Dong is the one with real taste. Seeing her enthusiasm, Lin Dong sneered in his heart. This woman is really greedy for money. She was indifferent when she came in, but now she is eager to lean on him. However, Lin Dong suppressed the anger in his heart and said playfully, Manager Su, if I apply for a supreme membership, won't I get some extra services? Give it to me. Of course. Su Mimi smiled even sweeter. She didn't think Lin Dong was being fussy at all. Instead, she thought he was a rich man who knew how to enjoy life. She immediately went to prepare, and before leaving, she deliberately swung her beautiful legs in front of Lin Dong. A few minutes later, the door was pushed open, and Su Mimi walked in pushing a small cart filled with high-end gifts. Red wine, gold thread bathrobes, expensive skincare products, and a black Supreme membership card with Lin Dong's name engraved on it. Brother Dong, congratulations on becoming the Supreme member of Honglingman and enjoying the highest level of service. Su Mimi handed over the membership card respectfully. As Su Mimi turned aside, 7 or 8 technicians came in together, all of them laughing, and their eyes were like wolves staring at their prey. They were busy around Lin Dong, and their massage techniques were skillful, gentle, and hardworking. Lin Dong looked at everything in front of him, and he was very happy. He sighed, money can make the devil work. While Lin Dong was enjoying the service, he received a system notification. The host was detected to have spent 50,000 yuan, and the tenfold cashback was successful. 500,000 yuan was credited to the bank card, and the current balance is 980,992 yuan. In less than a few hours, Lin Dong's bank card balance was close to 1 million, and he felt extremely satisfied. At this time, his cell phone rang. It was Feng Shui calling. Lin Dong looked at the screen and sneered. The loser of the past is no longer the same as before. He picked up the phone, and Feng Shui's voice came immediately. Lin Dong, where are you? Today is our anniversary. You didn't forget it, did you? The voice on the other end of the phone sounded anxious, while on this end, Ting Ting fed Lin Dong grapes and said coquettishly, Brother Dong, do you think this is okay? Feng Shui fell silent for a moment. After a moment, there was a roar. Lin Dong, what are you doing? Lin Dong, are you crazy? Feng Shui shouted in shock on the other end of the phone, her voice almost trembling. Do you know what you are doing? Feng Shui couldn't believe that Lin Dong was out there drinking and partying with a bunch of women. The technician's charming laughter woke her up from her dream, and she burst into anger. Lin Dong, how dare you do this to me? I was so blind to be with you. Feng Shui screamed at the top of her lungs, almost going crazy with anger. Lin Dong smiled contemptuously and responded indifferently. What? Of course, do what I want to do. After that, he patted the butt of the technician next to him, and a silver bell-like laughter immediately rang out in the room. Feng Shui on the other end of the phone completely lost control and was furious. Lin Dong, I was so blind. If I had known earlier, I would. Lin Dong coldly took over the conversation. If I had known earlier, you wouldn't have listened to me, a loser, and played along with me, right? Feng Shui was speechless for a moment and suddenly became flustered. What are you talking about? I don't understand. She felt guilty and was shaking with anxiety. She never thought that Lin Dong actually knew the secret behind her. Stop pretending, bitch. Lin Dong sneered. Do you really think I don't know about your shit? I saw you having sex in the car with that bastard in the neighborhood. You're cheating on me, and you're still pretending to be so pitiful. Do you really think I'll continue to be toyed with by you? After saying that, Lin Dong spat fiercely, and the technicians beside him were shocked. They despised Feng Shui even more in their hearts. Such a handsome and rich man was actually bullied by her? It was crazy. The technicians immediately redoubled their efforts, wishing that Lin Dong could kick Feng Shui out as soon as possible so that they could have a chance to get promoted. "Brother Dong, I have a 30-60 breast, and I want to be your girlfriend," a technician said in a tender voice. "Brother Dong, I'm 170 centimeters tall barefoot with long legs, and I usually like to wear black stockings." Another technician continued to act coquettishly. "Brother Dong, black stockings, white stockings, fishnet stockings, you can see me in anything you want," the remaining technicians said in unison. Hearing these voices, Feng Shui was completely stunned and couldn't understand it all. What was wrong with these women? Lin Dong was just a stinky loser. How could he let them please him like this? What made her even more unacceptable was the appearance of Su Mimi. "Brother Dong, thank you for recharging 100,000 in our store. You are now the supreme member of Honglumen and enjoy the best services," Su Mimi said flatteringly with a smile on her face. "What? 100,000? Feng Shui's voice was filled with shock and confusion. "Lin Dong, where did you get the money?" She kept asking, wanted to know the truth. However, Lin Dong didn't care and hung up the phone directly. Feng Shui almost exploded with anger when she heard the busy tone coming from the other end of the phone. Meanwhile, in the red romantic massage shop, Lin Dong was completely immersed in the enjoyment. A group of technicians tried to please him in every way, and each of them was charming, far surpassing Feng Shui's indifference and hypocrisy. After 2 hours of tossing, Lin Dong was so addicted that he stopped enjoying it with satisfaction. "I'm happy today. Everyone will get a tip." Lin Dong waved his hand, and the technicians took out their mobile phones and couldn't wait to add him as a friend. Soon, their faces were filled with excited smiles. 6,606. "Brother Dong, you are so generous," a technician said excitedly. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded. Detected that the host spent 6,666 yuan, 10 times cashback successful. Bank card received 66,660 yuan. Soon, Lin Dong's bank card balance soared to 1.5 million. However, he was still not satisfied. This amount of money could barely buy a basic house in Tianhai City, which was still far from his goal. Lin Dong decided to increase consumption and make more money. He waved to Su Mimi, who immediately came over and asked attentively, "Brother Dong, what can I do for you? Are there any other high-end consumption places in Tianhai City?" Lin Dong asked with a smile. "Remember, they must be high-end." Su Mimi's eyes lit up and she deliberately posed, showing off her proud figure, and said with a charming smile, "Brother Dong, there is Wangjiang Pavilion, Michelin Restaurant, 5-star Hai Tian Shengyan, and Dihao KTV in the city center. They are all high-end places, and the average consumption per person is over 10,000. After listening to this, Lin Dong nodded without hesitation. "Let's go to Dihao KTV." Surrounded by technicians, Lin Dong dressed elegantly and walked out of Honglang. The technician said goodbye sweetly. "Brother Dong, take care. Come off and manhwa." Lin Dong walked to the parking lot and saw the dumbfounded look on the security guard's face. He couldn't help but tease him. "Where's my bike? Is it okay?" The old security guard immediately saluted. "Don't worry, boss. Who dares to touch your car?" Lin Dong nodded slightly and patted his shoulder. "Then please push the car out." The old man responded respectfully. "It is my honor to serve you." Huh. Lin Dong rode a shared bike, feeling the breeze on his face, and felt the long-lost freedom and comfort. For the past 20 years, he had been muddle-headed and had been cheated out of everything by that bitch Feng Shui. But now, with the system, he could finally rewrite his fate. However, with Lin Dong's current status, riding this kind of shared bicycle is really a bit cheap. Thinking of this, he decisively decided, "Let's take a taxi." Soon, a brand new Mercedes-Benz S-Class luxury car stopped in front of Lin Dong. The driver was dressed in a neat suit and had a friendly face. "Hello, sir. Your luxury car has arrived. I am happy to serve you." Lin Dong nodded and sat in the back seat, looking around. It was his first time sitting in such a high-end car, and he was full of curiosity. The driver glanced at Lin Dong through the rearview mirror and smiled faintly, thinking that he was just a young man who had just made some money and wanted to experience a luxurious life. After all, who doesn't want to live a high-end life occasionally? Soon after, the Mercedes drove steadily into the most prosperous bar street in Tianhai City. There were bright lights and wine everywhere. Handsome men and beautiful women were walking around, and it was very lively. Lin Dong sighed in his heart. In the past, he didn't even dare to enter these places, but now he can come and consume openly. The car stopped in front of a magnificent building. Lin Dong had just gotten out of the car when the system's prompt sounded. The host has spent 500 yuan. 10 times cashback was successful, and 5,000 yuan was credited to the bank card. Lin Dong was slightly stunned. Then the corners of his mouth rose. Even the money for taxi rides can be rebated? This is simply too cool. Thinking of this, his steps became more relaxed, and he walked into Dihao, KTV in high spirits. Two receptionists in Chongsam's immediately greeted him with a smile and bowed, saying, "Welcome to Dihao, boss. It's a pleasure to serve you." Lin Dong smiled. He was very pleased to be called boss. He then took out his cell phone and said half-jokingly, "You two beauties provided good service. Leave your WeChat ID, please." One of the receptionists frowned slightly and seemed a little hesitant, but the other one smiled even sweeter and took the initiative to hand over her WeChat. She didn't bring her phone. "Please add me, handsome guy." Lin Dong nodded and quickly added the friend. A few seconds later, he sent a transfer directly, 2,000 yuan. The receptionist's eyes widened, and she asked with shaking hands, "Handsome guy, did you type 2 extra zeros?" The receptionist next to her heard it and came over to take a look. She was shocked. 2,000? Lin Dong said calmly, "It's only 2,000, just to make friends. Maybe I will come often in the future." The receptionist's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, and she smiled like a flower. "Thank you, boss. You must come often." She deliberately pulled the slit of her Cheongsam higher, revealing her white and tender thighs. Lin Dong couldn't help licking his lips, but he still restrained his desire. He had to focus on making money now, and he could talk about pleasure later. After walking a few steps, the system's voice sounded again. Detected that the host spent 2,000 yuan. Tenfold cashback successful. 20,000 yuan credited to the bank card. Another 20,000 yuan arrived in Lin Dong's account. He felt that it was becoming more and more convenient. Giving tips was even easier than spending money. After a while, Lin Dong walked to the front desk. At this time, a beautiful receptionist with a pure and hot figure came up to him and said with a smile, "Welcome to Dihao KTV. May I ask dash?" Before she finished speaking, she suddenly frowned, stared at Lin Dong for a few seconds, and called out his name. "Lin Dong?" Lin Dong was stunned. "Do you know me?" The receptionist sneered. "Lin Dong? You don't even recognize me? I'm Bai Yuqing, the high school study committee member." Lin Dong's mind flashed a picture. In high school, Bai Yuqing was the teacher's right-hand man, with good grades, always ranked first in the class. At that time, she often urged him to hand in his homework, and often made fun of his rural identity. "Oh, I remember now." Lin Dong pretended to be enlightened. "You were the study committee member at that time, and you received many awards. Why are you working in a KTV now?" Bai Yuqing's face darkened, and she was obviously hurt by his words. Not willing to be outdone, she retorted sarcastically, "You're not doing well either, and you still have the nerve to criticize me? The minimum consumption here is several thousand yuan. I advise you not to embarrass yourself." She waved her hand like she was shooing away a fly, her eyes full of disdain. However, Lin Dong completely ignored her sarcasm, glanced at the price list behind her, and slowly read out. Small private room starts at 1,888 yuan. Medium private room starts at 6,888 yuan. Large private room starts at 8,888 yuan. Supreme deluxe private room starts at 88,888 yuan. Lin Dong smiled. The room fee alone for this supreme private room was over 80,000, not including other services. It was simply a huge money-spending den. However, this was exactly what he liked. "Lin Dong, have you seen enough?" Bai Yuqing said with an impatient look on her face, her tone full of contempt. "I'm only telling you this because we're classmates. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll call security." When they were in school, Bai Yuqing looked down on Lin Dong. This time, seeing him using his job status to mock her, she naturally would not miss the opportunity to add insult to injury. She pretended to pick up the landline to call the security guard, her eyes full of contempt. However, Lin Dong remained calm and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Who said I just look and don't consume? Old classmate. How about you take me to the private room to have a look?" Bai Yuqing stopped, frowned, and cursed in her heart. "You have no money but still want to act like a big shot? Okay, you want to pretend to be rich? I'll see how you end it." She sneered and said, "Okay, Lin Dong, I'll take you in and have a look, but if you don't have money, don't blame me for calling the security guard." Lin Dong had a nonchalant expression on his face. "Don't worry. I don't have any other hobbies. I just have a lot of money and I like to spend it. Bai Yuqing cursed crazy in a low voice, then suppressed her anger and took Lin Dong into a small private room. The lights in the private room were bright, and the spotlights moved slowly with the rhythm of the music, creating a hazy atmosphere. The black and gold floor tiles and tabletops reflected an unparalleled sense of dignity, and Lin Dong's clothes seemed particularly out of place in this luxurious environment. Bai Yuqing deliberately said in a sarcastic tone, "The small private room is 1,888 yuan. Do you want to pay by card or scan the code?" She handed the QR code and POS machine to Lin Dong, waiting for him to fail to pay and then throwing him out. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong frowned, shook his head and sighed. "No, the place is too small. I can't use it." Bai Yuqing was stunned for a moment and didn't react. Lin Dong stretched out his arms and gestured, his face full of disgust. "Old classmate, this private room is too small. If I sing a few songs at the top of my voice, it will make my ears hurt. Is there a bigger one?" Bai Yuqing's brows suddenly furrowed deeper, and she couldn't help rolling her eyes in her heart. How dare this guy pretend? But she was not to be outdone and sneered. "Of course there is. I'm just afraid you can't afford it." Lin Dong waved his hand nonchalantly. "What are you saying? Do I look like I'm short of money? Hurry up and change to a bigger private room. I can't wait to have fun." Bai Yuqing was so angry that her teeth itched, but she still suppressed her anger and took Lin Dong to the middle private room. This private room was much larger than the previous one, and the decoration was more luxurious. Even the microphone was gold-plated. "How about it, Lin Dong? Are you satisfied? This is the most popular medium-sized room in our Dihao, KTV, and it is usually difficult to make a reservation," Bai Yuqing said proudly. But in her heart, she became more and more convinced that Lin Dong was just bluffing. "Yeah, it's really good." Lin Dong touched his chin and nodded, acting like a country bumpkin who entered a luxurious place for the first time. Seeing Lin Dong like this, Bai Yuqing secretly laughed at herself. Country people are country people. Their vision is still so low. She said impatiently, "Since you were satisfied, don't waste time. 6,888 yuan. Swipe card or scan code. You don't have no money, do you?" Bai Yuqing's tone was full of mockery, as if she was sure that Lin Dong could afford the money. However, Lin Dong shook his head again. "No, old classmate, this private room is still too small. Since we are here, we have to choose the best one. Otherwise, how can we justify ourselves?" "You." Bai Yuqing's face flushed with anger, and she was almost certain that Lin Dong was playing a trick on her. She angrily took out her cell phone and prepared to call security. But Lin Dong smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry, I didn't say I won't give you money. I can pay a deposit first." After that, he took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code. Before Bai Yuqing could laugh at him, she heard a notification sound of 5,000 yuan has been received through Alipay. She was stunned. Lin Dong actually paid 5,000 yuan. She widened her eyes and was unable to react for a while. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded again in Lin Dong's mind. It was detected that the host spent 5,000 yuan in the nightclub. 10 times cashback was successful, and 50,000 yuan was credited to the bank card. Lin Dong looked at Bai Yuqing's dazed expression and deliberately waved his hand in front of her eyes. "Old classmate, are you mesmerized by the way I pay? It's normal. We haven't seen each other for so many years. Who hasn't changed a bit?" Bai Yuqing looked embarrassed, but she could no longer refute. Her heart gradually began to waver. Could it be that she really had made a mistake? "Now, can you give me a bigger private room?" Lin Dong asked with a smile. "Yes, of course." Bai Yuqing's tone no longer contained the arrogance and sarcasm from before. She could only bite the bullet and take Lin Dong to the private room. This time the private room is decorated more luxuriously, with bright lights, a huge painting of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains hanging on the wall, and various high-end decorations exuding a luxurious atmosphere. "Good. This is more like a presentable thing." Lin Dong smiled with satisfaction and sat down on the sofa without any hesitation. He looked confident and calm. Although Lin Dong was wearing cheap clothes, in Bai Yuqing's eyes, Lin Dong at this moment actually exuded the aura of a superior. She began to waver in her heart. Could it be that Lin Dong was really a rich man? "Old classmate, even this large private room is so luxurious. I'm very curious. What does your only supreme class private room look like?" Lin Dong suddenly spoke with a smile, with a hint of amusement. Bai Yuqing's body trembled slightly after hearing this, and she felt inexplicably flustered. "Lin Dong, that's enough. You can't spend money like this. Isn't the big private room enough to satisfy you? Bai Yuqing no longer tried to trick Lin Dong. After all, the 5,000 yuan deposit showed that Lin Dong did have some money. But asking him to go to the Supreme Luxury Room was still too much. The price of the Supreme Room was 88,888 yuan, and few wealthy people in Tianhai City were willing to spend so much. Seeing the hesitation in her eyes, Lin Dong raised his lips and said calmly, "The front desk gets a commission for taking guests to a private room, right? The higher the level of the private room, the more commission you get. Hurry up and don't waste my time, which can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute." Bai Yuqing was speechless. Although she didn't believe that Lin Dong could come up with so much money, his confidence made her a little shaken. So, Bai Yuqing picked up her phone and called her boss. "Lin Dong, wait a minute, I have to ask our boss. He must agree to open the Supreme private room. Hurry up and fight." Lin Dong waved his hand impatiently. Seeing this, Bai Yuqing thought to herself that Lin Dong looked more and more like a real rich man. A few minutes later, Bai Yuqing got the boss's consent and led Lin Dong to the door of the most luxurious Supreme private room in Dihao, KTV. The door of the private room is carved with mountains, rivers, plants, flowers, birds, fish, and animals. The exquisite relief and luxurious design demonstrate extraordinary taste. Bai Yuqing felt a complicated feeling in her heart. She finally asked, "Lin Dong, let me confirm again, do you really want to book this private room?" Lin Dong waved his hand impatiently. "Stop talking nonsense and open the door quickly." Bai Yuqing carefully pushed open the door of the Supreme Room, and suddenly, a dreamlike forest-style setting appeared in front of the two of them. There was a gurgling river flowing under their feet, koi swimming and jumping in the water, and a huge natural landscape painting on the wall. Lin Dong's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but be amazed by this carefully crafted, luxurious environment. Bai Yuqing was even more stunned. It was the first time she saw such a luxurious private room. While Bai Yuqing was still immersed in this scene, Lin Dong suddenly said, "Old classmate, I am very satisfied. You can pay now." After Lin Dong finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code. Then a notification sounded. "Alipay has arrived. 88,888 yuan." At the same time, Lin Dong's system prompt sounded. Detected that the host spent 88,888 yuan in the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. 888,880 yuan credited to the bank card. The full 880,000 yuan arrived in Lin Dong's account, which made him feel extremely happy and relaxed. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Bai Yuqing was completely shocked and speechless. Lin Donghao spent 90,000 yuan, and she could get nearly 10,000 yuan as commission, which was something she had never imagined. "My idol, no Lin Dong. Thank you for spending 88,888 yuan. Welcome to Dihao, KTV again." Bai Yuqing was incoherent, obviously shocked by Lin Dong's gesture. Lin Dong looked at her blushing and shy face, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Although he was proud, he was not in a hurry, knowing that this kind of woman needs to be trained slowly. Lin Dong sat on the leather sofa and said casually, "Old classmate, it's a bit too boring for me to sing alone in such a big room. You see, I seem a bit lonely." Bai Yuqing heard this and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, we have the most beautiful hostesses here. I'll call them over right away and guarantee that you will be satisfied." Bai Yuqing was about to walk out when Lin Dong suddenly stopped her. "No need. Why do all that? I think you're pretty good already." Bai Yuqing was stunned, her face slightly flushed, not knowing how to respond. Lin Dong smiled faintly, opened a bottle of whiskey, and poured her a glass. "Old classmate, why don't you drink a couple of glasses with me, so we can renew our old friendship?" Bai Yuqing was caught in a dilemma. If she refused, she was afraid that Lin Dong would be unhappy, but if she agreed, she was a little hesitant. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Dong asked with a smile, "Why? I am not qualified to invite you for a drink." Bai Yuqing hurriedly shook her head, fearing to offend Lin Dong. Finally, she gritted her teeth, walked towards Lin Dong, and sat down opposite him. However, Lin Dong frowned in dissatisfaction. "Old classmate, why are you sitting so far away? Let's get closer so that we can communicate better." He held the wine glass and looked at her meaningfully. Bai Yuqing felt embarrassed, but she didn't have the courage to refute. She knew that Lin Dong was no longer the country bumpkin who was bullied by others, but a wealthy man who could spend 100,000 yuan to book a supreme private room. Seeing that she was sitting stiffly, Lin Dong smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. As long as you serve me well, I will give you a tip. After saying that, Lin Dong sat down next to her and handed her a glass of whiskey with a hint of imperceptible amusement in his eyes. Bai Yuqing's heart was moved when she heard the word tip. She usually never accompanied people drinking because she knew that in such places, once she got drunk, she would be manipulated by others, and the consequences would be disastrous. But this time, for the sake of money, Bai Yuqing hesitated for a moment and finally pursed her lips and drank the wine. Okay. Lin Dong laughed loudly. His hands and feet suddenly became naughty, and he put his big hand directly on Bai Yuqing's thigh. Bai Yuqing resisted instinctively and tried to push Lin Dong's hand away in panic. No, no. However, Lin Dong was not in a hurry. He whispered in her ear, blew hot air on her, and persuaded her. Old classmate, you are so beautiful. As he said that, he opened his mobile phone and sent a transfer. The notification sound on Bai Yuqing's phone rang, and when she saw the transfer amount, her eyes widened instantly. 18,808. Bai Yuqing's resistance turned into hesitation at this moment, and finally collapsed completely in the face of the huge temptation. Bai Yuqing stopped struggling and fell softly into Lin Dong's arms, letting Lin Dong's big hands wander around and gently knead her fair and delicate skin. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel excited. This former class beauty was now completely under his control. He found that Bai Yuqing's reaction was extremely sensitive. It was obvious that she had never experienced anything before. The slightest touch would cause her to tremble. Gurgle. Lin Dong couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and the restlessness in his heart became more and more difficult to suppress. At this moment, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the special conquest mission in the nightclub and receiving extra rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level singing skills. God-level singing skills? Lin Dong was stunned for a moment, and then he felt that his body seemed to have undergone some wonderful changes. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He remembered that he was in a KTV, so he might as well take the opportunity to try out this new ability. So, Lin Dong randomly ordered a song called Natural, cleared his throat, and started his performance. Bai Yuqing didn't have high expectations at first, thinking that Lin Dong was just showing off. However, the moment he opened his mouth, she was completely shocked. Lin Dong's voice was sonorous and powerful, and every word seemed to hit her heart and make her soul tremble. Bai Yuqing has worked in KTV for several years and has seen countless people singing, but this is the first time she has met someone with such original and powerful singing skills as Lin Dong. She was completely stunned, with an expression of amazement that was difficult to conceal. When the song ended, Lin Dong remained calm, as if he was a victorious general, looking down on all living things with great pride. Holding the microphone, he looked as if he was holding a sword that could kill thousands of troops, majestic and awe-inspiring. Bai Yuqing was completely conquered by him. She looked at Lin Dong with infatuation. Her body unconsciously moved closer to him, and her hands quietly wrapped around his neck. Her delicate body pressed against Lin Dong, and the warm touch ignited a fire in his heart again. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for completing the special conquest mission in the nightclub and receiving extra rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden gun. Lin Dong only felt that the energy in his body became more turbulent, and the evil fire became more vigorous. At this moment, Bai Yuqing was hugging him shyly, nestling in his arms like a kitten. Lin Dong, I suddenly feel that I actually like you very much. Bai Yuqing's voice was soft, and her face was flushed, as if she was deeply attracted to him. Before she could finish her words, Lin Dong picked her up, his arms so strong that Bai Yuqing cried out, Lin Dong, you be gentle. You're hurting me. Bai Yuqing closed her eyes shyly, fearing that others would see her current appearance. At the same time, she was secretly expecting Lin Dong to do something to her. Lin Dong looked at her shy appearance and couldn't help but gently lift her chin with his fingers, lowered his head and kissed her, feeling her softness and warmth. He smiled more and more proudly and whispered, This is just the beginning. I will love you well later. Yeah. Bai Yuqing responded softly, and she completely snuggled into Lin Dong's arms, immersed in his embrace. Let's have some drinks first. Lin Dong flipped open the menu on the coffee table and glanced at it casually, frowning more and more. The wine on the menu, whether it was Corona, Heineken Dom Perignon, Ace of Spades, or even the expensive Johnny Walker Blue Label and Remy Martin XO, all looked cheap in his eyes. What kind of wine is this? It's so cheap. How can we drink it? Lin Dong complained dissatisfiedly, his words full of disgust. This is already very expensive, okay? Bai Yuqing looked at Lin Dong in surprise, finding it incredible. For her, a bottle of Remy Martin XO was enough for her monthly salary, and Lin Dong actually thought it was cheap. However, Bai Yuqing soon thought of Lin Dong's lavish spending, so she silently accepted his complaints and curled up obediently. Seeing her like this, Lin Dong was moved and joked. Yuqing, you have been working here for so long. Haven't you ever thought about trying the most expensive wine? Maybe even your boss is reluctant to open it. Bai Yuqing's eyes lit up instantly, full of anticipation. Lin Dong gave her a rare opportunity to experience the luxurious life of the upper class. Turn to the last page. That's what you want. She stuck out her tongue. Lin Dong turned to the last page and saw that the menu was inlaid with gold edges, and the luxurious letters and prices were clearly visible. 82 Lafite, 80,000 yuan per bottle. Eskimo ice wine, 90,000 yuan per bottle. Louis XIII cognac, 100,000 yuan per bottle. Lin Dong looked at these expensive wines and finally smiled with satisfaction. This is more presentable. Those cheap ones just now are not worth mentioning at all. Lin Dong ordered a few items on the menu without hesitation, and then said calmly, "Give me one bottle of each of these wines." Bai Yuqing looked at Lin Dong's extravagant spending, and her body trembled involuntarily. Although Lin Dong's clothes were not eye-catching, his generous demeanor when paying made him look particularly charming. "Why are you still standing there? Go order some wine." Lin Dong smiled and patted her hips. Bai Yuqing pouts shyly, but doesn't complain. She quickly gets up and goes to call for help. Not long after, several waiters in black and white uniforms came in pushing carts loaded with all kinds of expensive drinks. Bai Yuqing walked in front, holding her head high and looking extremely proud. "Mr. Lin, this is the wine you ordered. Shall we open it now?" Bai Yuqing asked softly, her face slightly red. Lin Dong smiled slightly and waved his hand. "Others can go, you just stay and help me open the wine." The waiters smiled, understood, put down the drinks, and filed out, leaving Bai Yuqing and Lin Dong in the private room. Bai Yuqing's heart was beating like a drum. She carefully picked up the bottle opener and opened the bottles of wine for Lin Dong one by one. At the same time, Lin Dong's system prompt sounded continuously. It was detected that the host spent 100,000 yuan in the nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful. 1 million yuan was credited to the bank card. In less than a moment, Lin Dong spent 500,000 yuan, but with the system's cashback, his bank card balance instantly exceeded the 5 million mark. Drinking fine wine, Lin Dong couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, in a place like KTV, drinking is the fastest way to spend money. Bai Yuqing took a sip of 1982 Lafite, and a feeling of tipsiness came over her. Her face flushed, and she looked even more charming and lovely. Her uniform was slightly opened due to the heat and drunkenness, revealing a hint of snow-white skin. Lin Dong's hand went into her collar and gently kneaded her softness. "Lin Dong, be gentle. I haven't had a boyfriend yet," Bai Yuqing whispered shyly, with a hint of panic and expectation in her words. This made Lin Dong even more excited, and his movements became more and more bold. Bai Yuqing's eyes turned white, her whole body trembled, and she almost fainted. Just as Lin Dong was about to continue, the phone rang suddenly, interrupting the warm atmosphere of the moment. "Who is it? Why are you so blind to call at this time?" Lin Dong frowned unhappily, picked up the phone, and took a look, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then pressed the answer button. He already knew who was calling. As soon as the call was connected, a delicate voice with a bit of shyness came from the other end. "Brother Dong, where are you now? I haven't seen you for a while. I miss you so much. My heart is itching." Lin Dong smiled and deliberately pressed the hands-free button so that everyone in the room could hear the sweet voice. As soon as the voice came out, Bai Yuqing's eyes widened immediately with a subtle and complicated expression on her face. She subconsciously grasped Lin Dong's arm tightly, and the two proud and plump breasts on her chest pressed against it. Bai Yuqing knew that rich people were always fickle and changed girlfriends faster than they changed clothes. But this was the first time she had met someone like Lin Dong who ate from the bowl while looking at the pot. "Lin Dong, who is she? Is she your girlfriend?" Bai Yuqing was very good at observing people's expressions. She asked softly while gently serving Lin Dong with her soft and boneless hands, as if declaring her sovereignty. Lin Dong was so excited by her that he couldn't help thinking, she is obviously a virgin. How could she be so good at teasing? "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a pig run before you've eaten pork? Bai Yuqing saw Lin Dong was stunned and said with a coquettish smile, I also have a few colleagues who deliver fruit plates. Although the money they earn is different, the division of labor is also different. Now it's their turn to be jealous of me. Lin Dong smiled but said nothing. At this moment, the woman on the other end of the phone became anxious. Brother Dong, where are you? I'll come to you right away. You are our red romantic VIP. How can you be served by other people? Lin Dong raised his lips. It turned out that the person on the other end of the phone was the romantic and beautiful technician Ting Ting. It seemed that she was anxious and probably wanted to take the opportunity to rely on him. Lin Dong replied calmly, Sure, I'm in the Supreme Room of Dihao KTV. Take a taxi and come over. I'll transfer the fare to you. After that, Lin Dong directly transferred 2,000 yuan to her. Ting Ting immediately became very excited. Brother Dong, I'll be there soon, Wah. Love you. Bai Yuqing saw this scene, her face full of jealousy, her eyes revealing a bit of resentment. She said coquettishly, Lin Dong, I have served you for so long, but there is no hard work fee. I also want it. As she spoke, she leaned more and more into Lin Dong's arms, her soft body pressed against him. Lin Dong smiled and handed her a big red envelope of 6,000 yuan. All. Bai Yuqing smiled suddenly. All her resentment disappeared without a trace, and she threw herself into Lin Dong's arms and rubbed against him. One of her beautiful legs draped over Lin Dong's waist through her torn skirt. At the same time, the system's prompts sounded as expected. It was detected that the host spent 2,000 yuan in the nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 20,000 yuan. It was detected that the host spent 6,000 yuan in the nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 60,000 yuan. Lin Dong looked at the extra 80,000 yuan in his bank card balance, and his heart was calm, as if the money was just a drop in the bucket. He no longer cared about these little fights, but began to look forward to the scene of the two women meeting. Is it a blessing or a sure field? A moment later, Ting Ting rushed to the door of the Supreme Room in high heels. She was wearing a short skirt that outlined her perfect figure, oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and big watery eyes. She looked young, beautiful, and full of vitality. The moment she pushed open the door, Ting Ting was stunned. The neon lights in the private room were flashing, and the music was deafening. She saw Bai Yuqing's OL uniform with her neckline open, her hands on Lin Dong's shoulders, and her whole body twisting wildly to the rhythm. What was even more exaggerated was that Bai Yuqing was holding a goblet in her mouth and pouring wine for Lin Dong in an extremely seductive posture, spilling some luxurious 1982 Lafite on Lin Dong's chest. When Lin Dong saw Ting Ting coming in, he waved casually. Ting Ting, you're here? There was no hiding anything on his face, as if all this was normal. Ting Ting walked quickly to Lin Dong, took his arm directly, pushed Bai Yuqing who was dancing with her shoulder, and said coldly, Brother Dong, drinking so much alcohol is not good for your health. This woman opened such an expensive foreign wine for you, obviously just to make commission and cheat you out of money. As she spoke, Ting Ting considerately massaged Lin Dong's temples. The gentle touch made Lin Dong instantly feel like he was floating in the air. Bai Yuqing's enthusiasm and Ting Ting's coolness formed a feeling of ice and fire. Who are you? You're saying I want to cheat him out of his money? Bai Yuqing retorted angrily. He ordered the wine himself, and I kindly advised him to drink less. What qualifications do you have to scold me? Humph, you slut. Ting Ting refused to give in. You are the one who wants to take advantage of Dong Ji's money, right? I think you are just a slut. Bah! How dare you, a technician in the massage parlor, talk about me? You are the slut. Bai Yuqing's face flushed, and she was obviously very angry. Lin Dong watched the two women quarreling with each other, but he felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment in his heart. Two beauties with different characteristics were vying for his favor. Ting Ting was young and beautiful with a slender figure, while Bai Yuqing was mature and charming with a curvy figure. The scene in front of him made him secretly proud, and he couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 13. License plate 88888 top-end Panamera. It's the same money spent on Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing. They have 1,000 ways to make themselves happy and enjoy themselves to the point of being unable to breathe. Spending money on feng shui is like throwing meat buns at a dog. It will never come back. No, I also sent back some things. That is a big green hat. Damn it. I get angry when I think of this bitch. Lin Dong gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. His angry look frightened the two girls. Bai Yuqing was still the bravest. After a moment, she asked cautiously, Lin Dong, Did we make you angry? Seeing this, Ting was not willing to be outdone and put her little hand on Lin Dong's thigh. Brother Dong, it's all my fault. Don't get angry and get yourself into trouble. Let me rub your legs for you. Seeing this, Lin Dong's anger subsided by half. He immediately shook his head and said disdainfully, "Nothing, I just remembered some unpleasant things. Come on, keep drinking. These wines are all treasures of Dihao, KTV. One glass costs several thousand yuan, but they taste really good." How many thousand? Ting's mouth opened into an O shape, obviously shocked. The red wine that they used to entertain the Supreme members at Red Romance only cost over 2,000. In comparison, it's simply weak. If she knew that the more Lin Dong drank these foreign liquors, the more money he had in his bank card, I wonder if she would be scared to death on the spot. Come, have a taste. Lin Dong smiled faintly, poured a glass, and brought it to Ting's lips. Ting looked shy and took a sip shyly. The next moment, Ting's delicate little face suddenly turned red, showing a mysterious blush. He's obviously drunk. Seeing this, Bai Yuqing laughed out loud, her eyes full of disdain. With your low alcohol tolerance, you're still drinking with Lin Dong? You'd better go back soon, or you'll end up drinking too much. Bai, you can't drink? I can drink. Even though she couldn't even straighten her tongue, Ting still couldn't help herself and had a passionate conversation with Bai Yuqing. Especially when he thought that if he got drunk, Lin Dong would be possessed by Bai Yuqing alone. He became even more excited. As expected, the two beauties started fighting each other again. Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that these two women were not easy to deal with. Sure enough, there is no way to calm down. However, he is best at dealing with this kind of problem. It's very simple. Isn't it just a matter of spending money? Okay, stop arguing. Since you guys performed well, I wanted to reward you. Now, I'm not in the mood for that. After saying that, Lin Dong looked impatient and started drinking by himself. In an instant, the two people who had been arguing heatedly just now lost their temper and desire to argue, and were left with only the pursuit of tips. Even a fool can tell that what Lin Dong calls reward is just red banknotes. Brother Dong, they are not arguing anymore. Please calm down. Yes, I will definitely get along well with this new sister and serve you well. Yes, Sister Bai, I was wrong just now. I apologize to you. What are you talking about? Making Lin Dong happy is our most important thing. Both of them are experts in the service industry, and they speak better than they sing. Just now, they almost got into a fight. Now, they call each other sisters. Although, from their actions of each grabbing one of Lin Dong's arms, it can be seen that this is just superficial, a temporary peace. But that's enough. That's right. Cool me. I'm in a good mood today. I'm giving you this as a reward. Please check it out. Lin Dong spoke lightly. Then, he took out his mobile phone and started transferring money. 50,000? Lin Dong, you are so inhumane, but I like it so much. Thank you for the red envelope, big brother. To express my gratitude, I will now perform for you the dances I just learned, the pendulum and the train. After Bai Yuqing finished speaking, she couldn't contain her excitement. She picked up a bottle of foreign wine, walked in front of Lin Dong, and started dancing passionately in a pair of crystal high heels. The explosive melody combined with the surging figure makes people dazzled and indulge in wild thoughts. Crash! Bai Yuqing seemed to think that this was not enough, and actually poured foreign liquor all over herself from head to toe. The OL uniform and skirt, which were already torn, were completely wet. In the dim light, you can clearly see the ups and downs of the mountains. Lin Dong was simply stunned. In the past, he often watched live broadcasts of beautiful women through the screen of his mobile phone. Now, it's the first time for me to have close contact with them offline. What's more important is that you can enjoy such a beautiful woman however you want. Isn't it just dancing? I can do it too. Ting was not to be outdone, so she also stood on the sofa and danced for Lin Dong. Wipe the glass. Wipe the glass. In the private room, two beautiful women were dancing gracefully, creating an ambiguous and luxurious atmosphere. What Lin Dong didn't expect was the next prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the special conquest mission in the nightclub and receiving extra rewards. Congratulations to the host for winning the top-of-the-line Porsche Panamera with license plate number 88,888. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. What? Lin Dong was shocked and almost sobered up. Under the effect of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk, the alcohol in his body was rapidly breaking down. The originally cloudy vision became exceptionally clear. In addition, Lin Dong also noticed that there was something extra in his pocket. When I took it out, I found it was a car key. It is engraved with a gold and red badge pattern. It turned out to be the car key of the top-of-the-line Porsche Panamera, with a market value of $3.5 million. Oh my God! I made a fortune! If you say the top-of-the-line Panamera, you can buy it if you have money. The license plate number with 5 eighths is absolutely priceless and is a symbol of status. Lin Dong, how was the dance? Do you still like it? Before Lin Dong could recover from his surprise, Bai Yuqing came over and took his arm. Tingting was halfway through wiping the glass when she also wiped Lin Dong's body. The two women went to great lengths to win Lin Dong's favor. Lin Dong was dazzled and felt like he was floating in the air. Nice dancing, come on, let's have a drink together. Lin Dong poured a glass of Louis XIII for each of them and brought it to Cherry's mouth. The two women couldn't refuse the offer. More importantly, they all wanted to get Lin Dong drunk. Take advantage of others' misfortune and be the first to try something new. Lin Dong, everyone else is drinking, you have to drink too. Yeah, otherwise it's not fair, you're bullying a little girl. Tingting said this as she hugged him coquettishly. Two soft little hands subconsciously kneaded Lin Dong's arms. Looking at her face again, it was all blushed, her eyes were seductive, and spring was gradually gaining in strength. Bai Yuqing's pair of peach blossom eyes also stared straight at Lin Dong, exuding an irresistible charm. Chapter 14. Never get drunk. Okay, I'll drink it. Lin Dong gulped down 2 big gulps. Seeing this, Bai Yuqing smiled charmingly, gently and slowly unbuttoned Lin Dong's collar, and stroked his neck with a few fingers. The electric shock-like feeling instantly made Lin Dong feel ecstatic and intoxicated. Then, I couldn't help but sigh. You city people really know how to have fun. No wonder the king doesn't hold court early. Even though he was the emperor, he was not willing to get up early even though he had so many beauties serving him every day. Brother Dong, I can't drink anymore. On the other side, Tingting finally couldn't hold on any longer. She tilted her head and lay on Lin Dong, her face flushed. 2 long legs, nearly 1 meter long, with the miniskirt lifted up, casually rested on Lin Dong's knees. Oh, you're still accompanying Lin Dong like this? Bai Yuqing obviously has a good alcohol tolerance. After drinking so much, she is only slightly tipsy. Lin Dong couldn't help but become interested. He was just about to try out the upper limit of his new ability and whether he could really drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Yuqing, Tingting can't do it. Let's continue. Okay, Lin Dong, I toast to you. As Bai Yuqing spoke, she tenderly and charmingly filled a glass of Remy Martin XO and raised it in front of Lin Dong with a loving look. After drinking this glass of wine, all the misunderstandings between us will be written off. You can't blame others anymore. Oh, Lin Dong smiled faintly, knowing that Bai Yuqing was talking about something that happened in school. He shook his head and took the glass. Don't worry, the Prime Minister has a broad mind. Do you think I'm a petty person? Besides, you are so sincere. Lin Dong was enjoying the wine while touching her all over. Bai Yuqing immediately became so angry that she started to tremble all over. But since you want to apologize, 1 cup is not enough. Oh, I understand. Bai Yuqing curled her lips, poured herself another glass of red wine, raised her neck, and drank the wine. Good. Lin Dong said hello. Bai Yuqing glanced at Tingting, who was drunk beside her, and felt very proud. You little brat, you still want to snatch Lin Dong from me? Dream. Call me again. No, I feel a little dizzy too. After drinking 2 more bottles, Bai Yuqing finally couldn't handle the alcohol anymore and shook her head. At the same time, she was also surprised to see Lin Dong drinking 1 cup at a time effortlessly. In the past, when attending class reunions, Lin Dong would only drink 3 or 5 bottles of beer. How come he has become a heavy drinker now? I drank so much, but my face didn't even turn red. Bai Yuqing originally wanted to get Lin Dong drunk and make the matter a fait accompli. Now it seems that I am the prey and the meal on someone else's plate. I can't do it anymore, Bai Yuqing murmured. Before he finished speaking, he threw himself into Lin Dong's arms. With Tingting on the left and right, they are simply 2 little rookies. At this point, even if someone picked up the body, you probably wouldn't know anything. Call. Lin Dong let out a breath of foul air. The alcohol in his body dissipated instantly, and his slightly red face returned to normal. Then he stood up as if nothing had happened. Then, he picked up the empty bottle with interest, with a slight smile on his face. It's really amazing that I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Let alone 1,000 cups. I feel like I can drink 100 bottles. Unfortunately, now, I have more important things to do. Lin Dong turned around, looking eager to try. The two delicate and beautiful women were drunk and unconscious, like two lambs to be slaughtered. He has more than just the ability of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. I haven't tried the golden gun yet. Go! Lin Dong helped the two women up effortlessly, one in each hand, and put their arms on his shoulders. Then, he walked out of the supreme private room in a very high-profile manner. Unexpectedly, there were 2 rows of waiters standing respectfully at the door. When he saw Lin Dong coming out, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Hello, boss. Thank you for spending money at Dihao, KTV. Welcome to come again next time. Lin Dong nodded perfunctorily. Just then, a middle-aged man with a big belly came up to them. With a flattering smile on his face, he bowed slightly and asked cautiously, Hello, boss. I am Song Dafa, the general manager of Dihao, KTV. There are still 600,000 bottles of wine left. How do you think we're going to pay for it? Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Only then did I remember that there was not enough wine, so I ordered a few more bottles. Bai Yuqing was drunk and couldn't swipe his card. So, this group of talents are waiting here. In fact, Lin Dong misunderstood. The reason why Song Dafo arranged such a grand ceremony was not because he was short of money, but because he wanted to see with his own eyes who this generous and lavish spendthrift tycoon was. He knew many dignitaries, but had never heard of anyone named Lin Dong. If I could take this opportunity to curry favor with Lin Dong and leave a good impression on him, maybe we can retain a big sponsor for Dihao KTV. I never expected that Lin Dong was not a local tycoon or a big boss. He turned out to be just a young man in his early 20s, wearing cheap clothes. This made Song Dafa feel a little bit unbelievable. I can't see through Lin Dong. This makes it seem even more unfathomable. Who could be the one who can spend 1 million in one night at Dihao KTV? She just wants to be low-key, so she dresses so approachably. Song Dafa imagined it for a while. At this time, Lin Dong had already taken out the bank card and threw it into his hand. Okay, swipe the card quickly. I have something else to do. Song Dafa smiled and nodded. She inadvertently glanced at Bai Yuqing lying in Lin Dong's arms, and her smile became even more intense. In the past, Bai Yuqing was a chaste woman and never performed on the stage. It turns out that she is playing the long game to hook the big fish, waiting to catch a rich husband. Boss, you spent an extra 600,000 yuan. I'll give you a discount, a total of 500,000 yuan. No need for discounts. It's what it should be. Ah, what? I have money but nowhere to spend it. Stop talking nonsense and swipe your card. The rest is your tip. I'm happy today. Hearing this, everyone was surprised and delighted. Lin Dong is really rich and powerful. He is not happy even if I give him a bargain. It's really a waste of money. However, the more this happened, the happier they were. Who wouldn't like to make more money these days? Why bother so much? Maybe these rich people just have some special hobbies. Maybe Lin Dong is actually the son of a big family and has no concept of money. It was detected that the host spent 600,000 yuan in the nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 6 million yuan. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Lin Dong nodded contentedly. The more I spend, the more cashback I get. If you give me a discount, you are going against me. Boss, be careful on the steps. Walk slowly. Song Dafa and the waiter accompanied him to the door. I was originally thinking about whether I should call a taxi for Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, the next second, they were dumbfounded again. Chapter 15, Going to the Hotel. Drop. In the parking lot, 2 dazzling headlights suddenly lit up, making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a very stylish black sedan. The triangular front of the car is elegant and dynamic, and the streamlined body is pleasing to the eye. Song Dafa was very sharp-eyed and recognized the car model and license plate at once. Porsche Panamera? The license plate number is 58. Which young master is going on a secret visit? In Dihao KTV, million-dollar luxury cars are not uncommon. However, a license plate with 58 is absolutely rare. A moment later, the car drove up to them. Only then did everyone realize that the person driving the car was Lin Dong. At this moment, he was waving at them. Manager Song, if it's not too much trouble, I'll ask for a leave for Yuqing, you know. I understand. I understand too well. Please be careful on the road. Song Dafa nodded like a chick pecking at rice. But I was thinking in my heart, Bai Yuqing is so lucky to have such a big and thick leg. Oops. Forgot to ask for contact information. Song Dafa suddenly came to his senses. But it was too late. Lin Dong drove away in his Panamera. Under normal circumstances, after drinking so much, he probably couldn't even hold the steering wheel steadily, and if he was caught, he would be accused of drunk driving. However, because he had the special ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, he was even more sober than an ordinary person at this moment, and his mind was unusually active. Boom! Lin Dong stepped on the accelerator, and the engine roared wildly. It didn't take long before we arrived at our destination. The top luxury hotel in Tianhai City, Dynasty Hotel. The average consumption per person is 18,000 yuan, and the most ordinary room costs 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. It can be described as a den of luxuriance for the wealthy and a paradise for the bosses. Wake up, we're here. Lin Dong parked the car near the hotel and patted Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing on the cheeks. As a result, the two were still confused and unconscious. Well, Lin Dong smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat helpless. Just then, a brand new BMW X5 passed by. As expected, it was also a young couple who came to the hotel to spend a night of romance. Hubby, why are you so generous today? You took me to stay at Dynasty Hotel. You've always wanted to experience the life of a rich person, and today I'm going to satisfy you. My husband is the best, Mua. Looking closely, the person acting coquettishly and fawningly in the passenger seat was none other than Feng Shui, the woman Lin Dong was once most familiar with. The man she was hugging and kissing was named Wang Long, and he was the small boss of a company in Tianhai City. At the same time, he is also Feng Shui's immediate superior. Because of his convenient position, he hooked up with Feng Shui. Even Feng Shui and Lin Dong were allowed to be together. In this way, not only can the suspicion of the tigress at home be dispelled, but there is also a thrilling feeling of stealing fish. Unfortunately, Lin Dong saw him and Feng Shui having sex in the car and dumped Feng Shui in anger. This kind of stimulation is much less. Honey, look at the car in front. I've seen it online. It seems to be called Panamera. The top version costs several million. Feng Shui raised her hand and pointed, looking somewhat excited. Wang Long couldn't help but stick his head out and take a closer look. It's true. There are so many rich people in Tianhai City. I don't know which young man is inside. Most people can't afford a car like this. 1 year's maintenance fee is enough to buy my car. Feng Shui knew that her value had greatly decreased after Lin Dong left. So, he quickly picked up Wang Long's stinky feet. Hubby, you can't say that. We may not be as good as the best, but we are better than the worst. Look at a loser like Lin Dong. He will never earn enough to buy a wheel on a Panamera in his lifetime. Isn't it much better if you think about it this way? Wang Long smiled and nodded in agreement. Even his expression was a little arrogant. Really? I can't beat the rich, but I can't beat him. However, comparing this kind of loser to me is really a bit insulting to me. Baby, let's go up quickly. I can't hold it back any longer. Look at how impatient you are. Hey, try the few positions I just learned later. They will definitely make you feel great. Bah, shame on you. Feng Shui gave a delicate cry and pushed away Wang Long's claws that were reaching for her collar. Under the hip skirt, two long legs took a step and got out of the car quickly. During the whole process, her attention was focused on the Panamera, and she didn't pay attention to what Wang Long was saying. In the past, the reason why she was with Wang Long, listened to him, and praised Lin Dong was because she saw that Wang Long had some money in his pocket and could buy her jewelry, bags, and various luxury goods. However, human desires are like Pandora's box. Once opened, it never ends. At this moment, the cool Panamera captured Feng Shui's heart. My mind was full of thoughts about which rich second generation the owner of the car was. Do you have the chance to meet the other person and add contact information? After all, compared with the Panamera owner, Wang Long is simply weak. Feng Shui? Feng Shui? What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up. I can't wait. Hearing Wang Long's urging, Feng Shui felt a little unbalanced. With her looks, can she only find a fat, greasy man like Wang Long? Wang Long did not notice the disgust in Feng Shui's eyes at all. He thought that she was still the little woman who obeyed him blindly and had never seen the world. He immediately took her hand and walked towards the Dynasty Hotel. Be gentle. You're hurting me. We're just getting started. Soon I'll make you cry daddy in pain. Cut. Feng Shui rolled her eyes. How could she not know how Wang Long behaves in bed? If you could hold on for 5 minutes, you have already performed above average. And called daddy. He should have called the doctor at the andrology hospital. Bang! Just then, Lin Dong came down from the Panamera. I glanced at the car nearby and felt that it looked familiar. Vomit! Just then, a vomiting sound suddenly occurred. It turned out to be two beautiful women, Bai Yuqing and Ting, vomiting on the side of the road. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Fortunately, I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Otherwise, you will end up like the other two. Okay, now that you've vomited enough, get up quickly and go to the hotel to take a shower and change clothes. Look at you. You're all dirty. After a while, Bai Yuqing and Ting became much more sober and stood up. Bai Yuqing looked at her OL uniform that was torn to pieces, and her pretty face blushed slightly. Ting is not much better. When she came, she was wearing 2 pairs of black fishnet stockings. I don't know whose dirty hand scratched it and turned it into rags. 2 long, white, and round legs were completely exposed to the air. However, the more this is the case, the more tempting it is. The most beautiful picture is never naked, but holding the people with half the face covered. What are you standing there for? Go! Seeing the two of them standing there in a daze, hesitating, Lin Dong waved at them, somewhat impatiently. Unexpectedly, the two looked at each other and looked at each other with some reluctance. Lin Dong, then what? Are we two together? Chapter 16, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Ting bit her lips red as she asked, Brother Dong, can we have a first come first served? This is my first time. I want to do that with you alone. It's the same for everyone. For so many years, I have remained a virgin and have never had a boyfriend. Bai Yuqing pouted and deliberately puffed out her chest. After all, in manhwa, most women are still relatively conservative in their thinking. They may make obscene jokes and seem to have no taboos. However, the idea of 2 women sharing one man is still beyond the acceptance of most women. Seeing this, Lin Dong snorted coldly. He doesn't have that much time to coax women. With millions of dollars invested, what internet celebrity, anchor, or small star can't be acquired? You two are hesitating and finding this difficult? Then don't do it. Can't accept it? Then get out of here. You're already working in a nightclub. Why are you still pretending to be a White Lotus? What's unacceptable? Bah, isn't it just that the money is not enough? I tell you, you only have one chance. Either you come upstairs with me now, and I'll be happy with anything, or you two pack up and leave together. I don't want you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong turned his face away and walked away. What? Ting and Bai Yuqing were completely stunned after being scolded by Lin Dong. I originally thought that as long as I acted coquettishly and cutely, Lin Dong would definitely be considerate and gentle and satisfy all my needs. I can also turn the tables and keep this man under my control. Now it seems that I took it for granted. Lin Dong didn't buy it at all. Sister Bai, how about we? Ting's delicate little face turned red and white. Now Lin Dong is very angry. If we don't remedy the situation, I'm afraid it will be irreversible. Da-da. Just then, the sound of rapid stepping on high heels suddenly rang out. Ting was completely confused. What about Bai Yuqing, who is so big? Just here. Lin Dong, don't go. I know I was wrong. Don't be angry. Don't mention 2 people. 2 more will do. Good job. You change your expression faster than turning the pages of a book. Bitch, wait for me. Brother Dong. Ting was not to be outdone and quickly caught up. Then, she and Bai Yuqing hugged Lin Dong's arms on the left and right. She even stuck close to him on purpose, giving Lin Dong unprecedented satisfaction. Seeing the 2 girls throwing themselves at him, vying for his favor and licking his boots, Lin Dong's heart was filled with joy. You little brat, you still want to control me? Sorry. I'm a Sigma man, and I never suffer at the hands of women. A small threesome, well managed. A moment later, the 3 of them walked into the Dynasty Hotel. It immediately attracted considerable attention. There's nothing I can do. Ting and Bai Yuqing are just too beautiful. One is tender and pure, the other is a mature lady. More importantly, these 2 alluring and deadly beauties were actually willing to follow the man who looked a little sloppy. Could this guy be another rich young man who came out to squander money? Brother Dong. Noticing the strange looks from everyone, Ting and Bai Yuqing couldn't help but blush and wish they could find a hole to crawl into. However, when they thought of Lin Dong still in front, they had to quicken their pace and jog to catch up. It is said that one should not bow down for a few pieces of silver. However, the rice that Lin Dong popped for them was enough to break their waists. Who can resist money these days? The receptionist at Dynasty Hotel looked curious when she saw the lineup of 3 people. However, he was a well-mannered person and didn't ask any more questions. He just smiled and nodded. Hello, sir. How many rooms can I have? We have deluxe rooms, executive suites, VIP suites, and presidential suites. The receptionist hasn't finished her introduction yet. Bang! Lin Dong waved his hand and slapped the bank card on the counter. A presidential suite. Swipe the card. I'm in a hurry. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. The receptionist smiled, put away the bank card, and turned to look at the computer. Just then, the sound of a man and a woman arguing came from behind. Moreover, the woman's voice sounded familiar. It's all your fault. You insisted on booking a special room. Now, the room is full, so they will just return your deposit and won't let you stay there anymore. Wang Long, you didn't do this on purpose, did you? Then, there was another round of men arguing. Bullshit. It's just $2,000. Am I the kind of person who needs that little money? I'm going to book the most expensive presidential suite right now. Tonight, I'm going to make you shut up. The woman snorted coldly and rolled her eyes at the man. But in the end, he followed the other party to the front desk. Then he suddenly froze, because she saw an unexpected person, a stinky loser who had no right to be here. Lin Dong, why are you here? Feng Shui was shocked. Her eyes widened as wide as she could, and she subconsciously tugged at her pink skirt. However, when she thought that they had broken up and she didn't need to pretend anything in front of Lin Dong, she took it back. In fact, when Feng Shui and Wang Long were arguing, Lin Dong recognized them both. In the past, when Lin Dong saw this couple being so affectionate with each other, he might have been so angry that he was fuming, filled with grief and indignation. Now, times are different. Now he doesn't take this couple seriously at all. Especially when he heard that Wang Long had booked the cheapest room at a special offer in order to save money. Lin Dong did not feel angry, but only a strong sense of disdain. In his eyes, this couple was like two clowns who had no money but came to this kind of place to pretend to be rich. Hey, Feng Shui, isn't this your loser ex-boyfriend? Why is he here too? As soon as Wang Long walked to the front desk and took out his bank card, he noticed Lin Dong standing next to him, wearing a piece of cheap clothes. He snorted coldly and shook his head. Lin Dong, you are not trying to win back Feng Shui and are deliberately following her to get back together, right? I advise you to give up on this idea. You and Feng Shui are not from the same world at all. Also, there is one thing she may not have told you. When Wang Long said this, he put his arms around Feng Shui's slender waist. This made the latter blush and feel uncomfortable all over. Wang Long, what are you doing? Everyone is watching us. What's wrong with looking at me? You are my woman. There is nothing to be afraid of. Wang Long snorted coldly, his eyes revealing a hint of perversion and madness. Feng Shui and you are together because of the tasks assigned by me. From beginning to end, you are just a green-haired turtle. Wang Long sneered and crossed his arms, expecting something. As a result, from beginning to end, he did not see the slightest anger on Lin Dong's face. The next moment, two beauties even came up and each hugged Lin Dong's arm, looking extremely intimate. His words were full of disdain and disgust for Wang Long. Brother Dong, who is this guy? He's fat and has big ears, and his mouth is so dirty. He actually called you a loser? I'm afraid he hasn't woken up yet. Yeah, it's ridiculous that you come out here and embarrass yourself without even taking a piss. Chapter 17, Presidential Suite. What? For a moment, the air was suddenly quiet. Wang Long and Feng Shui stared with wide eyes, their minds going blank as they looked at the two beauties throwing themselves at Lin Dong. In their eyes, Lin Dong is just a stinky loser from the countryside, a dog who has been deceived. But now, two charming and seductive beauties, whose looks were even better than Feng Shui's, actually took the initiative to pay for him. There's even a hint of jealousy. How can they believe this? Veins popped out on Wang Long's forehead as he directly exposed Lin Dong's past. I say, two beauties, you didn't recognize the wrong person, did you? This guy's name is Lin Dong. He's a stinky loser whose pockets are cleaner than his face. You must have been deceived by him. Feng Shui also nodded in agreement. At the same time, there was a hint of hostility in his eyes when he looked at Tingting and Bai Yuqing. Haha, keep your mouth shut. You're the stinky loser. Yes, you are blind. You can't find a man as handsome and rich as Brother Dong, even with a lantern. You can't compare to him, so you can't slander him. Bai Yuqing was the one who reacted quickly. Looking at Feng Shui's expression as she clenched her fists, she guessed something right away. Oh, I see. You must be jealous and envious, so you deliberately slandered Lin Dong, right? Nonsense, you fart. Wang Long was immediately furious. Others said he could do it, except Lin Dong. It was obviously him who cheated on Lin Dong, What was there for him to be envious about? Calm down. Calm down. Wang Long sneered and suppressed the impulse in his heart. Lin Dong, you are such a coward. You only know how to hide behind a woman. Aren't you going to say anything? Hearing this, Lin Dong smiled coldly. Talking to someone like you is just a waste of my time. What? Wang Long was stunned for a moment. The next moment, Lin Dong shook his head. Anyway, I won't go all the way to the Dynasty Hotel just to book a special room. Don't you feel ashamed of pretending to be rich? Hearing this, not only did Wang Long grit his teeth, but Feng Shui also had an unpleasant expression. The next moment, she couldn't stand it anymore and pointed at Lin Dong and said, Lin Dong, I don't know where you found these two vixens to deliberately piss me off. But I tell you, no matter what you do, you can't get rid of the fact that you're a stinky loser. Wang Long did book a special room. What about you? You can't even pay 200 yuan, and you ride a bicycle to work. What qualifications do you have to speak so arrogantly here? Even if it's a special room, you can't afford it. After Feng Shui finished speaking, the air suddenly became quiet. Lin Dong was too lazy to explain. But when Feng Shui saw this, she thought he was exposed and was speechless, and could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Dong has not changed and is still a loser. I'm not blind to let go of such a rich son-in-law. On the other hand, Wang Long also found a sense of superiority, although he didn't know what means Lin Dong used to deceive the two beauties. However, he is still very confident when it comes to making money. In this life, Lin Dong will never be able to surpass himself. Unexpectedly, at this moment, hello, Mr. Lin, your presidential suite has been prepared, and you can check in now. Presidential suite? Hearing these four words, Feng Shui's eyes widened. The smile on Wang Long's face froze instantly. Puff! Seeing the couple's expressions that were uglier than eating shit, Bai Yuqing and Tingting couldn't help but laugh. The slap in the face came too quickly. Just now, Wang Long and Feng Shui were still mocking Lin Dong. The Dynasty Hotel was not a place he could come to whenever he wanted, and he didn't have the money to stay in a room even if it was on special offer. Immediately afterwards, the receptionist delivered a fatal blow. I slapped two people in the face, and it was red and painful. Mr. Lin, this is the room card for the presidential suite. The room is on the top floor. If you need anything, just call me. I wish you a pleasant stay. The receptionist wanted to watch the fun and raised her voice on purpose so that Wang Long and Feng Shui could hear it clearly. Okay, thanks. Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, pinched the house card with 2 fingers, and threw it to Bai Yuqing very casually. Be careful, don't lose it. After all, some people can't afford to live in a room like this in their entire lives. You! Wang Long pointed at Lin Dong angrily, his face flushed with anger. In the end, I couldn't even fart. Because what Lin Dong said was true. A night in the presidential suite of Dynasty Hotel costs at least 50,000 yuan. For him, he could get it done even if he gritted his teeth. But it's not worth it. Feng Shui was also very angry. She gritted her teeth, stamped her feet, and looked at Wang Long with disappointment. Wang Long, I also want to stay in the presidential suite. What kind of place should I live? How can I afford so much money? Wang Long was very unhappy and sneered. Besides, Feng Shui, you don't really think that Lin Dong has turned over a new leaf and suddenly has so much money, do you? What's the meaning? Feng Shui frowned and suddenly realized something was wrong. Wang Long sneered. Think about it. Yesterday, Lin Dong was riding his bicycle and eating instant noodles. How is it possible that he is staying in the presidential suite today? He must have borrowed some online loan to make himself look rich. Or he would trick women into spending money on him and become a gigolo. While saying this, Wang Long glanced at Tingting and Bai Yuqing intentionally or unintentionally. From their attire, it can be seen that these two people often go to high-consumption places and use the latest models of mobile phones. Therefore, it is very likely that Lin Dong has hooked up with 2 wealthy women. Otherwise, why would he give the room card to Bai Yuqing in the first place? The more Wang Long thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Even Feng Shui showed a look of disdain. Lin Dong, I was really blind to be with you. Instead of working hard to earn money, you have to resort to online loan sharking. It's really shameful. Feng Shui sneered at Lin Dong. She had no idea that every word she said was a curse on herself. Noticing more and more contemptuous and unfriendly looks from all around him, Lin Dong was almost laughing out of anger. Feng Shui, you two have such rich imaginations, don't you? No matter how shameless I am, I will never sell myself just for a bag or a cell phone. I, Lin Dong, despise this kind of person the most. Hearing this, Feng Shui's face turned red, an expression as if one's wound has been poked and he is angry and embarrassed. Lin Dong, just keep talking tough. I just don't believe it. Apart from borrowing online loans and being a gigolo, what else can you do to make money? When the time comes, don't be unable to pay back the money and be forced to sell blood. Well, seeing that Wang Long and Feng Shui were still stubborn, Lin Dong felt that it was necessary to let them see what a real rich person was. Bang! Lin Dong let go of the two beauties who were hugging him on the left and right and slapped the room card on the counter. The lady at the front desk was a little confused. Could it be that this man really has no money and wants to check out? Chapter 18. Live for a month. Excuse me, sir. If you check out, we need to deduct a 10% handling fee, which is 5,000 yuan. Do you think you can accept it? Who said I was checking out? So, what are you doing? The receptionist was puzzled. Lin Dong smiled and took out another card. This time it was a bank card. I heard that your hotel president is pretty good. I'll open it for a month and stay here. When I feel better, I'll come and sleep for 2 days. 1 month. The receptionist opened her eyes wide, unable to believe her ears. It costs 50,000 yuan to stay for 1 night, which means 1.5 million yuan for a month. If converted into red $100 bills, they would be more than 1 meter high when stacked up. More importantly, from what Lin Dong said, he just wanted to drive here for fun, and he didn't necessarily have to stay here every day. Mr. Lin, are you sure you're not kidding? Hearing this, the smile on Lin Dong's face gradually disappeared, as if he had been provoked. He said with a somewhat unhappy expression, "Do I look like I'm joking? Or do you think I can't afford it?" "No, it's not." The receptionist was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she quickly shook her head. "Please wait a moment. I will check you in now. If you stay for a month, you can get a discount." "No, I don't like discounts. I just want to know what I want. I have plenty of money. I don't feel bad about it," Lin Dong said seriously. If it was someone else who said such a nasty thing, Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing would definitely look down on him and think that the guy was pretending to be an elephant. But Lin Dong is different. He has already spent millions at Hongleman and Dihao KTV. A mere 1.5 million to stay in a hotel may be a bit exaggerated, but it's really nothing. On the other side, Feng Shui and Wang Long could no longer sit still. "Lin Dong, that's enough. There has to be a limit to how much you can show off." Wang Long's expression was a little unnatural, and he sneered and said, "If you check out now, you will lose at most 5,000 yuan. If you insist on doing it, people will call the police to arrest you." "Wang Long, why do you care so much? This kind of person should not be spoiled. He should be taught a lesson." Feng Shui just enjoyed watching the fun. In her eyes, Lin Dong was still the loser who was ordered around by her. Even if he were to hang out with 2 rich women, nothing would change. If Lin Dong could come up with 1.5 million in 1 night, she would dig out her own eyes. "Yeah, let's stay away from him. I think this guy has mental problems." Wang Long nodded repeatedly and took Feng Shui to stand a little further away. Not only the two of them, but other passersby also stopped and waited to watch the show. Just then, the receptionist started swiping the card. After a moment, a receipt was successfully printed out. This means that the transaction has been completed, and there is indeed that much money on Lin Dong's bank card. How? How is it possible? Feng Shui staggered and almost lost her balance. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Lin Dong smiled faintly, his expression calm and indifferent, and signed his name on the receipt. "Mr. Lin, here are your room card and bank card. Please keep them safe." The receptionist respectfully handed over the room card and bank card. At this moment, Feng Shui's face turned extremely pale. For a moment, she felt countless contemptuous and mocking eyes looking at her. At the same time, the onlookers nearby also started talking. "This handsome guy's surname is Lin? How come I've never heard of him before? Is there such a person in Tianhai? 1 million or 100,000 is enough to buy a house, but he only stays in a hotel. I don't understand the world of rich people." Everyone was talking about it, and they felt that Lin Dong was more and more unfathomable. At the same time, he looked at Wang Long and Feng Shui with a teasing look. "For these 2 people, we can only book a special room. They're the losers and don't deserve to be in the Dynasty Hotel." Feng Shui, pinch me, am I dreaming?" Wang Long opened his mouth tremblingly, with the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. To be more precise, my whole body was shaking. He would never have thought that the loser who was once under his feet would suddenly become a rich man. However, what he didn't expect was that Feng Shui completely ignored him. At this moment, she was looking at Lin Dong tenderly, biting her lips shyly. "Oh, Seeing Feng Shui's expression, Lin Dong immediately guessed what she was going to do and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. There are only two words in this kind of woman's bones. Materialistic. She could hook up with Wang Long for money. Now, she can also break up with Wang Long for money and flirt with him. All these years, I have devoted my wholehearted efforts, but it is like throwing meat buns at a dog. Nothing comes back. The next moment, Lin Dong suddenly felt a little evil and waved towards Feng Shui. I don't have any special characteristics. I just miss the past. In my previous relationship, I did a lot of things wrong. If I am given another chance, I will definitely cherish that girl. I'm willing to spend as much money as possible on her. Hearing this, Ting and Bai Yuqing were moved to tears. They have truly witnessed how lavishly Lin Dong spends money. When I transfer money to myself as a reward, I just press 0 with my eyes closed. Lin Dong, I believe you. Brother Dong, me too. I want to be with you forever. Ting and Bai Yuqing tried their best, wishing they could rub their entire bodies into Lin Dong's body. The men were so excited that their blood boiled, and they couldn't help but feel excited. On the other side, Feng Shui couldn't help but have red eyes and tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Dong, I'm sorry, it was all my fault before. Now I know I was wrong. Can you give me a chance and start over? I must love you more than anyone else. Have you forgotten the vows we made? Holding your hand, growing old with you. Feng Shui spoke slowly, word by word, in a crying voice. Lin Dong couldn't help but recall everything that had happened between them and her, as well as the various small gifts he had painstakingly prepared. However, the more Lin Dong recalled, the colder his eyes became when he looked at Feng Shui. At first, I couldn't even hold her hand. Behind the scenes, she and Wang Long tried all kinds of positions. Now, she's actually playing the emotional card with me? How funny. Feng Shui didn't know that the more she spoke, the more wrong she became. From beginning to end, Lin Dong never thought about getting back together with her. Feng Shui, what are you talking about? I'm still here. Do you think I'm dead? The other side. Wang Long couldn't bear it any longer, so he grabbed Feng Shui's hand and tried to pull her back. This woman is too realistic. Seeing that Lin Dong is rich, you want to reconcile with Lin Dong? What are you taking for? Wang Long, let go. From now on, we have no relationship. We break up. The next second, Feng Shui shook off Wang Long's hand with a determined expression. The latter looked confused. His eyes were bigger than copper bells, and his eyes were full of disbelief. What did you say? Chapter 19. Loss of both money and life. You know what I mean. Feng Shui wiped away her tears with a look of disgust. You're so slow in opening a special room. You don't even have me in your mind. Now I have a better choice. Not only do you not bless me, you also want to stop me and make me suffer with you. You don't love me at all. Ahem. Hearing this, Lin Dong almost couldn't hold back. Why didn't he realize before that Feng Shui had so many great ideas? He has great potential to become a little blue book blogger. At the same time, the look he gave Wang Long became more playful. Do you like green, old man? Now, I'm cheating on you. You. Wang Long was furious. Just as he was about to make some move, he saw Feng Shui pretending to be frightened and stepped back, protecting her upper body. Wang Long, what are you doing? Do you still want to hit someone? After this series of operations, Wang Long was so angry that he almost fell over. Feng Shui, you bitch. Okay, I'll get out of here. Don't let me see you anymore. Wang Long was furious and slammed the door and left. Feng Shui didn't even look at him. She turned around and walked towards Lin Dong with affection. The look he gave Ting and Bai Yuqing was also full of hostility. It was as if she was Lin Dong's wife. These two women are nothing but mistresses. Lin Dong, forgive me. Okay. Feng Shui spoke softly and walked over slowly. The next moment, Lin Dong slowly stretched out his right hand. Feng Shui burst into tears, filled with gratitude. At the same time, it seemed as if he could already see the extravagant life of wealthy ladies waving at him. The other side, Ting and Bai Yuqing were facing a formidable enemy and looked a little anxious. I never expected that Lin Dong was still a love-brain person. Even if you were cheated on, you can forgive this woman. Will there still be a place for them beside Lin Dong in the future? At this moment, Feng Shui had already walked in front of Lin Dong and was about to throw herself into his arms. Bang! A crisp slapping sound suddenly rang out. Feng Shui's head buzzed and her brain went blank. She looked at Lin Dong with a dull look in her eyes. Looking at Lin Dong again, he was slowly putting away his right hand with a cold expression. Did I say I was giving you a chance? You were just being sentimental. What did you say? Feng Shui covered her red left cheek with her hand, looking shocked. At the same time, he looked at Lin Dong in surprise and doubt. Just now, he clearly said that he missed our old relationship and wanted to start over with me. Now, why are you turning your back on me? Isn't what I said clear enough? Lin Dong smiled coldly and looked Feng Shui up from head to toe, as if he was looking at a weirdo. From time to time, he shook his head and clicked his tongue. I did say, give the person I like a chance. But you never said that this person was you? How can you think that I would still like you? A gold digger, a green tea bitch who would do anything for money. Who gave you the courage, Queen Liang? Lin Dong snorted coldly, opened his arms, and hugged the two beauties on his left and right. Don't be ridiculous, big sister. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you deserve it? I'm talking about the two of them. You are so self-righteous that you come here to pay for it. I feel like my hands are dirty even if I hit you. After saying that, Lin Dong shook his hands in a disgusted manner. Then, as if it was not enough, I asked the front desk for a wet wipe. Now, do you hear clearly? For a moment, everyone in the Dynasty Hotel focused their attention on Feng Shui. To be more precise, I was staring at her ashamed face and trying madly to hold back my laughter. So relieved. It's so refreshing. This is how you deal with a snob bitch like this. On the other hand, Feng Shui's facial expression changed countless times in just 1 minute. Surprise. Confused. Shock. Now I am so angry and embarrassed that my body turns red like a monkey's, and I wish I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. In order to hold on to Lin Dong's thighs, she kicked away the money tree Wang Long. As a result, in the end, both people and money were lost. Thinking of this, Feng Shui couldn't hold it back any longer and burst into tears. Lin Dong, you bastard, don't regret it if you can. Hearing this, Lin Dong almost laughed out loud. Does he regret it? With the binding system, he has more money than he can spend. Instead of looking for an internet celebrity, you turn around and look for a gold digger? It's understandable that you have to lick someone even though you don't have money. If you still lick the money when you have it, you are an idiot. Lin Dong was too lazy to talk nonsense and just waved his hand as if he was chasing away a fly. Okay, Feng Shui, stop pretending to cry. Who are you pretending to be pitiful for? That Wang Long hasn't gone far yet. If you go find him now, you may still make it in time. I went there too late, and I couldn't even smell the exhaust from the BMWs. What? Feng Shui suddenly woke up. The next moment, he glared at Lin Dong fiercely, then turned around and left decisively. He walked so fast without even looking back. In fact, she didn't have the face to stay any longer. The people here looked at her as if she were a circus clown. Lin Dong, look at her. She looks like a dog. That's right. It's still a drowning dog. Ha! I just like to see drowning dogs being beaten. Who made her so blind as to leave Dongge? You see, I won't do that. I will take good care of Dongge. The two women did not miss any opportunity to compete for favor and curry favor. As she spoke, she hugged Lin Dong's arm and rubbed it against him as if no one was around. Their bodies are already very hot, and after being squeezed so hard, their peaks are somewhat deformed. Lin Dong suddenly felt a fire of evil in his heart, and he put his arms around the two women's slender waists. You said this yourself. Don't act reserved when you get to the room later. Lin Dong kissed both of them on the face with an ambiguous expression. Hey, let's go, huh? In full view of the public, a man and two women walked straight into the elevator and headed straight for the presidential suite on the top floor. The other side, Dynasty Hotel parking lot. Feng Shui is trying her best to save her love. Wang Long, listen to me. I really didn't mean it at that time. It's all Lin Dong's fault. He deceived me. I was just bewildered for a moment. Feng Shui cried with tears in her eyes and explained frantically. However, throughout the entire process, there were only two words on Wang Long's face. You said that? Is it my fault? Feng Shui bit her lip and didn't react for a moment, and actually continued talking along with him. If you hadn't booked that special room, you wouldn't have. That's enough. Shut up. Bang. The next moment, another slap landed on Feng Shui's face. Before, Lin Dong hit his left cheek. Now, Wang Long hit the right cheek. It is symmetrical. Wang Long, you hit me? Feng Shui widened her eyes and looked at Wang Long in disbelief. Before, Wang Long had some peculiar little habits. But I have never used such a heavy hand. After hearing this, Wang Long not only did not show any sympathy to the beautiful woman, but became even more angry and embarrassed. Beat you? Not only will I beat you, I will also beat you so hard that your mother won't even recognize you. Bang! 2 more loud slaps. Feng Shui was beaten so hard that she became dizzy. Then, Wang Long still felt unsatisfied and kicked Feng Shui in the stomach again. Chapter 20. Ups and Downs. In the parking lot, bursts of screams were heard again and again. In less than a moment, Feng Shui, who originally had some beauty, was completely disfigured. Not only was his entire face swollen like a pig's head, but his entire body was covered in bruises, as if he had been the victim of domestic violence. Beat. You deserve it. Wang Long spat at Feng Shui with a look of disgust. The latter regretted it deeply. I don't know whether I regret what I did or regret that I lost a cash cow in the future. At the same time, in the top floor presidential suite of Dynasty Hotel, an extremely erotic scene is being played out. Lin Dong, I'm going to take a shower first. I want to wash too, wait for me. Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing took off their clothes, wrapped themselves in bathrobes, and walked into the bathroom. Lin Dong looked at the 2 charming and enchanting figures looming in and out through the blurry glass door, and couldn't help but feel a dry mouth. Damn it, isn't this forcing me to commit a crime? You all go take a shower. Don't I have to take a shower? That won't do. Lin Dong showed a wicked smile on his face, quickly took off his clothes, and walked to the bathroom door. At this time, the 2 women were humming a little song and applying shower gel up and down. A figure suddenly rushed in, and its 2 wolf claws were groping around everywhere. 2 screams were heard. Soon, the bathroom was filled with spring light. Detected that the host has completed a special mission. Yi Yu's 2 daughters. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 million yuan. Another hidden mission that brings 1 million yuan. However, now, Lin Dong has no time to care. What time is it? In a daze, Lin Dong rubbed his eyes and fumbled to pick up his phone. When he saw the big number 14 on the screen, he realized it was already afternoon. Snap! At this moment, a small, white, jade-like foot rested on his chest. Even the crystal toes painted with nail polish can be seen clearly. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. When I turned around, I saw Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing lying on the bed, not yet awake. It was their first time, and they were not used to it yet. As a result, under the influence of the golden gun, Lin Dong showed no mercy to the woman and made love with her all night long. If Lin Dong hadn't seen that the 2 of them really couldn't stand it anymore, he wouldn't have planned to let them go. He had been a virgin for more than 20 years, and he had no way of applying the postures and techniques he had learned from porn movies. After finally being able to say goodbye to his virginity, of course he wants to have a great time all at once and enjoy it to the fullest. Bang! Lin Dong slapped Bai Yuqing on her butt. Get up and stop pretending. I don't know who was clamoring to ride a bicycle or a horse last night. Call! I thought I would get a response. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuqing was sleeping like a dead pig, without any reaction at all. It is obvious that Lin Dong has been tormented severely. Ting Ting is not much better. A pair of long legs were tightly pressed together, as if, even in the dream, she was afraid of being attacked by someone. Lin Dong gave a helpless smile. It seems that I am still too strong. 2 women could no longer satisfy him. You guys get some sleep, I'm going to make a phone call. Lin Dong put on his clothes, slowly stood up, and walked to the living room. I have to say, the presidential suite is different. Not only do the decoration and furnishings reveal a low-key and luxurious feel, but the view is also extremely broad. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can overlook half of Tianhai City. Lin Dong picked up the phone and dialed a number. As a result, no one responded after waiting for a long time. That's right. At this time, my parents should be out working and have no time to answer the phone. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat when he thought of his parents who were far away in his hometown in the county, still working hard and saving money by living frugally. I've been in Tianhai City for 7 or 8 years, but I haven't made any name for myself. I finally found a girlfriend and spent so much money, so I wanted to bring her home to make my parents happy. As a result, in the end, it was all in vain. Now that he is rich, he wants to compensate his parents and let them live a good life and enjoy wealth and glory. Call! Lin Dong took a deep breath, opened the bank app on his phone, and prepared to transfer some money back. At the beginning, he directly pressed 6 zeros, which means 1 million. But after thinking about it carefully, Lin Dong shook his head again. My parents have always been honest and decent people. If they received 1 million yuan all of a sudden, they would be scared to death or think that they were engaged in some illegal business. After repeated consideration, Lin Dong decided to transfer 100,000 yuan first. At worst, I can just say that I won the lottery and make them happy. After filling in the information, enter the payment password. Result: payment failed. Payment failed. Payment still failed. After receiving 3 prompts in a row, Lin Dong was dumbfounded. Is there something wrong with the system? The more than 10 million yuan that I just got and hadn't even warmed up to my heart disappeared on the spot? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body. Then, he quickly checked the balance. Only after seeing that string of zeros did I breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, you scared me. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. The reason why the transfer failed was because he spent too much yesterday and was temporarily limited. The problem can only be solved by going to the bank in person. There is no time to lose. Let's resolve this matter while the bank is still open. Lin Dong has always been decisive and does what he wants to do. Squeak! The door opened. After taking a look at the 2 girls who were still sleeping, Lin Dong slowly walked out. When leaving the hotel, a group of staff greeted him respectfully. He directly booked the presidential suite for a month. Everyone knows that Lin Dong is not an ordinary person. Naturally, he was given VIP treatment. Come to the parking lot and get in the Panamera. Buzz! With one button start, the engine immediately emits a familiar roar. Lin Dong felt refreshed from head to toe, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. Then, with a step on the accelerator, the Panamera took off instantly. Not long after, Lin Dong arrived at the door of a nearby bank. Lin Dong parked the car casually and walked inside casually. As expected, the bank was crowded at this time. A group of old men and women lined up in front. Lin Dong had no choice but to get a number and wait obediently. Number 187, please go to counter 1. After waiting for a long time and almost falling asleep, Lin Dong heard his own number in a daze. He quickly stood up and sat in front of counter number 1. He was greeted by a middle-aged woman who looked impatient. What business? My bank card has reached its limit, and I want to increase my transfer limit. Oh. The middle-aged woman nodded, took the bank card, checked it, and asked casually, the current transfer limit of your card is 10,000 yuan per day. How much do you want to withdraw? Lin Dong thought about it and said tentatively, how about raising it to 10 million first and see if it doesn't work, then increase it? Oh, 10 million, wait, Master Duo? The middle-aged woman was stunned for a moment. Then his brows raised. You're trying to make fun of me in the middle of the day, aren't you? Returning 10 million. How funny. Chapter 21. Dog eyes look down on people. The middle-aged woman's face fell instantly. Through the glass window, he looked at Lin Dong from head to toe. When I saw his washed-out jeans, I felt even more contemptuous. These days, there are really all kinds of people. Just give 30,000 or 50,000. 10 million? Are you worthy? Gonna work every day is annoying enough, and then I have to deal with such weird things. I am speechless. Lin Dong noticed that the other party was a little impatient and frowned slightly. However, it did not occur immediately. After all, he was still waiting to transfer money to his parents. So, he patiently asked, what procedures do I need to go through? Or do I need to show my ID? After saying that, Lin Dong was about to take out his ID card. Unexpectedly, the female salesperson didn't even bother to raise her head and just waved her hand. It can't be done. You can do whatever you want. Don't delay our work here. Don't you see there's so many people waiting behind? 10 million. Why don't you say 100 million? After saying that, the female salesperson pressed the end button and called the next person directly. What did you say? Lin Dong frowned and did not stand up. However, others started to urge him directly. They witnessed the entire process, and not only did they not think the salesperson did anything wrong, but they thought Lin Dong was wasting everyone's time. A middle-aged man who looked like a small boss walked up to him with an unfriendly tone and patted him on the shoulder. Hurry up and get up. Don't just sit there and do nothing. Several old men and women also joined in. If you want to scam people, go somewhere else. A bank is not a place for you to act wildly, and you can't extort money. That's right, he's quite a handsome guy. How come he doesn't have any sense of shame at all? If you asked for 10 million, would you line up here if you really have 10 million? As poor as he is, it would be a blessing if he could come up with 10,000 yuan. Hurry up and don't waste our time. For a time, Lin Dong became the target of criticism and was ridiculed. When the salesperson saw this, instead of stopping it, he sneered. Did you see that? The eyes of the masses are sharp. I'm warning you, if you don't leave, I'll call security. Lin Dong had no expression on his face and continued to sit on the chair. Then he slapped the bank card on the counter. Why should I leave if the business is not completed? Today, if you don't give me a credit limit, I won't go anywhere. Hearing this, the salesperson was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lin Dong was still a tough guy. Then she started yelling. Everyone has seen it. It's not that I don't want to handle your business. It's that this person refuses to leave and wastes everyone's time. After being provoked by her, everyone became excited again. How can there be such a person? He goes to the bank to look for trouble. He has nothing to do. Looking at his appearance, you can tell he's an unemployed vagrant. Maybe he just got fired from the company and is looking for a place to vent his anger. Where are the security guards? Take them away quickly. Amid the noise, a middle-aged man dressed in a greasy manner walked over quickly. He glanced at the excited crowd and then looked at the salesperson at the counter. Xiao Zhang, what's wrong? Manager Wang, this guy is looking for trouble. When the salesperson named Zhang saw his savior coming, he immediately pretended to be pitiful. Manager Wang was stunned for a moment. Normally, there are people who are dissatisfied and make a lot of noise when they come to the bank to do business. However, Lin Dong was the first one to make everyone unhappy. Sir, what business do you want to handle? Seeing that someone who could take care of things had finally arrived, Lin Dong said directly, it's very simple. I want to increase my credit limit, but she won't allow it. Increase the credit limit? Manager Wang frowned slightly. Isn't this just a matter of filling out a form and clicking a mouse? Excuse me, how much do you want to mention? Not much, 10 million. 10 million? Manager Wang was stunned for a moment. Later, he finally understood why the salesperson didn't do it for Lin Dong. Under normal circumstances, if the credit limit is within 100,000 renminbi, the salesperson can handle it on the spot. If the amount is large, it is necessary to apply to higher authorities and go through approval at various levels before it can be approved. After all, not everyone has the qualifications and assets. Manager Wang, listen to me. Is what he said human language? What's wrong with paying back 10 million? Who does he think he is? Can he come up with 10 million? The salesperson thought the matter was not big enough and continued to exaggerate. The young boss from before was also somewhat dissatisfied and snorted coldly at Lin Dong. Don't daydream in broad daylight. My company's annual turnover is only tens of millions. Are you more powerful than me? I know a lot of big guys in Tianhai. Where did you come from? If you have this much time, you might as well go to the construction site and move a few more bricks. At least you won't go hungry. Unlike now, where we are embarrassed. Looking at the young boss's condescending and aggressive attitude, Lin Dong was so angry that he laughed on the spot. You mean I wanted to mention 10 million? Or is it my fault? Of course. Not to mention 10 million. Even 100,000 is not enough for you. The young boss snorted coldly, with a look of sarcasm on his face. Sir, I'm so sorry to take up your time. I'll ask the security guards to drag this man out right away. I'll handle your business for you personally. Wait a moment. Manager Wang is also a snob. As soon as he heard that the young boss knew many big guys, he immediately greeted him with a smile. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. Their bank likes high-quality customers like small business owners. Maybe you can get a loan from their bank. Hearing this, the young boss became even more proud. With his arms folded, he looked down at Lin Dong, who was leaning against the counter, as if he was looking at a clown. In this world, only those with money are the boss. A nobody like you doesn't even have the qualifications to talk to me. Seeing his expression, Lin Dong just wanted to sneer. He finally understood what it meant to look down on others. So, if you can't do it for yourself, you can be so servile and fawning to that little boss. The manager even served him personally. Interesting. Thinking of this, Lin Dong finally lost all his patience and pushed the bank card into the glass window again. However, this time, it is no longer about increasing the credit limit. How about this? I won't raise the limit. Just withdraw all the money from the card. By the way, I want cash. Hearing this, the young boss sneered disdainfully. It's a pretty good pretender. You still need cash. Is there 10,000 yuan in your bank card? Manager Wang didn't want to waste time and urged the salesperson directly. Xiao Zhang, he wants to withdraw money. You help him and send him away quickly. I just don't believe that without the little money in his card, our bank will be unable to operate. In his opinion, there were only tens of thousands of dollars in Lin Dong's card at most. For banks, it is dispensable. The salesperson nodded and tapped a few times on the keyboard quickly. As a result, when he saw the string of numbers on the computer screen, he was stunned on the spot. Manager Wang saw that she was in a daze and couldn't help but urge her again. Hurry up, everyone is waiting back here. Manager, why don't you come and see for yourself? Am I dazzled? The salesperson looked dazed and somewhat doubted his own eyes. What's the meaning? It seems that there is really more than 10 million in his card. Chapter 22, take out all the money. What did you say? Manager Wong was stunned for a moment, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. However, the saleswoman's expression of being so shocked that she couldn't speak did not seem fake. Lin Dong really has more than 10 million on his account. Gurgle. Manager Wong swallowed deeply, and a few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The young boss behind him didn't understand what was going on and urged, "Manager, are you ready? Hurry up. My transfer of 800,000 yuan must be completed today, and people have been waiting for a long time." The young boss deliberately mentioned 800,000. Then he glanced at Lin Dong. I thought this guy would give up and show some embarrassed expression. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong acted as if nothing had happened and didn't react at all. He even crossed his legs. No quality. The young boss snorted coldly, feeling more and more that this man was unacceptable. Perhaps this kid has never seen so much money in his life and has no idea what 800,000 means. Wait a minute. Manager Wong frowned and sweated profusely. He waved his hand at the young boss, signaling him to shut up. What did you say? The young boss was stunned for a moment. Then he said in a bad tone, Why should I wait for him? Is this how your bank serves its high-quality customers? I warn you, if you make me unhappy, I will no longer do business with your bank. Now, immediately, take out my money. The young boss imitated Lin Dong's tone, wanting to give Manager Wong a warning. However, the next scene left him dumbfounded. I told you to wait. Don't you understand? Manager Wong turned around and glared at him fiercely. The latter was stunned. Also, your 800,000 is nothing compared to this gentleman. If you want to take it out, just take it. But now, you have to wait for this gentleman to finish his business. After saying that, Manager Wong leaned forward slightly and asked Lin Dong about his well-being. I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin, to have kept you waiting for so long. I'm going to help you with the credit limit increase now. Do you need me to pour you a glass of water? What? Seeing Manager Wong's rude and then respectful behavior, the young boss was dumbfounded. The others also widened their eyes, not knowing why Manager Wong suddenly changed his expression. Could it be that Lin Dong really has 10 million? No, what do you mean? The young boss still couldn't accept this cruel fact. After all, no matter how you look at it, Lin Dong doesn't look like a multimillionaire. Why should I wait here and let him handle it first? I want to complain. Manager Wong was still very cold. If you want to file a complaint, you have to wait until this gentleman finishes his business. The young boss was scolded and his face turned blue. Then he suddenly thought of something and forced himself to hold it in. He wanted to see what Lin Dong was capable of that made Manager Wong willing to offend him. The other side. The female salesperson's face was pale and her hands and feet were shaking. She has worked in the bank for so many years. She must know that the balance on the card is 20 million, which means that Lin Dong's assets are definitely more than that. If we really take out all the more than 10 million according to Lin Dong's request, it would be a small mountain. Even their branch does not have enough cash reserves. This time she really hit a wall. Manager Wong was also unsure when he noticed that the salesperson's expression was not right. Then, he quickly asked her to leave her workstation. Hello, Mr. Lin. I will handle the business for you personally. Whatever, just take out all my money, cash only. Lin Dong didn't fall for it. Just now, these people were dancing so happily. Now let them die miserably. Aren't you going to not increase your credit limit? Well, he just took them all. More than 10 million. It depends on how long you can collect the money. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lin. We were wrong just now. I really didn't mean to make things difficult for you. How about this, from now on, when you come to our bank to handle business, you can come directly to me, and I will definitely respond to your requests. There was a hint of pleading in Manager Wong's tone. It is conceivable how difficult it was for Lin Dong to accept his request. If the bank loses such a big customer because of him, he will definitely be punished. In more serious cases, you may even have to pack up and leave. Thinking of the consequences, Manager Wong was almost scared to death. Seeing Manager Wong's expression, the young boss instantly understood. Lin Dong is not a loser, but a hidden boss. Mr. Lin, our bank doesn't have that much cash. 12 million. It's impossible to raise it in such a short time. How about you reconsider it? Sees the young master. 12 million. When the young boss heard this number, he shuddered and almost fell to the ground. This is his turnover for more than a year. As a result, it was just the deposit in Lin Dong's bank card. Then how terrifying would his entire wealth be? Thinking of the sarcasm he had just given to Lin Dong, the young boss couldn't help but feel weak in the knees. If Lin Dong holds a grudge against him and tries to take revenge on him, his company might not be able to continue running. The other side. Manager Wang tried to persuade Lin Dong with kind words and almost knelt down on the spot. As a result, Lin Dong refused to give in at all. I said I want to withdraw all the money. Hurry up, don't waste time. Also, from today on, I will no longer keep my money in your bank. Then please wait a moment. I will go and ask the president for instructions. Manager Wang had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to his boss for help. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Now I know I'm scared. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Today, I will let you know what it means that there are always people better than you. Duh. After a moment, hurried footsteps were heard. Then, a Mediterranean man hurried over. Manager Wang followed closely behind. After walking in front of Lin Dong, Heidi immediately nodded and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Zhao Jinming. I am very sorry that our mistake has caused you trouble. On behalf of all the staff of the bank, I would like to apologize to you. After he finished speaking, the Mediterranean man bowed on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone stood there in a daze, not daring to breathe. Normally, whenever they come to this bank to do business, they have to endure being looked down upon. If you are not careful, you will be scolded. As for Manager Wang, he was very polite in front of the rich people. He has never been kind to ordinary people like them. As for Zhao Jinming, he is even more of a legendary figure. With their small deposit and withdrawal amounts, they are not qualified to be personally received by a bank president. No one would have expected that the fat, big-eared, and Mediterranean-looking President Zhao would bow down without saying a word when he met Lin Dong for the first time, which was really a great honor for him. This made everyone even more curious. Who exactly is Lin Dong? Chapter 23, Transfer. It's over, it's all over. The young boss was trembling and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. Others may not be clear about what a bank president is. However, he often deals with banks and knows it very well. Once the bank president holds a grudge against you, it will be difficult to get loans in the future. If they delay 2 procedures, they can take your life. Imagine that you need to borrow 1 million, but the bank only approves you for 500,000. 500,000 would be fine, but the process still takes half a year. By the time I got the 500,000 yuan, it was too late. When the young boss thought about how blind he was and how he was sarcastic to Lin Dong, his face turned pale and he wanted to slap himself twice on the spot. Even more nervous than the boss were the female salesperson and Manager Wang. They're the ones who are really on pins and needles with a chill down their spine. As long as Zhao Jinming said one word, they would pack up and leave. Even being blacklisted. Mr. Lin, look? Zhao Jinming asked tentatively. Although Lin Dong's clothes were all cheap goods and he didn't look like a rich man at all. But the facts are there. A full 12 million was just lying there in the account. More importantly, Zhao Jinming also learned about Lin Dong's actions at the Dynasty Hotel last night through personal channels. How could a man who spent a huge amount of money on 2 women and booked a presidential suite for a month only have 12 million? Maybe this is just their pocket money. Zhao Jinming sees much more and further than Manager Wang. That's why he is so humble. Losing a big client is the least of the problems. But if you offend a big boss, you don't know where to apologize and make amends. Are you the president of this bank? Lin Dong smiled faintly and looked at Zhao Jinming with interest. Nice hairstyle, very unique. Hearing this, Zhao Jinming was stunned for a moment. Then, he subconsciously touched his Mediterranean Sea. At this moment, Lin Dong changed the subject. It's just that their vision is too poor. Why did they hire such a bunch of employees who look down on others? I just wanted to apply for a credit limit increase, but you were giving me a cold shoulder. If you don't know, you would think I made some mistake. Lin Dong sneered and looked at the female salesperson and Manager Wang. Suddenly, the bank was completely silent. Manager Wang's legs and feet became weak, and he almost couldn't stand. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I apologize. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. I promise I will never make the same mistake again. He really didn't want to lose this prestigious and lucrative job. If he hadn't been concerned about the large crowds, he would have been kneeling in front of Lin Dong right now. No need. I see. You don't know you are wrong, but you are afraid. Lin Dong shook his head and didn't intend to give him this opportunity. President Zhao, just do as you said before and help me withdraw all the money. Please hurry up, I need it urgently. Zhao Jinming's face turned pale. To withdraw so much money, you need to apply to the head office at least 1 day in advance. Then, the head office arranged for the funds to be transferred and sent under armed escort. By then, the head office will definitely know what they have done. Mr. Wang, Look at what you have done. The more Zhao Jinming thought about it, the angrier he became, and he started scolding on the spot. I've told you time and again not to look at people with tinted glasses. What a shitty account manager. Do you really think you are a nobody? Do you know how much trouble you have caused the bank and how much negative impact you have caused? It's really not enough to accomplish anything, but it's more likely to cause trouble. Manager Wang was scolded so harshly that he didn't even dare to lift his neck. He never dreamed that Lin Dong, who looked so unprepossessing, actually had so much money. President, please give me another chance. Give me the shit. Get out of here right now, the farther the better. Zhao Jinming waved his hand and pointed at the salesperson behind the counter. And you, get out of here with him and don't have to come to work. Hearing this, the two of them turned pale, as if they had lost their parents. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with this solution? After Zhao Jinming finished cursing, he felt much better. He then put on a smiling face and looked at Lin Dong. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and looked Zhao Jinming up and down. He knew that President Zhao was trying to please him by performing a self-torture trick. However, it did make him feel relieved. Yeah, not bad. I suddenly don't need that much cash. Okay, Mr. Lin, as long as you are satisfied. Zhao Jinming smiled and nodded. Then, go to the counter in person and sit in front of the computer. Mr. Lin, I will help you increase your credit limit right now. You can increase your credit limit by as much as you want. Seeing this scene, everyone could no longer remain calm. Since when did banks become so humble that they need the president to handle business personally? However, everyone felt relieved when they thought that this person was Lin Dong. 12 million is worth the president's appearance. Okay, Mr. Lin, I have raised your transfer limit to 100 million. Is that okay with you? It's okay. Thank you for your help, President Zhao. It's no trouble. It's my pleasure to serve you. A moment later, with Zhao Jinming's farewell, Lin Dong walked out of the bank with confidence. Looking at the Porsche Panamera with the number 58 on the license plate, Zhao Jinming became even more certain that Lin Dong was no ordinary person. Then, he let out a long sigh. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and turned a big thing into a small one. Otherwise, Lin Dong would really be offended. The other side. After coming out of the bank, Lin Dong immediately transferred money to his parents. As a result, as soon as I put down my phone, a call came in. Son, are you crazy? Where did you get so much money to suddenly transfer 100,000 yuan to us? Your dad is going to be scared to death. The person who called was Lin Dong's mother, Li Xiuqin. When Li Xiuqin saw the bank account arrival text message, she thought she was dazzled and quickly called Lin Dong's father Lin Xiangqian to come and take a look together. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. But when he did, Lin Xiangqian almost had a heart attack. Then, there was this phone call. Mom, did you receive the money? Son, tell me honestly, where did you get this money? Li Xiuqin's voice was trembling as she spoke. You haven't committed a crime, have you? I saw on TV that many people go to Myanmar to commit fraud. You must not fall into their trap. Lin Dong smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Mom, Myanmar was cheated. I have transferred the money to you. If there is any fraud, it should be me who cheats others. It's not okay to cheat others. You should return the money to them immediately. I'm kidding, Lin Dong said helplessly. I recently negotiated a big deal, and this money is a bonus from the company. My son is successful now. In the future, he can earn more and let you live a good life. Real? Li Xiuqin still didn't quite believe it. Then is it still fake? Lin Dong was a little amused and said, Don't worry, this money is very clean. You can spend it without worry. Chapter 24. Whoever falls in love with this broken class can join. After confirming it again and again, Li Xiuqin hung up the phone. Poor parents in the world. I thought my parents would be very happy to see so much money. As a result, the first thing I worried about was myself. Think about that bitch Feng Shui again. It's like heaven and hell. No, she is not worthy to be compared with her parents. Just as Lin Dong was feeling emotional, another phone call came in. I picked it up and saw that it was a call from the company manager. Hey Lin Dong, what are you doing? You didn't come to work this morning, and my phone couldn't get through. Do you still want to do this? If you could do it, do it. If you can't, get out. This supervisor is Lu Haichao, Lin Dong's immediate superior. Before this, he had always been at odds with Lin Dong. Seeing that he was easy to bully, he was often asked to work overtime and bring breakfast. Every time Lin Dong asked him for overtime pay or meal money, Lu Haichao would make excuses. He also threatened Lin Dong that if he dared to say anything more, he would be fired. Anyway, three-legged frogs are hard to find, but two-legged cows and horses are plenty. Lin Dong thought about resigning countless times. However, when he thought about having to support Feng Shui's high expenses, he had to swallow his anger. Last night, after breaking up with Feng Shui and getting the system, Lin Dong simply forgot about going to work. He didn't even notice that Lu Haichao had called him dozens of times. Lin Dong, I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Are you deaf or dumb? Do you have to wait until I fire you before you speak up? Lu Haichao had an aggressive attitude, thinking that he had Lin Dong's lifeline in his hands, and spoke bluntly. In his eyes, Lin Dong was a perfect punching bag. For the sake of family and life, I have to be humble and fawn on myself. The next second, Lin Dong finally spoke. Whether I go to work or not is none of your business, you idiot. What did you say? Lu Haichao was stunned for a moment. He didn't react at first and thought he had heard it wrong. When did Lin Dong dare to speak to him in this tone? Whoever wants to join this crappy class can join it. I won't serve you anymore. I don't want that little salary anymore. I'll use it to buy an urn for your mother and a hearse for you. You. The other end of the phone. Veins bulged on Lu Haichao's forehead and his body was shaking slightly, and he was obviously very angry. Seeing this scene, everyone else in the company was stunned. It was the first time for them to see Lu Haichao so angry. Who on earth has such great ability? Lin Dong, if you have the guts, say it again. You tell me. Lu Haichao held the phone and yelled. Unexpectedly, the next second, Lin Dong hung up the call. Lu Haichao was filled with anger, but had no place to vent it. I was originally thinking about having a few words with Lin Dong. As a result, no one gave him this opportunity at all. For a moment, Lu Hai was so angry that he had no place to vent his anger and his lungs were about to explode. Just at this moment, someone suddenly popped up in the company group. Is anyone there? Someone took a look at the phone and found that it was Lin Dong who did not come to work in the morning. Soon a nice guy typed a line of words. Lin Dong, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you come to work? Yeah, Manager Lu was calling your name just now. Did you two have a quarrel? As someone who has been through this, I advise you to be patient and you will have a peaceful life. Take a step back and you will have a bright future. It's hard to find a job these days. For a moment, many people were persuading Lin Dong to bow his head and apologize to Lu Haichao. However, they don't know that times are different now. In the past, Lin Dong worked like a dog for a fixed salary of 3 or 4,000 yuan, and he dared not complain. Now he has more than 10 million in his account. How could I possibly tolerate being bossed around by that villain Lu Haichao? Soon, Lin Dong sent out several messages. I've had enough of that bastard Lu Haichao. Lao Zhang, Lu Haichao hasn't paid you the meal money he owes you yet, right? Xiao Huang, at the last dinner party, Lu Haichao said he would treat you. But in the end, you paid the bill, right? And Sister Song, Lu Haichao is trying to take advantage of you every day. When I see him later, I will punch him twice. Messages appeared in the group one after another. The whole company went into an uproar in an instant. Fuck, is Lin Dong crazy? How dare you say such things? Although Lu is not a decent person, if you offend him, you will definitely be punished. When did Lin Dong become so brave? Could he be thinking of resigning and leaving? Although everyone hates Lu Haichao. However, for the sake of work, I have no choice but to compromise. At this moment, seeing Lin Dong scolding Lu Haichao, they were shocked, but at the same time, they felt like they had gotten rid of their anger and felt refreshed. Especially Sister Song, whose butt is often touched. He clenched his fists and punched the air twice. From today on, I won't be attending this crappy class anymore. Before leaving, send out a few red envelopes to celebrate. Before he finished speaking, several big red envelopes appeared in the group. Everyone rushed to grab the items. After seeing the amount of the red envelope, I instantly lost my composure. Fuck, I stole 500. I robbed 660. Such a big deal. Lin Dong must have made a fortune. The boss is generous. Lin Dong scolded well. People like Lu Haichao should be scolded more. Bang! A loud noise was heard suddenly. The door to the supervisor's office was kicked open. Everyone shut up instantly, as silent as a mouse. Lu Haichao walked out of the office trembling. He was so angry that his whole body was smoking, and he could not even walk steadily. Then he gritted his teeth and sent a voice message in the group. Lin Dong, you bastard. Now, get over here and take your stuff. You're fired. Lin Dong didn't get angry, but smiled and responded quickly. Lu Haichao, you didn't fire me. I fired you. You can continue to be your stupid supervisor. I am financially independent now, and I don't want to serve you anymore. After saying that, Lin Dong decisively left the group, not giving Lu Haichao any chance to respond. Ah, Lin Dong, you deserve to die. Lin Dong was driving a Panamera, enjoying the breeze and humming a little tune. It was so comfortable. Quit the group and block Lu Haichao's phone number. Lin Dong felt refreshed from head to toe. It was as if the 5 elements mountain pressing down on me had finally been removed. I also want to be like Sun Wukong, riding on the clouds and going up to the sky and into the earth. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. Now that I have money, it's time to take care of myself. Thinking of this, Lin Dong drove directly to Yida Shopping Center in Tianhai City. This is the largest and most popular shopping mall in Tianhai City. Lin Dong and Feng Shui had been here before. As a result, he spent a month's salary just to pick up 2 pieces of cosmetics. After just a few applications, it became dusty and was thrown under the table. At that time, Lin Dong was heartbroken. This time, I can spend as much as I want. At the very least, it should appear that one is a wealthy person and avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Chapter 25, Buying a Watch. On the first floor of the shopping mall, there are mobile phones, cars, and jewelry. He doesn't need any of these things. After thinking about it, Lin Dong went to the second floor and walked into a high-end watch store. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, fools play with mobile phones, and the losers play with computers. In a sense, a car is a means of transportation. But watches are different. After the advent of mobile phones, watches have gradually become a symbol of identity and status. The higher the price, the more it highlights the owner's class. Besides, you can only show off by driving on the road. Wearing a priceless watch, you can show off and satisfy your vanity anytime and anywhere. Inside the watch shop, a young female salesperson was stunned when she saw Lin Dong coming. There's nothing I can do about it. I really can't praise what Lin Dong is wearing. With his spending power, he probably can't even afford the cheapest green submariner in this store. However, based on the principle that every customer is a guest, the female salesperson still went forward to greet the customer with a smile. Hello, sir. Are you here to buy a watch? We have watches of all prices here, including Cartier, Rolex, Omega, Lang, Audemars Piguet, and Patek Philippe. Look, which one do you need? The saleswoman emphasized Patek Philippe. This brand is famous for its exquisite watchmaking skills, unique design style, and excellent performance, and is deeply favored by European and American aristocrats. It is the most luxurious watch brand in the world, bar none. In a sense, a Patek Philippe watch can even help you integrate into the upper class faster. Just take a look. Lin Dong was not in a hurry. He spoke lightly, with a calm tone. With 10 million in his bank card, he is confident that he can buy any watch here. So, don't show any shyness at all. Seeing this, the female salesperson didn't say anything more and let Lin Dong walk around the store. However, Lin Dong did not have high expectations for buying a watch. The other side, Lin Dong walked past the counters of Cartier, Omega, and others. Among them were some watches he had seen on TV. It is almost standard equipment for wealthy people, and it shows their nobility when worn on their hands. However, for Lin Dong, these watches were somewhat inappropriate. The reason is that he is too young. I can't wear it to give off that elegant and luxurious feeling. In fact, it's a bit vulgar. As he was walking, Lin Dong suddenly stopped. In the glass display case in front of him, there was a silver and white watch that was particularly eye-catching. Made of stainless steel, it features a black dial and a white gold rubber strap. It has the precision of a Swiss watch. It also has excellent waterproof performance of 100 meters in the deep sea. The most important thing is that this watch looks young and fashionable, unlike the previous gold watches that were dull. Please help me get this watch. Yes, sir. The saleswoman walked over quickly. As a result, after seeing the watch, his expression suddenly became hesitant. Patek Philippe Nautilus. The overseas price is 25,000 US dollars, and the domestic price is 280,000. Even the slightest bump would be a nuisance to them. If Lin Dong can't afford the compensation, she can't bear the responsibility. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Dong frowned slightly. The saleswoman hesitated for a moment, but finally took out the watch. He just carefully reminded, Sir, please be careful. There is only one of this watch in our store. Good. Lin Dong nodded. Then, wear it casually on your right wrist. As expected, the watch fits his style perfectly. Lazy but not decadent, humble but slightly luxurious. It is simply the perfect light luxury watch. That's it. Okay, sir, wait, what did you say? The saleswoman was stunned. Before he could react, Lin Dong had already taken out his bank card and slapped it on the counter. Pack up the watch box and other things. I'll put them in the car. The saleswoman opened her mouth, not knowing whether Lin Dong was joking. Then, she gritted her teeth and swiped the POS machine. As a result, the receipt was printed directly. Successful? The saleswoman stared blankly, her expression a little dazed. Just then, Lin Dong's impatient voice came to her ears. What are you standing there for? Do you think I can't afford it? No, please wait. I will pack it for you right away. Soon, the female salesperson respectfully escorted Lin Dong out. Until Lin Dong's figure disappeared, she had a strong feeling of unreality. From the time Lin Dong entered the store to the time he checked out, it took no more than 2 minutes. Where did this young man come from? He is so generous, but he is wearing tattered clothes. Could it be that he has some particularly vulgar hobby? On the other side, after buying the watch, Lin Dong walked directly out of the shopping mall and came to the parking lot. As a result, from a distance, I saw 2 women in cool clothes standing in front of their Panamera taking pictures. He even sat on the hood of the car. You two, what are you doing? Get out of the car! Lin Dong's shout was a little sudden. The 2 women were startled. One of them was a woman wearing glasses and was slightly plump. She turned around and looked at Lin Dong, cursing. Why are you yelling? You scared me to death. Next to her was a skinny internet celebrity wearing a tight skirt. At this time, I also joined in. That's right. If you don't know, you'd think this is your car. It's really like a dog trying to catch a mouse, meddling in other people's business. Click. Snap. The internet celebrity continued taking pictures with her phone while speaking. Not only did he not intend to move his butt away from the front of the car, but he sat higher and higher. It looked like half of his body was about to lie down. When Lin Dong saw this, he suddenly became furious. He either felt sorry for the car or couldn't stand these people using his car to show off and then turning around and scolding him. It's totally incomprehensible. Come down quickly. Lin Dong took 2 steps at a time and walked to the side of the Porsche, ready to pull the internet celebrity down. As a result, before the internet celebrity girl could even open her mouth, the girl with glasses became unhappy and directly blocked Lin Dong. He also pointed his cell phone camera at him. What do you want to do? I'm recording it. Be careful. We will call the police, post you online, and sue you for molestation. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong almost laughed out of anger. What am I doing? This is my car. I want to drive it away. Do I need your permission? Is this your car? The internet celebrity and the girl with glasses were stunned for a moment. Then he looked Lin Dong up and down. Then he chuckled, his eyes full of disdain for him. Don't be ridiculous. How could this car be yours? A loser like that, the money he earns in his lifetime is not even enough to buy a wheel. Chapter 26. Things change over time. Lin Dong laughed out of anger. If it's not my car, whose is it? Of course it's ours. The internet celebrity hesitated and told a lie. Anyway, the owner of the car won't be here for a while, so no one can expose it. Lin Dong looked the other person up and down with a strange look in his eyes. Yes, my sister's bought it. Why, are you envious? Jealous? The girl with glasses crossed her arms and curled her lips at Lin Dong with disdain. I just picked up my car today and was in a good mood, but I didn't expect to run into a loser like you. It's really bad luck. That's right. These days, there are more and more tricks in selling insurance. I know you want to use this method to attract our attention, but isn't it too crude? Seeing that Lin Dong was speechless, the internet celebrity girl and the girl with glasses looked at each other, thinking that they had guessed the truth, and looked smug. As a result, the next second, Lin Dong took out a key from his pocket. Stupid. Their pupils shrank and their smiles froze. But even so, they still didn't believe that the car belonged to Lin Dong. Lin Dong was too lazy to argue and just started the fire. Boom! The engine of the Jetta Panamera roared like the roar of a wild beast. Oh my God! The internet celebrity sitting on the front of the car was startled and almost fell down. The girl with glasses also changed her expression and looked at Lin Dong in disbelief. I never expected that this car really belonged to Lin Dong. You? Lin Dong didn't bother to pay attention to the 2 of them and just flashed his headlights. The 2 little fairies finally came to their senses. The expression on his face changed from shock to embarrassment. Finally, it turned into an eager and flattering smile, and he kept moving forward. The internet celebrity also took out a QR code, smiled flatteringly, and wanted to get Lin Dong's contact information. Lin Dong's answer was also very simple. Buzz. With a step on the accelerator, the Panamera sped away. The waves that were stirred up almost blew the 2 little fairies over. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong's rude behavior not only did not disgust them, but so handsome. He is definitely my dream man, the Prince Charming. If I had known, I would have talked to him more. It's all your fault for saying he was selling insurance. Bullshit. Weren't you the first one to sit on the front of the car? Why are you blaming me? The two fairies turned against each other in an instant and fought for missing a rich second generation. Alas, woman. Lin Dong glanced at the rearview mirror and saw two women fighting, and a smile appeared on his face. Hasn't he seen enough women like this who are vain and greedy for money? Even if it was by Yuqing and Tingting, Lin Dong was just playing around and wouldn't be sincere. His sincerity was shattered into pieces outside the window of the BMW X5 last night. Gurgle, gurgle. Just then, Lin Dong's stomach suddenly growled. Only then did he realize that he had been busy all day and hadn't even had a bite to eat. It takes at least half an hour to get back to Dynasty Hotel, so it's better to find a restaurant nearby for dinner. Let me see if there are any high-end restaurants nearby. Jexianzhuang Roast Duck House, Kyoto Japanese Restaurant. Taihiyuan State Guest House has an average per capita consumption of 3,000 yuan. It was once a royal garden site. It has dishes that draw on the strengths of the 8 major cuisines and the best dishes from all over the world. It is specially designed to receive foreign guests and business dinners. Lin Dong's eyes lit up and he nodded with satisfaction. A luxurious restaurant of this level is more suitable for his current status. Just go here. Boom! He stepped on the accelerator again. Not long after, the Panamera stopped in front of the Taihiyuan State Guest House. As soon as the doorman saw the cool little car, he immediately waved and trotted over. Sir, welcome to our restaurant. Do you need me to park your car for you? Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Then I remembered that most high-end consumption places have valet parking services, so I don't need to do it myself. Well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do and enjoy yourself. Didi. Lin Dong was about to hand the keys to the doorman when an Audi A5 suddenly drove up from behind. There were 2 men and 2 women in the car, and they were blocked by Lin Dong. They were a little annoyed and angry. However, when I saw it was a Porsche Panamera, I swallowed my anger. At the same time, there was a woman's exclamation. Honey, this car is so cool. It must be 2 or 3 million, right? I met him once last time when I went out with our boss. I think his name was something like Panamera. Who drives such an expensive car? Could it be some rich young man? Of course, people who come to the state guest house for dinner are either rich or noble. It's not uncommon to meet a few rich people. The 2 women were amazed and felt jealous. I originally thought that the husband I found was already a rich man. However, in front of these truly rich people, I am still far behind, and there is no way to compare them. Hearing the conversation between the 2 women, the 2 men sitting in the front row, who were their boyfriends, had only helplessness and bitter smiles on their faces. It's my fault that I was born into a bad family, so my family can only afford enough food and clothing. The next moment, their eyes suddenly widened, and the bitterness on their faces turned into shock. What's going on? Am I seeing things right? The person who got off the car, is that Lin Dong? What did you say? Our college classmate Lin Dong, the country bumpkin? Thank you. You're welcome, sir. It's my pleasure to park your car for you. Lin Dong got out of the car and threw the keys to the doorman in a casual manner. Then, he walked straight towards the gate. In a restaurant of the level of Taihiyuan, there are high-definition cameras everywhere, so there is no need to worry about any problems. Even if anything goes wrong, they will take full responsibility. Old classmates, old classmates. Just then, a loud shout was suddenly heard. Lin Dong frowned slightly and stopped. This voice sounds a little familiar. When he turned around, he saw 2 men walking towards him and greeting him warmly. Look at you. You are such a forgetful person. I am Sun Jinzhong. He is Hu Hao. We are college classmates. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Then, the names of the 2 people gradually emerged in my mind. Yes, the 2 were indeed his college classmates. In fact, Hu Hao was his roommate. But the relationship between them is not very good. At the beginning, most of the students in Lin Dong's class were from the city, and all of them came from wealthy families. As a country boy, Lin Dong was naturally ostracized. Unlike Bai Yuqing, who looked at people through tinted glasses, Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao made things difficult for him and isolated him in various ways. Lin Dong would be deliberately left out of every class or dormitory gathering. The head teacher never informed Lin Dong of any instructions. The most outrageous incident was when Li Xiuqin brought 2 baskets of eggs to see Lin Dong. Originally, Lin Dong wanted to share the eggs with his roommates to try. As a result, while going to the toilet, Hu Hao smashed the egg and threw it into the trash can. He also said that this was a dirty thing, which was an eyesore and polluted the dormitory environment. Since then, Lin Dong cut off ties with them and became an invisible person in the class. Although I still get ridiculed, I never respond. Unexpectedly, things change. The two people who bullied me the most in the past now came to me and try to curry my favor with extremely flattering smiles on their faces. It's really sad and ridiculous. Chapter 27, Do You Have a Girlfriend? Lin Dong pretended to be suddenly enlightened, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Although, that smile was as fake as it could be. Oh, look at my memory. I remember now. You are a bastard. You are a rat. Bastard? Rat? When Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao heard Lin Dong's affectionate name for them, their faces changed slightly. But he didn't dare to turn against him. Who made Lin Dong rich now, driving a Porsche Panamera around? Who knows, there might be some noble person behind him. The two have been working in society for so many years that they have developed the habit of treating people differently according to their circumstances. Before figuring out Lin Dong's background, I can only swallow my anger. Bear with it. Yes, it's us. Thank you for remembering us, old classmate. Of course I won't forget it. After all, we were classmates for 4 years. Lin Dong smiled and shook hands with them, then asked knowingly, Why? Are you guys coming to Taiya Garden for dinner too? Yeah, I just got paid, so I'm going to have some fun. Sun Jinzhong smiled, somewhat awkwardly. This time when he came to Taiya Garden for dinner, he deliberately brought 20,000 to 30,000 yuan with him. Now I suddenly feel a little embarrassed. Da-da. At this moment, 2 more people got out from the back seat of the Audi A5. A long-haired beauty wearing a black tight skirt, with big eyes, a high-nosed bridge, fair skin, at least 170 centimeters tall, and the figure of a car show model. The other one was no less impressive. She was wearing fashionable clothes and earrings. The V-cleavage was so deep that it seemed unfathomable, and the 2 huge thunderbolts almost burst the short-sleeved top. If the boat was a little bigger, it would be a perfect S-shape. More importantly, after the 2 girls got off the car, they kept looking at Lin Dong curiously. She even touched his hair and winked at him on purpose. There's hope. Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile slightly. Nowadays, rich people are popular and have good relationships with the opposite sex. Hu Hao, how come I haven't heard that you have such an amazing old classmate? Why don't you introduce yourself to me now? At this moment, the girl with earrings came over and hooked Hu Hao's arm. Hu Hao looked a little embarrassed. Then, he leaned over to the earring girl and whispered softly, Xin, he's the Lin Dong I told you about. Is it him? Su Xinyue's beautiful eyes were stunned, and her expression was very surprised. In my memory, every time Hu Hao mentioned Lin Dong, he was disdainful and belittled him in various ways, using him to elevate his own status. Why is it different when we meet now? He is Lin Dong? Next to Sun Jinzhong, the model Ning Feifei also looked shocked. Obviously, he had also heard bad things about Lin Dong from Sun Jinzhong. Looking at the shocked eyes of the 2 women, as well as the somewhat embarrassed expressions of Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao, Lin Dong immediately guessed that these 2 guys must have slandered and insulted him behind his back. Originally, he wanted to let the 2 go. After all, so many years have passed since what happened in college, there is no need to keep holding on to it. Now it seems that I was too kind. These 2 guys have graduated for so many years, but they still don't say anything good. Well, don't blame yourself for giving them something harsh. More importantly, these 2 women are very much to Lin Dong's taste. Thinking of this, Lin Dong immediately waved his hand and said generously, Jinzhong Haozi, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Today I will treat you to a good meal. No need to save money for me. Money is the last thing I need right now. Real? Hearing this, the 4 of them's eyes lit up. As the most luxurious restaurant with the highest consumption level in Tianhai City, ordinary people don't even have the courage to take a look at Taiya Garden when passing by. Even Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao, who occasionally come here to consume, dare not order more dishes. However, if Lin Dong, the sucker, were to treat them, they would have to eat and drink to their heart's content. Compared with Sun Jinzhong and Hu Haoyin, Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue had different expressions. As a car show model, Ning Feifei is extremely sensitive to luxury cars. Just now, she was the one who told the price of Panamera. Su Xinyue is even simpler. Originally, the reason she wanted to date Hu Hao was because she wanted to be with a rich man. Now that the richer Lin Dong has appeared, what else does Hu Hao need to do? Now, she is thinking about how to kick her current boyfriend away. Then, seamlessly connect with Lin Dong. Su Xinyue was not worried that Lin Dong looked down on her. Just now, she had discovered that the other party had glanced at her giant thunder several times. That look made him want to have something happen with her right then and there. Su Xinyue is confident that she can hook up with Lin Dong with her own capital. Very good. Xin, haven't you always wanted to eat the kumquat veal and foie gras Wellington from Taiha Garden? Thanks to Mr. Lin today, I can finally have a taste. Hu Hao licked his tongue with an excited expression. Su Xinyue secretly rolled her eyes. Stupid. My girlfriend is about to fly away, but I'm still thinking about taking advantage of her and eating delicious food. Old classmate, can you really order anything casually? Taiha Garden, in a luxurious private room. Sun Jinzhong held the gold-rimmed menu in his hand, his hands trembling slightly. Don't worry, I told you I'm the host, so I won't let you pay. Alas, I've had enough of the hard times before. Now that I'm rich, shouldn't I enjoy myself? Huh. Lin Dong grinned and deliberately placed his hands on the table. He pulled his sleeves up slightly. Hu Hao often goes out on business trips and has a sharp eye. He recognized the watch on his hand at once. I blurted out subconsciously. Patek Philippe? Lin Dong, are you wearing this kind of watch now? It will cost a lot of money, right? Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue often went to high-consumption places and knew that the watch was worth a lot of money. They looked over with surprise. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head, saying calmly, Oh, it's not much money, just about 200,000 yuan. I just wear it for fun. 200,000 or so. Hu Hao's expression changed slightly, and his brows were furrowed into a shape of a Chan cross. He works as a salesperson outside and only earns 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month after working so hard. I thought I was already the best among my peers. As a result, he couldn't even afford the watch that Lin Dong wore. This made Hu Hao unable to accept it for a moment, and his expression was visibly ugly, as if he had eaten shit. Sun Jinzhong is almost the same. During college, he came from a wealthy family and was at the top of his class. Because of this, he became the squad leader. Sun Jinzhong used his position as squad leader to suppress Lin Dong openly and covertly. After graduation, when he heard that Lin Dong only earned 3,000 a month, he openly mocked him. People like this might as well go back to the countryside. If they have no skills, why do they come to the big city? Now, whether it was the luxury car that Lin Dong drove or the watch he wore, Sun Jinzhong felt ashamed and his face was burning with pain. How did this guy become so successful? Without making any noise, he suddenly became a rich man. Honey, does your classmate? Oh no, it's Mr. Lin. Have a girlfriend? At this moment, Su Xinyue giggled and asked half jokingly and half seriously. Chapter 28, Getting Drunk. Hu Hao nodded and responded immediately. Of course I did. Lin Dong's girlfriend is Feng Shui. She's so pretty. I used to secretly browse his circle of friends and was jealous. Go to hell. You're thinking about the pot while eating from the bowl. You didn't exist at that time, did you? Su Xinyue twisted Hu Hao, but there was a hint of gloom in her eyes. Sure enough, there is never a shortage of women around rich men. Beside her, Ning Feifei also sighed silently. Originally, she was thinking about getting in the Panamera to experience it and letting Lin Dong take her for a ride. Now it seems that there is no chance. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lin Dong suddenly shook his head. Hey, don't mention it. That woman found another man behind my back, and we've broken up now. What? Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao were suddenly stunned. This Feng Shui. Did someone kick her brain? Why don't you give up the handsome, rich, and promising Lin Dong and go out to find a strange man? After the shock, a hint of gloating appeared on Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao's faces. Nowadays, even rich people are still being cheated on. For a moment, the two found a little psychological comfort. Little did they know that when their girlfriends heard that Lin Dong was single, their eyes suddenly lit up. Just like a cat spots a mouse, the hunter sets his sights on his prey. Oh, what a pity to meet such a woman. Yes, Mr. Lin, don't be sad. It's hard to find a three-legged frog, but there are many two-legged women. Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue stood on both sides, comforting her with all kinds of kind words. They looked like two warm and cozy little cotton-padded jackets. Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao felt uncomfortable when they saw this. When did my girlfriend become so caring? Normally, they spend their money and treat them like servants. In comparison, Sun Jinzhong was not too worried. After all, Ning Feifei has been a car model for so long and has met many rich people. The number of bosses who want to support her is so high that they can line up even abroad. As a result, they were all rejected by Ning Feifei. Thinking of this, Sun Jinzhong ate a piece of goose liver slowly. The taste of the crispy outside and tender inside brought a great impact to the tip of his tongue, making him feel refreshed from head to toe. I have to say, rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. The other side. Hu Hao's brain is not very bright, and he hasn't realized the seriousness of the matter. He still called him General Lin. Boss Lin, can you please tell me what business you are in to make so much money? We are brothers living in the same dormitory. We can't be so formal. A dormitory? Still brothers? Fuck you. Thinking of what Hu Hao had done, Lin Dong sneered in his heart. Don't you want to know the secret to making money? Okay, let's be sincere first. Waiter, bring the wine. What? Hu Hao was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Lin Dong meant. At this time, two young and beautiful waiters came over with a few bottles of Matai. Lin Dong still felt it was not enough, so he ordered a few bottles of vodka and red wine. Here, there's so much wine. Shall we drink it? Hu Hao and Sun Jinzhong looked at each other. Normally, they would drink alcohol when they were doing business. However, it is rare to drink such a high-proof liquor. Drink it. It doesn't cost you any money anyway, Lin Dong said calmly. As long as you are happy after drinking, I will take you to make money together in the future. Upon hearing this, Hu Hao and Sun Jinzhong's eyes widened. As men, don't they want to make a lot of money and live a life of luxury? They don't think there is anything wrong with their abilities. I just feel that I am lacking an opportunity and no one to help me. Although it felt a bit awkward to please Lin Dong. But these days, who can resist money? At worst, I can kick Lin Dong away when I've made enough money. Hu Hao and Sun Jinzhong looked at each other and felt that Lin Dong was a fool for sharing his secret of making money with outsiders. It would be a shame not to slaughter such a big fat sheep. Lin Dong, Mr. Lin, no, Brother Dong, I toast you a glass. I'm sorry for the things I did in the past. From now on, if you have any instructions, just let me know. I will be at your service. And me, Brother Dong, you can trust me to do the job. Come on, it's all in the wine. After a while, the two of them were drinking until their faces were red. Logically speaking, Lin Dong drank more than them and should have been drunk and lying under the table. However, he acted as if nothing had happened and was still smiling as he poured wine for the two of them. At this moment, Lin Dong glanced at Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue, smiled, and poured a glass of Romanicani. Don't just eat the food, ladies. This wine costs 60,000 to 70,000 yuan a bottle. Would you like to taste it? 60 or 70,000. Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue were a little surprised when they heard this number. After thinking about it, they politely took it. He didn't notice at all that there was a sly flash in Lin Dong's eyes. After waiting for so long, the fish finally took the bait. Come on, finish this cup. There are still 3 cups to go. 3 cups are not enough. Give me 3 more. In the luxurious private rooms of Taihe Garden, there are delicious food and bright lights and wine. There is not only a restaurant here, but also a KTV, chess and card room, and billiard hall. At this moment, Lin Dong picked up the microphone and started singing. After singing the song's sudden self, she instantly received warm applause. It sounds so good. I feel drunk. Brother Dong is really a hidden talent. After 4 years in college, I didn't even know you could sing so beautifully. Belch. Hu Hao was drunk, his face flushed, but he still didn't forget to flatter Lin Dong. It can be seen how much he wants to make money. Sun Jinzhong's alcohol tolerance was not good enough, and he fell on the table, unconscious. As for the two beauties, they are better. Lin Dong did not force them to drink on purpose, and kept them in a slightly tipsy state. He doesn't like to pick up corpses when he's drunk. That would be a complete waste of natural resources and a waste of delicious food. Brother Dong, you are simply a singing god. Please take some time to teach me. A tingling sound was heard. Su Xinyue, with her plump breasts, had sat down next to him at some point, and taking the opportunity to snatch the microphone, she deliberately rubbed Lin Dong's arm. Very soft, very big, and most importantly, very round. Lin Dong glanced at it. After drinking the last glass of Matai, Hu Hao also fell down. No wonder Su Xinyue was so bold as to seduce me. I have to say it's very exciting. Of course, I have no problem teaching you to sing, but I will charge you tuition. But I don't have any money. Su Xinyue pretended to be pitiful, pouting, grabbing Lin Dong's right hand and placing it directly on the peak. Although it was covered by clothes, it felt great. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect this woman to be so wild. Ahem, this is not good, Xin. You are Hu Hao's girlfriend, and he and I are brothers. As the saying goes, you should not cheat on your brother's wife. Lin Dong coughed twice and took the opportunity to withdraw his hand. Su Xinyue was confused. She clearly felt that when Lin Dong put his hand on her, he squeezed her hard. I thought we could have an in-depth communication right away. As a result, the other party actually withdrew? For a moment, Su Xinyue was very unwilling. He had no idea that Lin Dong was playing hard to get. Chapter 29, I'll give you 100,000. Xin. At this moment, Ning Feifei next to her couldn't stand it anymore. Although she's a car model, she often comes into contact with wealthy people. However, she would never sell her looks and body for money like Su Xinyue did. The most important thing is that Hu Hao is right next to him. Su Xinyue's behavior has violated Ning Feifei's moral bottom line. How can you not betray others when doing such a thing? What's wrong, Feifei? Are you feeling unwell? No, it's okay. I'm going to the bathroom. You guys eat. Ning Feifei sighed helplessly, out of sight, out of mind. She lifted her two long legs and staggered towards the door, leaving behind a beautiful back that makes people imagine. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling quite disdainful in his heart. This woman usually poses and shows off her figure in front of the camera. Now it's installed. Originally, Lin Dong wanted to go with the flow and push Su Xinyue down first. Now he has a new goal. Vomit. Just as Su Xinyue placed her two soft little hands on Lin Dong's chest and touched his abdominal muscles, Hu Hao suddenly vomited. Oh my God! Su Xinyue was startled. Then, he smelled the disgusting smell in the air and covered his nose with a look of disgust. So disgusting. Why did Hu Hao drink so much? Xin, go and take a look. That's great. I'm going to the bathroom. Lin Dong stood up without saying anything, not giving Su Xinyue any chance to take advantage of him. Su Xinyue's expression looked a little ugly. As Hu Hao's girlfriend, she should indeed care about and take care of Hu Hao at this time. However, she didn't want to miss the opportunity to take down Lin Dong. It's all your fault, Hu Hao. If you hadn't vomited, I would have taken him down. Watching Lin Dong walk out of the private room, Su Xinyue snorted coldly, pulled out a piece of paper with great disgust, and smeared it on Hu Hao's face. The other side, Lin Dong came to the bathroom. Before I even went in, I heard a series of apologies coming from next door. I'm sorry, Boss Wong. I have a dinner today and can't attend the auto show this afternoon. Or, you can find someone else. Soon, a man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Fei, the labor fee for this auto show is 5,000. Are you sure you don't want to come? 5,000? Ning Fei was silent, with confusion written all over her pretty face. Everyone knows that car models are a job that only lasts for a short period of time. Doesn't she want to make more money while she's still young? 5,000 yuan is enough for an ordinary person's monthly salary. However, I was so drunk that I could hardly stand. Going there would only cause trouble. I'm so sorry, Boss Wong. Okay, let's work together next time. After hanging up the phone, Ning Feifei's face was full of regret and melancholy. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for. It is said that many important figures will come to this auto show. By then, maybe I can get to know some rich people. As for Sun Jianzhong, Ning Feifei felt a little hesitant, especially after seeing Lin Dong's generous spending. He became even more unwilling. Which woman doesn't want to wear gold and silver? Marry into a wealthy family? However, Ning Feifei has higher requirements. I want to find a tall, rich and handsome guy, not a fat and greasy boss. At this moment, Ning Feifei suddenly heard a hot breathing sound in her ears. Feifei, if you're short of money, just tell me. With our relationship, what's $5,000? Ning Feifei's beautiful eyes froze, and she turned around subconsciously. Then, before she could react, two large hands had already wrapped around her slender waist, and half of the body leaned towards her. Ning Feifei stumbled and sat on the sink. Then, when she saw the man's face clearly, she was even more shocked. Mr. Lin, what are you going to do? Get up quickly. If you don't get up, I'll call for help. Ning Feifei never expected that Lin Dong, who was so polite at the dinner table, would do such a thing in private. At this moment, the two of them were facing each other closely, and she could even clearly feel that the other party was ready to make a move. Ning Feifei's face suddenly turned red, and she tried her best to break free from Lin Dong's control. However, women become weak after drinking, while men become very strong after drinking too much. After a few rounds, she not only failed to escape, but instead achieved close contact. The perky but wrapped in a black tight skirt was kneaded by Lin Dong with one hand. The slender legs were also grasped by Lin Dong's other hand. You? Ning Feifei was panting and still trying to threaten. I'm Sun Jianzhong's girlfriend. Are you crazy? Be careful. I'll call the police and sue you for rape. What do you mean by strong? Did I force you? Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly and took advantage of Ning Feifei's anger to secretly kiss her forehead. Besides, I came here because I wanted to help you. Feifei, don't you want to make a lot of money? I drive a Porsche and travel everywhere. I can buy any bags or cosmetics I want and take them away without any worries. After hearing these words, Ning Feifei's body, which had been struggling violently, slowly calmed down. There was also a hint of longing in his expression. Oh! Feeling the changes in Ning Feifei's body, Lin Dong smiled faintly. As a car model, Ning Feifei comes into contact with million-level luxury cars every day. But none of them belong to her. She is only qualified to pose on the side. Over time, Ning Feifei developed a strong sense of gap and wanted to own one very urgently. Lin Dong accurately caught the desire in her eyes and said these words just after prescribing the right remedy. Sure enough, the effect is outstanding. Lin Dong, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't care about Porsches. I've seen plenty of those. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you drive a nice car. Ning Feifei bit her lip and tried to push Lin Dong away. However, Lin Dong had seen through everything long ago. Stop pretending, Ning Feifei. You are just a vain gold digger. You are with Sun Jianzhong, isn't it because he is willing to spend money on you? But how can a salary of 20 or 30,000 satisfy you? To be honest, that little money isn't even enough to buy the wheels for my car. Ning Feifei was stunned. Although rarely, there was no rebuttal. In order to pursue her, Sun Jianzhong emptied his wallet and bought an Audi A5 worth 400,000 yuan. As a result, after they were together, she found out that this guy actually bought the car with a loan and had to pay back several $1,000s every month. Ning Feifei had thought about leaving Sun Jianzhong. However, she hasn't found a new employer yet. Did I get it right? Lin Dong's mouth corners slightly raised. He had long seen that Sun Jianzhong was under great financial pressure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have jumped into the trap so quickly when he heard that I could help him make money. A woman like Ning Feifei is essentially no different from Feng Shui. The reason why she didn't agree to it was because the money was not enough and it had not yet broken through her psychological defenses. As long as she is satisfied, she will serve herself well with practical actions. 100,000. How about I give you 100,000? Isn't this more than what you would earn by standing there all day at a car show? Chapter 30. One price of 500,000. 100,000 yuan. Ning Feifei frowned slightly, bit her lips, and looked somewhat hesitant. Finally, he shook his head. Lin Dong, I told you I'm not that kind of person. Don't force me. 200,000. Lin Dong had no expression on his face and spoke calmly. No. 300,000. Lin Dong continued to raise the price. For a moment, Ning Feifei was shocked by Lin Dong's generosity. Every price increase is 100,000. Could it be that in his eyes, money is no longer money? To be honest, Ning Feifei's psychology has been somewhat shaken. However, when Ning Feifei thought about how she had remained a virgin for so long and how Sun Jianzhong had wanted to break that window paper countless times, and how she had told him that she would wait until the day of their wedding, she felt a little unwilling. Then he shook his head again. No. Seeing this, Lin Dong was too lazy to waste time here. I'll give you a final number, 500,000. If you don't agree, I'll turn around and leave immediately. With $500,000, you can become a celebrity. Don't be ungrateful. After saying this, Lin Dong looked impatient and pretended to leave Ning Feifei. Just at this moment, snap! Two small hands with icy skin and delicate bones hugged Lin Dong's waist from behind. I agree. 500,000. You can't lie to me. Really? Lin Dong smiled slightly and turned around. What caught my eye was Ning Feifei's pretty face, which was full of shyness. It's powdery, as if she's put on light makeup. Seeing Lin Dong looking at her, she quickly turned her head away, not daring to look him in the eye. It was her first time doing such a thing, and she still felt a little guilty. It feels like I'm not only selling my body, but also my dignity. However, when she thought about the 500,000, Ning Feifei still gave up. She was afraid that if she missed this opportunity, she would miss it forever. She would have to participate in more than 100 auto shows to earn back the 500,000. Now, all you need to do is spread your legs. It's really too simple. What's more, Lin Dong is not only rich, but also so young and handsome. I'm not that averse to something happening between him and me. Have you come to your senses? Didn't you just think that Xin's face was ugly and couldn't bear to look at it? How come in the blink of an eye, he jumped on me? As Lin Dong spoke, he played with Ning Feifei's delicate face. She also deliberately straightened her head and looked directly into those eyes that pretended to be innocent and forced. The next moment, Lin Dong's expression suddenly changed and became extremely cruel. What I despise most is double-standard women like you. She looks pure and innocent, but in reality, isn't she just after money? Serve me well, and I'll have plenty of money. Now, turn around. Before he finished speaking, in front of Ning Feifei's shocked gaze, Lin Dong turned her body around. Ning Feifei's brain buzzed, and her eyes rolled back. Unfortunately, she no longer had the right to refuse. I didn't even dare to cry, afraid of angering Lin Dong. Bitch, pretending to be noble. Hurry up. You don't want Sun Jinzhong to come over and see you like this, do you? Lin Dong had a playful expression and rough movements, without any mercy for women. When Ning Feifei heard Sun Jinzhong's name, she became flustered. Lin Dong, can we not stay here? Ning Feifei raised her head and looked at Lin Dong with a pleading look. Seeing Ning Feifei's pitiful appearance, Lin Dong suddenly had an evil idea. It would be so boring if it's not here. But since you beg me, I'll give you a favor. Go in. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he pushed Ning Feifei directly into the compartment. For a while, strange noises were heard from time to time. Anyone passing by would notice something unusual. Ning Feifei felt humiliated, but also felt an indescribable excitement, as well as a feeling of breaking a taboo. The other side, under Su Xinyue's care, Hu Hao and Sun Jinzhong gradually woke up. What's going on? It's been half an hour. Why hasn't Lin Dong come back yet? Feifei is missing too. Su Xinyue was puzzled for a while. Just when I was about to go to the bathroom to look for someone, I saw Ning Feifei limping and staggering towards the door. At this moment, her hair was disheveled, her clothes were messy, and her eyes were dull. It's like I just got into a fight. Feifei, what's wrong with you? Su Xinyue hurriedly walked forward and supported Ning Feifei. He didn't notice at all that Ning Feifei was moving in a panic and her eyes were evasive. Nothing, I just vomited for a while. Luckily, I met Mr. Lin. He helped me get here. Before he finished speaking, Lin Dong came out from behind, smiled and nodded. Su Xinyue looked at the two of them suspiciously, always feeling that they had some shameful secret. Feifei, you're back. Belch. At this moment, Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao happened to wake up. They were drunk and in a daze, and did not notice Ning Feifei's red face and messy hair at all. Among all the people, only Su Xinyue looked again and again. She had been waiting in the private room for Lin Dong to come back, and was really looking forward to it. If her boyfriend hadn't been there, she would have run over to him. As she stared, Su Xinyue gradually discovered that something was wrong. Lin Dong was fine when he left, but when he came back, why did he have a few lipstick marks on his cheeks and neck? 2 buttons on the collar were also buttoned incorrectly. It was clearly just put on. What's the meaning? Do I have to take off my clothes to go to the toilet? The next moment, Su Xinyue suddenly thought of something. Her head buzzed, and her eyes subconsciously glanced at Ning Feifei in the corner, who was lowering her head with a guilty look on her face. Sure enough, the 2 long legs of my best friend were covered with red hand marks caused by pinching and kneading. Even the hem of her black hip skirt was torn open, revealing the edge of her underwear. Considering Ning Feifei's blushing cheeks, even if Su Xinyue was a pig, she knew what this couple had done. Snort! Su Xinyue's pretty face turned red, and she stomped her feet in anger. I kept calling him Brother Dong, but in the end, my best friend got there first. Why didn't she realize before that Ning Feifei had such potential? Hearing the sound of Su Xan stomping her feet, Hu Hao sobered up a lot. I thought I had done something to make my girlfriend angry, so I quickly apologized. Xin, what's wrong? Are you tired? I'll rub your shoulders and legs. As expected, Hu Hao received a cold stare. Get lost! Su Xinyue pushed Hu Hao away and walked outside without looking back. When passing by Ning Feifei, he deliberately rolled his eyes at her. Seeing this, Ning Feifei's face turned red again. Then, he immediately took 2 long legs and ran out to catch up. Xin, please listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. Chapter 31, Take the Initiative to Deliver. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 men left in the room. Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao didn't know what was going on and thought it was just a quarrel between 2 best friends, so they were too lazy to mediate. They sat on Lin Dong's left and right, drunkenly picking up another glass of wine. Brother Dong, this is a toast to you. Thank you for your generosity and helping us make money. If you need anything in the future, just call me, brother. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. After Sun Jinzhong finished speaking, he drank it all in one gulp. Lin Dong smiled faintly. If Sun Jinzhong knew that the goddess he had worked so hard to lick had been taken by him, I wonder if he would still be able to drink the glass of wine. By then, I'm afraid it won't just be the eyes that are red. Brother Dong, there is also me. Hu followed closely and toasted Lin Dong. He even took the initiative to request a song. Come on, let's sing a song together, and we'll be good brothers from now on. Good. Without waiting for Lin Dong's consent, the two of them started singing at the top of their lungs. Brother, give me a hug and tell me what's on your mind. Tell me all about your grievances and changes over the years. Under normal circumstances, the atmosphere had become so tense, and it would be a bit unreasonable for Lin Dong not to squeeze out a few tears and yell a few times. However, when Lin Dong thought of the suppression and isolation they had inflicted on him, he did not feel the slightest bit of empathy. Even, I'm too lazy to just go along with the situation. Do you think you could forgive them just by drinking 2 cups of horse urine? Dream. It was not enough to just get their beautiful girlfriends. Soon Lin Dong came up with a better idea. Jinzhong, Haozi, your 2 sisters-in-law are out. Why don't you go over and take a look? It is natural to be worried about bootlickers like Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao. However, when he thought about making a lot of money with Lin Dong, he gritted his teeth and shook his head. Brother Dong, as long as you have money, what does a girlfriend matter? Yes, 3-legged frogs are hard to find, but 2-legged beauties are everywhere on the street, right? As long as you have money, changing women is as easy as changing clothes. Good. Lin Dong nodded slightly and took the initiative to raise a glass. You are worthy of being my good brothers. I toast to you with this cup. After saying that, Lin Dong drank it all in one gulp. Of course, the two of them didn't dare to drink less. In that case, they would not give Lin Dong face. However, they did not have the natural ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and they had already vomited once. At this point, I was dizzy and unable to control myself. Seeing this, Lin Dong pretended to be mysterious and said, while the 2 younger brothers and sisters are away, how about I call a few pretty sisters and relax for a while? Don't worry, I'll pay for it. You guys can have fun as you like. If you want to learn a foreign language, that's no problem. There is such a good thing. Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao looked at each other with some interest in their expressions. As the saying goes, when you are well fed and warm, you will think about sex. The 2 brothers had been licking the goddess for so long, but still couldn't succeed. They were so angry that they had no place to vent. Now, hearing Lin Dong's proposal, his eyes widened. Seeing the fish taking the bait, Lin Dong immediately smiled knowingly. Then he clapped his hands. Come in. Immediately afterwards, 5 or 6 beauties walked into the private room with smiles on their faces. They all have devilish figures and dress in a seductive and charming manner. Although, she is not as good-looking as Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue. However, from head to toe, she exudes 2 words. Meager. Gurgle. Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao widened their eyes. They were worldly wise and could tell at a glance that the beauties Lin Dong had found were of quite high standards. At the very least, it is at a level of over 5,000. 5,000 for one girl. 5 or 6 would cost tens of thousands. This made Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao even more eager to take action. It's hard to get such an excellent opportunity to play for free. Puff! Seeing the 2 men distracted and eager to make something, the women laughed so hard that they were shaking with laughter. Some even deliberately squeezed the groove to outline an attractive curve. Brother Dong, this is not good, right? Xin is still waiting for me outside. Although Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao were moved, they were more worried that their girlfriends would be angry. However, Lin Dong's next words made them no longer have any scruples. Have you ever heard a saying? The deepest friendship is when we have carried guns together, shared the spoils together, and, as long as we do it today, we will be iron brothers forever. In the future, if there is a chance to make a fortune, I will never forget you. Or, do you not want to make money, but just want to accompany women? Hearing this, the 2 of them shook their heads quickly. Afterwards, Sun Jinzhong swallowed hard and took advantage of the situation to back down. In that case, let's have some fun. Brother Dong, obedience is worse than respect. Okay. Lin Dong laughed and waved his hand. Several princesses immediately threw themselves into his arms. For a moment, the private room was filled with a spring atmosphere, and it was a very joyful occasion. Just then, Lin Dong received a text message. Brother Dong, I'm waiting for you in the parking lot. Come quickly. Seeing this strange number and the ambiguous content, Lin Dongming suddenly thought of someone. He glanced at Hu Hao, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I'm going to the bathroom. You guys play? Lin Dong walked out of the private room quickly. As soon as he closed the door, he quietly dialed a number. Hello, I want to report that someone in Taihe Garden is hiring a prostitute. It's in room 888. Not long after, the alarm sounded outside the door. A group of men in uniform pushed open the door and rushed into the luxurious room. What comes into view is an extremely beautiful scene. Sun Jinzhong and Hu Hao were stripped naked, and the moment they saw their uncle, they quickly put their shorts on. Anti-pornography, don't move. For a moment, the two men turned pale and sweated profusely. It's over. It's all over. If I end up in jail, not only will I lose my girlfriend, but I will also lose my job. Uncle, we surrender ourselves? If we don't pay, does that mean it doesn't count as prostitution? The other side. Lin Dong also came to the parking lot casually. Sure enough, I saw a familiar figure next to my Panamera. She has a curvy figure, yellow hair, and a t-shirt that is about to burst. Plus those seductive eyes that seem to want to eat him up. If not Su Xinyue, who else could it be? Brother Dong, you're finally here. We've been waiting anxiously. Lin Dong smiled faintly. He knew that the text message was sent by Su Xinyue, the idiot. How could other women be so coquettish? Of course, for the sake of face, Lin Dong still has to pretend. Xinyue, what are you doing here? Jinzhong and Hu Hao are still in the private room. They were looking for you just now. Lin Dong pretended to be nervous and worried, and even brought Hu Hao out. As a result, the smile on Su Xinyue's face disappeared instantly. He even curled his lips in disgust. Brother Dong, can we stop talking about that bastard? He's ugly, doesn't make any money, and can't drink as well. He's not even close to you. As she spoke, Su Xinyue walked towards Lin Dong and grabbed Lin Dong's hand. That shy look of wanting to cover up yet still being shy is really something that makes people unable to stop. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel dry mouth. He has the ability to be invincible. The Ning Fei Fei I just served can only be considered an appetizer. Now, the real feast. At this moment, Su Xinyue reached down with her little hand. Her cherry lips instantly opened into an O shape, and she couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Brother Dong, you are so awesome. Unlike Hu Hao, who kept saying he loved me, but ended up loving me only a little bit. Su Xinyue stretched out 2 fingers and gestured. No wonder this woman has always been so hungry. It turned out that the man in the family was not enough to feed her. Su Xinyue was even more attracted when she found out that Lin Dong had strong financial resources. Even if it's just a night of passion, even if there's no money, it's worth it. Chapter 32, Go to the car. Besides, Su Xinyue smiled charmingly, not caring at all whether anyone saw it or not. She hooked her 2 little hands around Lin Dong's neck, stood on tiptoes, and gave him a sweet kiss. You and Fei Fei have done it, right? Oh. Lin Dong raised his eyebrows slightly. Unexpectedly, Su Xinyue guessed it so quickly. Sure enough, women's sixth sense is very accurate. Brother Dong, you are biased. She was the one who took the initiative first. How can we let her get away with it? At least, there should be a first-come, first-served basis. I also want to test how strong you are. I see Fei Fei's legs are weak when she walks. Su Xinyue said in a low voice, looking shy. Lin Dong smiled when he heard this. Then, he tore off the disguise and pressed Su Xinyue against the window of the Porsche. Ah! Su Xinyue screamed subconsciously, looking a little flustered. Before that, Ning Fei Fei was at least in the bathroom. Now, Lin Dong actually wanted to be with her in the parking lot. Su Xinyue's ears turned red instantly, and she tried to make a final struggle. However, no matter how you look at it, her struggle seemed to be urging Lin Dong to continue. What are you pretending for? Don't you like it this way? Just now in the private room. If Hu Hao hadn't woken up, your hand would have been in my pants, right? Lin Dong spoke with a smile. Hearing this, Su Xinyue subconsciously looked up, feeling a little guilty. Afterwards, Lin Dong started to touch her all over. Su Xinyue's shirt was half undone, exposing a large area of white to the air. Su Xinyue gasped softly. Seeing that Lin Dong was about to break through the last line of defense, she finally couldn't help it and begged for mercy in a low voice. Brother Dong, let's go to the car. Is it okay in the car? I'm shy. Lin Dong smiled faintly and slapped him hard, causing waves. What is there to be afraid of? There's no one here, but it does need to be more comfortable inside the car. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong carried Su Xinyue into the car and closed the door. Bang! A small hand patted on the car window. Then, the sound of clothes tearing was heard from inside. Although Su Xinyue is not as virgin as Ning Feifei. However, there is not much experience. Not to mention in the car. Lin Dong couldn't help but take a deep breath, and all 3,600 pores on his body contracted. Ding-ling! Just when the two were getting passionately attracted to each other, a phone call came in by chance. When I picked it up, I saw that it was a call from Hu Hao to Su Xinyue. Oh no, it's Hu Hao. Su Xinyue avoided his gaze. After all, I still feel a little guilty. Unexpectedly, before she hung up, Lin Dong snatched the phone away and pressed the answer button. At the same time, use your chin to signal her to speak. Su Xinyue had no choice but to do as she was told. Moreover, he did not dare to stop. Xin, where are you? Come and save me. I'm in some trouble and need a deposit. Deposit? Hearing these words, Su Xinyue was stunned for a moment. Aren't Hu Hao and Sun Jinzhong still eating? Why do you need a deposit for no reason? Puff! At this moment, Lin Dong couldn't help laughing out loud. What is margin? Isn't it just that he was caught during the crackdown on pornography and he has to pay a fine? Hu Hao is quite good at naming. Soon, Hu Hao's questioning voice came from the other end of the phone. Xin, who's next to you? Why is there a man's voice? Su Xinyue's face turned red and she winked at Lin Dong frantically. Didn't we agree not to talk? Lin Dong clearly did it on purpose. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong not only did not avoid it, but directly snatched the phone from Su Xinyue. Hu Hao, it's me, Lin Dong. Dong, brother. Why are you with Xin? I just came out to smoke a cigarette, and I happened to run into Xin, so I gave her a ride. Lin Dong smiled faintly. While talking on the phone, he let Su Xinyue continue to serve him, and he felt refreshed from head to toe. By the way, are you two having fun? Don't mention it. I didn't check the almanac before going out today. I'm in big trouble. Lin Dong smiled and pretended to be puzzled. What do you mean? Did they ask you to pay more? No, it's not about the money, Dong. Hu Hao found it difficult to speak. After hesitating for a long time, I finally decided to tell the truth. I don't know which bastard was jealous of us calling him princess and actually called to report us. Oh my god, Sun Jinzhong and I almost pissed ourselves. Hearing Hu Hao's complaints, Lin Dong almost laughed out loud. At the same time, the physical pleasure almost made him surrender. Brother Dong, what should we do? Hu Hao still doesn't know what his girlfriend, whom he has been thinking about, is doing at this moment. Brother Dong, do you have enough money? Can you lend me some money? My uncle said that each of us would be fined 5,000 yuan, and Sun Jinzhong and I together would have to pay 10,000 yuan. We really don't have that much money. Borrow money? Lin Dong lowered his head and looked down at Su Xinyue's head, who was serving him diligently. He felt refreshed and let out a sigh of relief. Then he smiled and said, Don't worry, given our relationship. How can I not help you? Wait, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Thank you so much, Brother Dong. You are my real brother. When Hu Hao heard that Lin Dong was willing to pay, he was overjoyed. He also pulled Sun Jinzhong aside to express his gratitude crazily. Ahem! At this moment, Su Xinyue was suddenly choked and started coughing violently. Xin, what's wrong with you? Hearing Su Xinyue's cough, Hu Hao suddenly became anxious. Moreover, for some reason, he always had a bad feeling. It was as if there was something extra on my head, and the color was quite bright. Lin Dong was not panicked at all, and said with a smile, It's okay, Hu Hao. Xin just choked when drinking water, and she is much better now. Oh, I'm scared to death. Hu Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Now his mind was entirely focused on money, and he didn't think too deeply about it. Okay, thank you, Brother Dong. The money has been received, so let's go and pay it first. Brothers, it's too formal to say this. Lin Dong hung up the phone and threw it to Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue pouted, her eyes looking somewhat resentful. Aren't you afraid that Hu Hao will know about our relationship? Why? Are you scared? Lin Dong asked back. Hearing this, Su Xinyue choked up. On one side is Hu Hao, who can't even afford 5,000 yuan, and on the other side is Lin Dong, who drives a Porsche Panamera. Even a fool knows what to choose. I'm thinking about you. What if Hu Hao gets upset and makes trouble for you? Of course I want to be with you. You are not only rich, but also very capable. Being with you is really... The more Su Xinyue spoke, the redder her face became, creating a charming atmosphere. The next moment, Lin Dong no longer hesitated and pressed her directly onto the passenger seat. How about being with me? Keep talking. Chapter 33, God-level fighting technique. Go to the bar. Facing Lin Dong's sharp gaze, Su Xinyue's last line of defense completely collapsed. She clung to Lin Dong like an octopus and refused to let go. Then, she said shyly, "It's really comfortable?" "Yeah." After listening to this, Lin Dong laughed. Then, the expedition was launched again. For a moment, the Porsche was shaking up and down, and from time to time there were sounds that made people think deeply. After more than an hour, Lin Dong finally held on. If Su Xinyue hadn't kept shouting that she was about to die, Lin Dong could have even fought with her for a whole day and night. There is no way. The talent of the invincible golden spear is too amazing. After resting for a while, Lin Dong drove Su Xinyue back home. Before leaving, Su Xinyue added Lin Dong on WeChat and made it clear that he could contact her anytime if he needed anything in the future. Seeing that Su Xinyue was so sensible, Lin Dong did not be stingy and directly gave her a big red envelope. Su Xinyue was overjoyed. She even threatened to break up with Hu Hao. "Even if I become Lin Dong's mistress, there is no problem." However, Lin Dong rejected the proposal. He and Su Xinyue were just playing around and really didn't want to get into trouble. The two soon parted. Just then, the system prompt sounded. "Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission and scoring twice. Congratulations to the host for receiving the special reward, God-level fighting technique." The next moment, Lin Dong felt that all his limbs were unobstructed and his whole body was reborn, with an indescribable sense of relief. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and felt that many more fighting skills appeared in his head. At the same time, the body is full of strength. Suddenly, Lin Dong was extremely excited. In just one afternoon, he not only won over 2 beauties, completing a double kill, but also took revenge on 2 old classmates who had insulted him. Now, he has acquired God-level fighting skills, and his self-defense ability has been greatly enhanced. The sourness is simply indescribable. After thinking about it, Lin Dong took out his cell phone and called Ning Feifei. "Prepare to call her out and rekindle our old relationship." Unexpectedly, after taking the 500,000 yuan, this woman turned off her phone and disappeared. "I guess I still haven't gotten over that hurdle in my heart. Forget it, I'll go shopping by myself." Lin Dong drove his Panamera and wandered around aimlessly. Soon it got dark and it was night. I happened to pass by a hotel, which was full of lights and wine, and very lively. Blue Enchantress? No wonder there's so many people. Blue Rose is the largest and most expensive hotel in Tianhai City. Just opening a bottle of wine costs 7 or 800 yuan. It would cost at least 1,000 to open a booth. However, this does not prevent guests from visiting. The bar is always bustling and crowded. Because not only is the environment here beautiful, but also there are handsome men and beautiful women coming in and out. As long as we like each other, we can go straight to the hotel and book a room. There were even people waiting outside, specifically waiting to pick up the bodies. This is it. Lin Dong smiled faintly and drove the car slowly over. Last night, he went on a spending spree in a nightclub, earning more than 10 million yuan and experiencing the life of a rich man for the first time. Tonight, I must make more. Come to think of it, he had never been to a bar before. When I was with Feng Shui, I lived frugally and never thought about such high consumption. Now, he wants to have fun. Not long after, Lin Dong walked to the door of the bar. The waiter immediately greeted us with a smile. "Hello, sir. The bar booth is full. Do you have a reservation?" Lin Dong naturally didn't have that. But he has something else that will definitely satisfy the waiter. "Here's a tip for you. Now, do you have a booth?" Lin Dong smiled faintly, took out a thick stack of $100 bills, and slapped it into the waiter's hand. The system did not disappoint him and gave feedback quickly. It was detected that the host spent 10,000 yuan in a nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 100,000 yuan. The other side. The waiter also widened his eyes, somewhat incredulous. "A $10,000 tip? This is too arrogant." Then the waiter nodded repeatedly. Yes. Please wait a moment, sir. I will start the show right away." The next moment, the waiter put 10,000 yuan directly into his pocket. Then, he happily brought Lin Dong into the bar. After a while, a high-end VIP seat was vacated for Lin Dong. Seats of this level are usually reserved for senior members. Generally, it is not available to the public. But there was no way Lin Dong gave too much. The waiter was happy to make an exception. Sure enough, the VIP seats are in an excellent location and the sofas are first-rate, soft, and comfortable. From the angle where Lin Dong was sitting, he could see the entire bar. There were many beautiful women with good figures dancing passionately in the pool. When you get to the bar, Of course you have to order some drinks. Lin Dong picked up the list and ordered a few bottles at random. Let's start with a few glasses of Bloody Mary and Dom Perignon. Oh, and 2 bottles of Martell Gold. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he scanned the code to pay. The next moment, the system's voice rang. It was detected that the host spent 50,000 yuan in the nightclub. 10 times cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 500,000 yuan. The waiter wrote it down carefully, not daring to raise his head. Lin Dong casually ordered a bottle of wine worth 50,000 yuan. He is so arrogant, we must not offend him. Okay, is there anything else you need? Well, not for now. Lin Dong shook his head, not in a hurry. Okay, if you need anything, just call me anytime. Just wave and I'll be right there. The waiter smiled, nodded, and disappeared in a flash. Lin Dong sat on the leather sofa, his eyes drifting towards the center of the dance floor, where men and women were twisting their bodies wantonly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's great to be young. The other side. At an ordinary booth a few tables away from Lin Dong, there were several familiar faces drinking alone, with one of them vaguely leading the group. Brother Chow, is this true? That Lin Dong. How dare he scold you in the company group? Who the hell is he? That's right, don't let me catch this bastard, otherwise... A burly man said this viciously, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a body covered in tiger and wolf tattoos. You can tell at first glance that he is a social person. Sitting in the middle was a greasy man with a big belly and a sarcastic face. It turned out to be Lin Dong's former boss, Lu Haichao. Damn it, who said it wasn't? Lu Haichao spat angrily. Then, he took a big gulp of Budweiser, his eyes were red, and he cursed. This bastard, he used to do whatever I told him to do, working overtime and running errands, but he didn't dare to say a word. Today, I don't know what gave you the guts to scold me in the group. Most importantly, he resigned. If I see him, I will kill him. Chapter 34. Cleaning up someone. When the name Lin Dong was mentioned, Lu Haichao became so angry that he had no place to vent. In the past, Lin Dong was the easiest to bully in the company. He was asked to do all the dirty and tiring work, but he was so honest that he didn't dare to say a word. As a result, very suddenly, Lin Dong seemed like a different person. Not only did he scold him badly on the phone, he also sent red envelopes in the company group, inciting everyone to scold him together, making him lose face and dignity. In addition, Lin Dong resigned voluntarily, so it was impossible to find him. Lu Haichao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. It was also because he heard that there were many girls in blue rows that he called a group of lackeys and ran over to have some fun and relax. Just at this moment, the waiter passed by with a few bottles of wine. A sharp-eyed lackey immediately recognized that the wines were very valuable and subconsciously exclaimed, "Oh my God, Martell Gold and Bloody Mary. These bottles of wine cost at least tens of thousands. There are so many rich people." Hearing this, Lu Haichao was also shocked. "I worked so hard for a month and only earned 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. If people just order a few bottles of wine, the number will far exceed this. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. Oh, drink, drink. Even if they have money, it's theirs. What does it have to do with us?" Lu Haichao picked up the wine glass and pretended not to care. Just then, one of the lackeys pushed his shoulder and gestured with his chin. "Brother Chow, look, the person who ordered the drinks, isn't that Lin Dong?" "Who?" Lu Haichao was stunned for a moment and turned his head subconsciously. After taking a look, his pupils suddenly shrank. The man sitting in the VIP booth, enjoying the wine leisurely. Wasn't he the Lin Dong he had been thinking about day and night? Damn, where does this bastard get so much money to open a booth and drink foreign liquor? In an instant, Lu Haichao's eyes turned red. As an executive, I can only drink beer here. Why is Lin Dong so extravagant? Lu Haichao felt more and more unbalanced and stood up angrily. Wait a minute, Brother Chow. Seeing that Lu Haichao was about to take action himself, several lackeys hurriedly stopped him. Brother Chow, don't be impulsive. If you hurt him, you will have to pay compensation. What should we do then? Lu Hai was very angry and looked unwilling. At this time, the burly man with tattoos next to him sneered and said, "It just so happens that I have a few brothers hanging around here. How about I ask them for a favor? That's right, I need a little kickback." When Lu Haichao heard this, he didn't care how much it cost. Normally, he could be a stingy person, but today, no matter how much money he paid, he would teach Lin Dong a lesson. It would be best if he spent the rest of his life lying in bed. "Don't worry, brother. As long as this is done, I will pay for all the alcohol you drink in the future." The tattooed man grinned and slapped the table. Brother Chow is very straightforward. Wait, I'll call someone right away. At this time, Lin Dong was still unaware that danger was approaching. After a while, 3 street urchins with tattoos blocked the entrance of the Blue Rose Bar. Some of them had bad intentions. Who are you looking for? The waiter was startled by the scene and stuttered when he spoke. Seeing this, the bald leader patted his trembling shoulders with a smile. Don't worry, little brother. We're not here to cause trouble. We're here to drink, too. That's right, before you play, you have to find someone first. The waiter swallowed. Before I could come to my senses, I felt dizzy. He was actually pushed aside by the bald man. Then 3 or 5 thugs filed in. Soon, Lu Haichao and others discovered the bald man. A lackey quickly stood up and greeted him with a smile. Brother Tiger, you are finally here. Come on, let me introduce you. This is my friend Lu Haichao. Brother Chow, this is Brother Tiger, a famous man from Tianhai City, also known as the Smiling Tiger King Tiger. As he spoke, Wang Hu glanced at Lu Haichao. Lu Haichao shuddered at that moment, although he usually has a foul mouth. However, he is always domineering in the company and has never dealt with people in society. Hello, Brother Tiger. Lu Haichao smiled awkwardly and stretched out his hand. Wang Hu ignored the hand Lu Haichao extended and said straight to the point. I heard that you want to deal with someone? Let me be frank with you. The hard work pay for you brothers is not cheap. Hearing this, the lackey winked at Lu Haichao. The latter immediately understood and said confidently, Brother Tiger, don't worry. I will definitely not let the brothers come in vain. You tell me the number, and I will never be vague. That's great. Not much, just 20,000. 20,000? Lu Haichao's eyes suddenly widened, and he howled subconsciously. In an instant, everyone in the booth looked over. Tiger, Brother Tiger, isn't this too much? It's just a lesson for one person. Lu Haichao looked embarrassed. I thought I could just deal with 1 or 2,000 of them. I didn't expect it would cost 20,000. Isn't this going to kill him? What do you mean? Too much. Wang Hu's expression turned cold, and he picked up an empty wine bottle. The flesh on his face twitched, and his eyes looked ferocious. He has been on this street for so long, and what he can't stand the most is people like Lu Haichao, who talk nonsense and play tricks. He promised a lot on the phone, but when we met, he started acting like a grandson. The lackey next to him saw that Lu Haichao's face was livid and knew that this stingy person had acted up again, so he immediately advised him, Brother Chow, Lin Dong has already shit on your head, and you are still reluctant to spend this little money. I can tell you, if you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Once Lin Dong leaves, I don't know when I'll run into him next time. After hearing this, Lu Haichao finally made up his mind. His breathing became heavier, his eyes were red, and even his vocal cords were trembling. Okay, 20,000 is 20,000. As long as I can destroy Lin Dong, I'll give it my all. Okay, that's pretty good. Wang Hu smiled with satisfaction. Just transfer the money over here, and I'll go over there and take care of that guy right away. Lu Haichao got so excited that he transferred $10,000 directly to her. There is 10,000 left. I will settle it when I come back. Soon, under the eager gazes of Lu Haichao and others, Wang Hu, with his 2 younger brothers, walked straight to the VIP seat and barged in with swagger. Brother Chow, Lin Dong, is dead this time. Haha, this smiling tiger is notoriously ruthless. Even if Lin Dong doesn't die, he will be skinned alive. Brother Chow, your money was not wasted. You finally got rid of your anger. A few lackeys nearby were very excited and were shouting loudly. Lu Haichao smiled bitterly and nodded with a stiff expression. It was true to say so, but after spending 20,000 yuan, he really felt heartbroken and painful. Right now, we can only hope that Wang Hu is really as powerful as the legend says, and beats Lin Dong so badly that he becomes half paralyzed and spends the rest of his life lying in bed. That way it's still good value for money. Chapter 35. Only 20,000 yuan. How many are they? In the booth, Lin Dong, who was tasting fine wine and enjoying the dancing of beautiful women, looked at the sudden group of strangers with a puzzled look on his face. Especially Wang Hu, who was walking in the front, had a look of looking for trouble on his face, and it was obvious that he was here with bad intentions. Are you Lin Dong? It's me, what's up? It's you I'm looking for. Wang Hu curled up his lips, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. Then he walked straight to Lin Dong and snatched a bottle of wine from him. Oh, this little life is quite comfortable. I'm drinking Martell. What a pity. From now on, no matter how much good wine you have, you will not be able to enjoy it. Someone paid me to beat you half to death. After Wang Hu finished speaking, he drank a glass of wine with a smile on his face. The two younger brothers shuddered subconsciously when they saw this. People who are familiar with Wang Hu know that the brighter this guy smiles before a fight, the more ferocious he will fight. There is absolutely no severity, either death or disability. Previously, Wang Hu was imprisoned for 5 years for intentional injury. In the eyes of the two younger brothers, Lin Dong was already a dead man. At least an arm and a leg will be broken. Unexpectedly, facing Wang Hu's threat, Lin Dong remained calm and showed no sign of panic. He had just acquired god-level fighting skills, so he was not afraid of a few gangsters. Moreover, you don't have to do this kind of thing yourself. Money. Someone is paying to beat me half to death. Haha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Lin Dong laughed out loud, as if he heard a joke. Wang Hu and the two thugs were all stunned. This guy, how can he still smile so happily when he is about to die? Could it be that he is a madman? What are you laughing at? Be quiet, a thug shouted and was about to take action. But he was interrupted by Wang Hu. He was very curious about where Lin Dong got the confidence from and why he was laughing. Lin Dong, what are you laughing at? I laugh at Zhuge Liang's lack of strategy. Zhou Yu, sorry to interrupt. Lin Dong cleared his throat and poured a glass of wine for Wang Hu. My bald brother, there are too many people here. How about we go outside and talk? Immediately afterwards, Lin Dong stood up confidently. He looked calm and composed with a smile on his face. This made Wang Hu even more confused, although he also has no hair. Originally, he wanted to deal with Lin Dong and then take the money and leave. But now he wanted to see what Lin Dong was up to. Brother Bald, as long as you come out with me, I promise I won't let you regret it. How about this? I'll leave these wines to you two brothers. If it's not enough, order more and put it on my account. Hearing this, the two hooligans' eyes widened and they almost drooled. In the past, they had no chance to drink foreign liquor that cost tens of thousands of dollars. Now, is that enough? All this wine costs at least tens of thousands, right? Are you sure you want to give them all to us? Wang Hu was also a little confused. Where did this sucker come from? He just gave away tens of thousands of dollars casually. Much more straightforward than that stingy guy Lu Haichao. I told you if it's not enough, order more. The thing I don't lack the least is money. How about going out for a chat, bald brother? Seeing that those people looked inexperienced, Lin Dong gave a wicked smile. After a while, Wang Hu walked out of the booth. It's Xiao, Brother Tiger has finished the job. I've said it before, as long as the money is in place, any job is not tiring. Now, Lin Dong is probably already too arrogant and has broken his arms and legs. The lackey who had made the previous phone call was taking credit for a lot of things and was in high spirits. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a familiar face came into view. Lin Dong. Lu Haichao's pupil shrank and his old yellow teeth were almost broken. Didn't you say that brother who would definitely take action? How come Lin Dong didn't lose a hair and was even smiling? That's right, Lin Dong was not only unharmed, but he was also arm in arm with Wang Hu, chatting about this and that. If you didn't know them, you would think they were half-brothers. Seeing this scene, Lu Haichao and his lackeys were stunned. He seriously suspected that this was a setup and that Wang Hu and Lin Dong were working together to defraud him of his money. My money, $10,000. At this moment, Lu Haichao's heart was bleeding. At this moment, the lackey suddenly thought of something and suddenly realized it. Don't be anxious, Brother Chao. Everyone in the underworld knows that Brother Tiger has a characteristic. The happier he laughs before a fight, the more ruthless he will be. Now, Brother whose mouth is grinning to the sky, and Lin Dong is not far from death. Otherwise, why is his nickname the Smiling Tiger? Oh, is there such a saying? Lu Haichao was stunned when he heard this. If you think about it carefully, this is indeed the case. Moreover, he had only given 10,000 yuan, and there was still 10,000 yuan left. Wang Hu is not so stupid as to put on a complete show. Brother Chao, just wait and see the show. We'll go outside the bar in a bit and see how badly Lin Dong was beaten. Lu Haichao nodded heavily and couldn't wait to kick Lin Dong hard in the face. The other side, Wang Hu followed Lin Dong to the door of Blue Rose. When the bartender saw that the person Wang Hu was looking for was Lin Dong, he shuddered immediately. Then he grabbed his arm. Handsome guy, if you get into trouble, just blink. Blink. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Later, I saw the waiter making faces and realized his good intentions. Ah, you misunderstood. This bald brother is my friend. Really, friends? The waiter looked suspicious. Yes, my friend. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Lin Dong waved his hand. Then, under the waiter's suspicious gaze, Wang Hu was taken to a corner. Bald brother, I haven't asked yet. What's your name? Wang Hu. Everyone on the street calls me Brother Hu. Okay, Tiger. Lin Dong nodded slightly. Afterwards, I didn't argue with him and got straight to the point. Tell me, who asked you to beat me up, and how much did you pay? Wang Hu snorted coldly and said impatiently, It will do you no good to inquire about this. But, as for the price, I'm quite satisfied. It's 20,000. Do. Did someone kick your brain? It's just 20,000 yuan. Lin Dong was so angry that he lost his temper on the spot. The expression of shock and anger scared Wang Hu. This guy, why is he so startled? Is this really a mental illness? I'm a multimillionaire after all. I drive $1 million luxury car, and 20,000 yuan is not enough to buy alcohol. Lin Dong looked unhappy. Hearing the word multimillionaire, Wang Hu also looked him up and down. You know what? They really do look a bit alike. Especially the Patek Philippe watch that Lin Dong was wearing. From Wang Hu's knowledge, it doesn't look fake, it's very real. However, how could a well-known figure like Lin Dong offend an insignificant little karami like Lu Haichao? Chapter 36. There is no way. He gave too much. While Wang Hu was stunned, Lin Dong mentioned a few names. Wang Long or Feng Shui. Did that couple hire you? No. Could it be that Mr. Wang from the bank? Not really. Wang Hu shook his head like a rattle. Seeing that Lin Dong really couldn't think of anything, he simply told him the truth. It's a man named Lu, and he's quite stingy. Lu Haichao. It turns out to be this grandson. If Wang Hu hadn't mentioned this name, Lin Dong would have almost forgotten about this person. Soon, a sneer appeared on Lin Dong's face. This stingy guy is willing to spend 20,000 yuan on me? The sun is rising in the west. Is the damage and psychological trauma I caused him so serious? This makes me laugh to death. When Lin Dong thought of Lu Haichao's furious look, he couldn't stop laughing. Soon, he noticed Wang Hu in front of him again. Since Lu Haichao paid for his life, he doesn't mind returning the favor. Brother Hu, I have a business deal here. Do you want to do it? Lu offers 20,000, and I'll offer 100,000. And if you beat up one person, I'll give you 100,000. What? Hearing this, Wang Hu's eyes widened, and he almost suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Lin Dong just said $100,000 for beating someone up? Why? You don't believe it? Just send me the card number. Lin Dong said lightly. The nonchalant look on his face showed that he didn't take the money seriously. Wang Hu suppressed his excitement and showed his bank card. Soon, the text message came. A full 300,000 was deposited into his bank card. Brother Lin, no, President Lin, today I finally understand what it means to be a tolerant person. You deserve to be rich. I apologize here. Wang Hu was so excited that he was incoherent. If he could put aside his pride, he would have kowtowed to Lin Dong. As for blackmailing Lin Dong and asking for more, he didn't have the courage to do so. Since Lin Dong could easily give him 300,000 yuan, he could also give more money to others. At that time, if he just said a few words, he would have to go back to school and stay in there for 10 or 8 years. Boss Lin, I like doing business with straightforward people like you. In a word, whatever you want me to do, I will do it. Lin Dong's mouth corners slightly raised. It's very simple. Since the money I gave you is more than 10 times that of Lu Haichao, this strength. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I have 9 ways to kill him. 9. As he spoke, Wang Hu gestured the number 9. At Lin Dong's suggestion, Wang Hu dialed a number. Soon, a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. How's it going, Brother Tiger? Did you get it done? Is Lin Dong unable to get up? Wang Hu bravely glanced at Lin Dong, then immediately changed his expression and said viciously, Whether he is dead or not, you will know if you come and see for yourself. Don't forget to bring the final payment of 10,000 yuan. After Wang Hu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Then, he looked at Lin Dong somewhat flatteringly. Boss Lin, do you think my acting is okay? Well, it looks like that. Lin Dong nodded. As long as you were satisfied. No one could have imagined that Wang Hu, who had been so arrogant just now, would be so obedient and submissive in front of Lin Dong. There is no way. Money can not only make the devil work, but also make the mill work the devil. Especially people like Wang, who have been in prison, are the most discerning. Know who can be bullied and who cannot be touched. He can easily control people like Lu Haichao, who have no background and are narrow-minded. As for Lin Dong, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to offend. Soon, Lu Haichao and his 2 lackeys trotted out of the bar. He looked so excited, as if he had won the jackpot. They couldn't wait to see how miserable Lin Dong was now. Then he spat in his face. Unexpectedly, just after passing the corner, Lu Haichao and others suddenly discovered that Lin Dong was standing there safe and sound. Lu Haichao, it's you. You kid, you've grown so powerful that you actually hired someone to beat me up? Lin Dong spoke jokingly. For a moment, Lu Haichao was so angry that his face turned red. What's going on with this Wang Hu? It's been such a long time, and they haven't taken any action yet. Could it be that you are dissatisfied with the lack of money? Lu Haichao gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, finally making up his mind. Brother Hu, why haven't you done anything yet? Is it a matter of money? Don't worry, I'll transfer the remaining 10,000 yuan right away. Please hurry up. After Lu Haichao finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and started operating it. Soon, Wang Hu's mobile phone received another text message alert. But now he no longer cares about this little money. Brother Chao, thank you for your kindness. But this amount of money is not enough. What do you mean? Lu Haichao frowned and suddenly had an ominous premonition. You want to raise the price? Wang Hu shook his head, an intriguing smile on his face. It is well known that the brighter his smile, the more vicious he will be when he strikes. For a moment, although it was the hottest time of the year, Lu Haichao and others felt as if they were falling into an ice cave with cold wind blowing on their backs. Just at this time, Wang Hu's two younger brothers also walked out of the bar drunk. Wang Hu immediately waved to them and said calmly, Brothers, now that everyone is here, let's get started. The two hooligans nodded like chicks pecking at rice and ran towards Lin Dong with ferocious looks. As a result, as soon as they got close, Wang Hu slapped them in the face. Over there, when did I ever say that I was going to take action against General Manager Lin? Mr. Lin? Hearing this name, Lu Haichao finally realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it's too late. He was greeted by two fists as big as sandbags. Although, the two younger brothers didn't know what was going on. However, as long as Wang Hu pointed east, they would never go west. Brother Tiger, what do you mean? We are brothers. The lackey who had called Wang Hu here earlier was dumbfounded. Normally, he would often pay out of his own pocket to treat Smiling Tiger to food and drinks. Why is the other party so ruthless at the critical moment? Moreover, this was based on the premise that Lu Hai received over 20,000 yuan. It's simply a case of thieves robbing each other. Yes, we are brothers. But Boss Lin has increased the money, and it's quite a lot. Wang Hu grinned. Lu Haichao and others felt scared. I finally realized why two people were standing together, chatting and laughing. Lin Dong, I'm not done with you. Don't hit me. I have money. I still have money on my card. Lu Haichao was shouting loudly. However, how could the little money in his account compare to the 300,000 given by Lin Dong? What greeted him was a beating. Even his two lackeys were beaten black and blue. Ouch! Have mercy, Lin Dong. This has nothing to do with me. Yes, it's all because of the super dry bangs. The two lackeys couldn't stand it anymore and quickly distanced themselves from the matter in an attempt to avoid getting punched twice. Puff! Lu Haichao was so angry that he vomited blood all over his body and was half dead. Chapter 37, I'll pay for everything. Okay, that's about it. Seeing Lu Haichao and his two lackeys being beaten half to death, Lin Dong called a halt in time. If the fight continues and someone dies, that would be bad. Wang Hu originally thought it was not enough, but since Lin Dong had spoken, he had no choice but to stop. Before leaving, he did not forget to please Lin Dong. He said frankly that from now on, as long as Lin Dong had any problems, he would guarantee to bring people there as long as he received a call. Not long after, Lin Dong returned to the bar, walked straight towards the DJ, and snatched the microphone. Originally, a group of handsome men and beautiful women were dancing passionately. Suddenly, the dynamic DJ stopped. For a moment, everyone was unhappy. What are you doing? Amid the angry gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong did not panic at all. He held the microphone and said calmly, You may not know me, and there is no need to know me. You only need to know one thing. I am very happy today. So, I'm renting the place out tonight, and I'll pay for everything. What? Everyone widened their eyes and stared at Lin Dong in disbelief. Suddenly, I felt that he wasn't so annoying anymore. No, it's just that everyone loves it. Oh my God, where did this great enemy come from? No, this great money sponsor. Thank you for the sponsorship. I'm sorry, we wronged you. Is this guy serious? Is he drunk and trying to trick us? Does he know how much it costs to book the Blue Rose Bar? Not everyone in the bar was overwhelmed by excitement. They seriously suspected that Lin Dong was drunk, and that was why he said such pretentious words. After all, the cost of Blue Enchantress is too high. He paid for the entire meal, which must have cost at least hundreds of thousands. Looking at Lin Dong's appearance, he doesn't look like a rich man. Soon, the bar manager learned the news and walked up to Lin Dong, surrounded by the crowd. "Hello, sir. What's your name?" "Lin Dong." "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, if you want to book the whole place, you need to verify your capital in advance." Lin Dong didn't think there was anything wrong with this request. After all, if someone suddenly came out and said he would pay for everyone, he wouldn't believe it. "Isn't it just a capital verification?" "No problem. I'll just give you the bank card and deduct the amount you spend directly from it. Anyway, the more money I spend, the more money I'll have." A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Dong's lips. Only he himself knows what the last sentence means. On the surface, paying for everyone is simply being taken advantage of. But in reality, the more money he spent, the more money he made. Lin Dong has already begun to look forward to having another zero added to his bank card balance. After a moment, the bar manager walked towards Lin Dong with an agitated look on his face, ignoring his relatives. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize the real master just now. Look, do you want to say a few words?" Lin Dong shook his head. The bar manager immediately understood and spoke on his behalf. "Everyone, I have personally verified that young Master Lin does have this ability. The whole audience is buying it. Let us give our warmest applause to welcome Mr. Lin to Blue Enchantress. Everybody, get high." For a moment, the Blue Rose Bar was filled with passion. The sound of music, cheers, and shouts almost blew the ceiling off. Countless young men and women, as if they had been electrocuted, twisted their bodies wildly and tirelessly in the noisy music and brilliant lights. From time to time, a few young ladies dressed in cool clothes would take the initiative to chat with Lin Dong and get close to him. There is no way. There are very few people like Lin Dong who are young, rich, and generous. They finally came across one, so of course they couldn't miss it. Lin Dong also enjoyed it. These women served him well and made him happy, and he would be generous in giving them small red envelopes as rewards. The lowest is 6,666. "Thank you, brother. I love young Master Lin the most, moi." "Mr. Lin, I want to touch your car keys. Is that okay?" Mr. Lin's generosity made these slutty bitches even more excited, and they kept touching him. If he hadn't been too embarrassed to do so, his pants would have been pulled off on the spot. Soon, the system began to send prompts one after another. It was detected that the host spent 5,000 yuan in a nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful, and 50,000 yuan was credited to the bank card. It was detected that the host spent 8,000 yuan in a nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful, and 80,000 yuan was credited to the bank card. It was detected that the host spent 10,000 yuan in a nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful, and 100,000 yuan was credited to the bank card. From the moment Lin Dong announced that everyone would pay the bill, almost everyone started spending lavishly, choosing only the expensive wines to drink. In just half an hour, Lin Dong's bank card balance jumped wildly, surging by 6 or 7 million. For ordinary people, it is an astronomical figure, enough to buy a big house in a good location in Tianai City. However, Lin Dong was not moved at all. He didn't even lift his eyelids. "Too little? It's really too little? I paid for the whole place. How come it only costs so little? Will it cost money? Do you want me to teach you?" Lin Dong looked impatient. Suddenly, several nightclub girls were frightened. "I thought I had done something wrong and offended him. After all, it is well known that rich people have bad tempers." The next second, Lin waved directly to the bar manager. "Who, come here?" The bar manager was stunned for a moment. Then he came over happily. "Mr. Lin, my last name is Zhang. You can just call me Xiao Zhang." Lin Dong nodded slightly and asked casually, "Manager Zhang, how much is the turnover of our Blue Enchantress bar in one night?" "Well, normally it's about 200,000 or 300,000. If business is good, it can be 400,000 or 500,000. That's all." Lin Dong curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Manager Zhang smiled awkwardly, feeling a little embarrassed. "You know, although Blue Rose is not the largest nightclub in Tianhai City, it is enough to rank among the top 3 in terms of popularity and consumption level. Some nightclubs don't make that much money in a quarter." In the end, when it reached Lin Dong's mouth, it turned out to be like this. However, thinking of Lin Dong's rich behavior, Manager Zhang felt relieved again. Maybe 4 or 500,000 is not enough for someone's living expenses for a month. "So, how much does it cost to acquire your bar?" Lin Dong asked. Manager Zhang's mouth twitched, and he thought Lin Dong was drunk. Mr. Lin, please stop joking with me. Do you think I'm kidding? I'm asking you a question, and you just answer it. If you can't answer it, call your boss. Lin Dong spoke calmly and drank the wine in the glass. Then, he ignored him and continued playing with the beautiful girl next to him. Manager Zhang suddenly felt very uncomfortable. After hesitating for a moment, he still took out his cell phone, walked to a quiet place, and asked his boss. About 10 minutes later, he returned to Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, our boss said that he won't sell this bar without 20 million. Chapter 38, buy the bar directly and get 200 million. 20 million? Hearing this number, Lin Dong's mouth corners slightly raised. Is this a coincidence? He had exactly 20 million in his bank card. As the saying goes, the wool comes from the sheep. The money earned from Blue Enchantress should be used on Blue Enchantress. Okay, 20 million. Give me the bank card. I want to see proof of the bar's assets and a purchase contract within 5 minutes. What? Manager Zhang was dumbfounded. Having worked at Blue Enchantress for so many years, he has seen people who spend money like water. However, there has never been anyone like Lin Dong who could spend 20 million just by slapping his thigh. He didn't even bargain. What are you still standing there for? Don't you think I can't afford this little money? Seeing that Manager Zhang didn't move, Lin Dong's face darkened slightly. No. Manager Zhang quickly shook his head like a rattle. Then he picked up the bank card that Lin Dong had thrown on the table and ran away. Next to them, several gorgeously dressed nightclub girls stood there dumbfounded. They knew that Lin Dong was rich, but they didn't expect him to be so rich. This is Blue Rose, with an investment of tens of millions and a daily turnover of hundreds of thousands. Such a nightclub, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, was actually bought by a young man in his early 20s? Are you sure you're not dreaming? Noticing the stunned expressions of the nightclub girls, Lin Dong smiled faintly. While they were distracted, he hugged them forcefully. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, they each gave a kiss. As long as I'm happy, you will be Blue Enchantress's supreme VIP from now on. I'll pay for all your expenses. How about that? Hearing these words, the girls couldn't help but shudder. They often go to high-end nightclubs and know the power of Lin Dong's words very well. This is much more cost-effective than any small red envelope. For a moment, these nightclub girls could no longer remain calm. Without waiting for Lin Dong to speak, she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms and used all her skills to serve Lin Dong. Just then, Manager Zhang rushed in with a flushed face. As soon as I entered the door, I was startled. Then, thinking of the contract worth 20 million in his hand, he swallowed again and forced himself to suppress his excitement. Mr. Lin, it's done. Congratulations. From now on, you are the only owner of Blue Enchantress. You don't know, our boss is really regretting it. If he had known you were so straightforward, he would have ordered more. Huh. At the same time, the system prompt sound also sounded. It was detected that the host spent 20 million yuan in the nightclub, 10 times cash back successful, 200 million yuan credited to bank card. 200 million, got it. How can I describe this feeling with just one word? Refreshing. However, this is far from enough for Lin Dong. Bang! Lin Dong slapped the bank card on the table again. Manager Zhang's smile froze. Could it be that Lin Dong felt that he spent too much money and regretted it? Manager Zhang. Yes, Master Lin, I'm here. Manager Zhang carefully poured Lin Dong a full glass of red wine. If you have any other instructions, please let me know. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. He was very satisfied with Manager Zhang, who had a good vision. It's nothing, just a bar. Too few people, not lively. Manager Zhang was stunned. Then, he subconsciously looked at the hundreds of men and women who were shaking their bodies wildly. The scene was almost like a large-scale crazy scene. Isn't this lively enough? Then, Mr. Lin, what you mean is, it's simple. I want to integrate several nearby nightclubs. It would be best if I could take over all the nightclubs in Tianhai City. This way, as long as you become a member of the Blue Enchantress Bar, you can enjoy membership benefits no matter which store you go to. After hearing Lin Dong's words, Manager Zhang's jaw dropped to the ground. Isn't this a franchise store? However, those franchise stores have membership systems because they want small profits, but quick turnover. For example, a cup of milk tea costs more than 10 yuan, but members can get it 1 or 2 yuan cheaper. I've never heard of a nightclub, a place where customers spend thousands of dollars, also offering franchising. More importantly, so far, no one has enough financial resources to take over the entire nightclub business in Tianhai City. If Lin Dong really did it, then he is not the little prince of the nightclub, but the king of the nightclub. Master Lin, isn't this a bit? What? You can't do it. Lin Dong raised his eyebrows, crossed his legs, and looked Manager Zhang up and down with a questioning look on his face. The latter was immediately startled. Now Lin Dong is his bread and butter. He didn't dare to offend this god of wealth. After thinking it over again and again, Manager Zhang considered his words and said, Mr. Lin, it's not that we can't do it, but the interests involved in this matter are too great. We are willing to pay, but the other party may not be willing to sell it. Our former boss, regretted not asking for more money after signing the contract just now. How could other bosses be so easy to talk to? After saying this, I thought Lin Dong would give up. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong smiled faintly and took a sip of red wine nonchalantly. What was I thinking? It turned out to be money. Remember, for me, as long as it's a problem related to money, it's not a problem. Isn't it just a matter of how much money you make when you come out to sell yourself? After saying that, Lin Dong slapped a certain beauty on the face. The beautiful woman's body trembled, but she was not angry. Instead, she became even more enthusiastic. Manager Zhang was stunned. Okay, stop standing here. As long as you get this done, I won't treat you unfairly. Now, take this card and go to some nightclubs. Whatever they offer, just bid it higher. Don't embarrass me when you're out in the world. If you dare to embarrass me, then get out of here. Manager Zhang's head buzzed. Although she was scolded by Lin Dong, she felt warm and sweet in her heart. There is even an additional sense of mission. That's right, this is my good employee. Don't worry, as long as you behave well, I will never treat you unfairly. After the acquisition contract is negotiated, you can get a commission. Not much, maybe 1%. 100? 1%? When Manager Zhang heard this number, his breathing became heavier, his heart beat faster, and he was so excited that he almost had a heart attack. 1% sounds like a small amount. However, you also need to look at the total price. One blue rose is 20 million. 1%, that's 200,000. He used to work very hard in a bar and only earned 30,000 to 40,000 yuan a month. Now Lin Dong tripled his salary with just a few words. In fact, it's just a contract. If he really took over all the nightclubs in Tianhai City, he would be able to earn more money in a month than he could ever earn in his entire life. Mr. Lin. Manager Zhang's eyes were filled with tears. For a moment, there was an impulse to die for one's friend. Seeing this, Lin Dong waved his hand. Get lost, what I want is the contract, not your acting skills. Remember, you only have one night. No more waiting after the expiration date. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I'll be there right away. Manager Zhang immediately stood up and saluted, then ran out in a hurry, almost catching up with bolt speed. If you don't know, you might think he was Lin Dong's errand boy. Chapter 39. Continue to acquire 1 billion received. Puff! Seeing this scene, several nightclub girls laughed so hard that they shook with laughter. They had been coming to the Blue Rose Bar for so long, but this was the first time they saw Manager Zhang lose his composure like this. The contrast is too great. What are you laughing at? If you can make millions in one night, you can definitely make more money than him. When they heard the number of millions, their smiles froze. Instead, there is deep envy, jealousy, and hatred. Don't they want to make a fortune and turn themselves into phoenixes? The problem is, there is no such opportunity. All they can do is to use their bodies to please young men like Lin Dong in exchange for some hard work fees. Mr. Lin, I also want several million. Mr. Lin is the best. Can you give me a job as a boss? Several nightclub girls hugged Lin Dong's arms and acted coquettishly. Lin Dong sneered inwardly. You can't do the boss, but you can be done by the boss. Go over there and kneel down. Faced with Lin Dong's commanding tone, the women did not dare to be vague. They know that this may be their only chance to move up in social class in this lifetime. Not long. Inside the VIP booth, there was a lot of excitement. Call! 2 hours later, the battle was over. In the VIP package booth, 3 half-naked beauties were staggering around. Some were lying under the table, some were lying on the sofa, and one was sleeping in a pile of wine bottles. Looking at this scene, Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. Not fun, not fun. With his current abilities, even 30 women fighting against him in turns might not be able to bring him down, let alone 3. Just then, a figure rushed in, panting. Mr. Lin, it's done. Because he was too excited, he began to stutter. Don't worry, have a drink and take your time. Lin Dong smiled faintly and poured a glass of wine for Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang didn't dare to offend him and drank it all in one gulp. Afterwards, Not only did he not get drunk, he became even more excited. Mr. Lin, all the nightclubs near Blue Enchantress have agreed to your acquisition. There are 3 bars and 5 nightclubs in total. Lin Dong shook his head and didn't care about the number. He only cares about how much money it costs. This is related to how much money the system returns to him. Get to the point. Yes, Mr. Lin. Manager Zhang nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, his fingers trembling. This is the acquisition contract. Please take a look. The total expenditure is 91.6 million. As if to show his loyalty to Lin Dong, Manager Zhang also emphasized this. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any loss. I've calculated it all, and the premium doesn't exceed 5%. Thinking of this and hearing these words, Lin Dong frowned and did not feel happy at all. Didn't I tell you? Raise the price. Who asked you to save money for me? Ah! Manager Zhang was stunned. How can you save money and still make mistakes? Forget it, forget it. I won't do it again. Thank you for your hard work today. Send me your bank card number, and I'll pay you. Manager Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up. Before Lin Dong loses his temper, he quickly takes out his bank card. After a while, I received a text message confirming the account had arrived. When he saw the string of numbers clearly, he was stunned. 1 million? Mr. Lin, did you give too much? Seeing Manager Zhang looking flattered, Lin Dong didn't care at all. If there's more, consider it a bonus. In the future, please don't save money for me. It's just a small amount. There's no need to haggle over it. For a moment, Manager Zhang seemed to be walking on clouds, and his whole body felt light and airy. He never dreamed that one day he would be able to make so much money. All this is thanks to Lin Dong. Lin Dong ignored Manager Zhang, whose eyes were filled with excitement, and quietly opened the system to check the rewards. It was detected that the host spent 5 million yuan in a nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful, and 50 million yuan was credited to the bank card. It was detected that the host spent 8 million yuan in the nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful, and 80 million yuan was credited to the bank card. It was detected that the host spent 13 million yuan in the nightclub, and the tenfold cashback was successful, and 130 million yuan was credited to the bank card. Adding up all the pieces, Lin Dong's bank card balance is no longer 8 digits, but 9 digits. That is 1 billion. It's hard to imagine that he went from a multimillionaire to a billionaire in just one night. No, to be more precise, it was more than 2 hours. Once this kind of story of getting rich overnight gets out, many people will come running to become your disciple before dawn. Various celebrities will also rush to make friends with this upstart. Very good, very good. Lin Dong could no longer contain his excitement, so he picked up a bottle of XO and drank it all. Seeing this scene, Manager Zhang's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. No matter how good your alcohol tolerance is, you can't drink like this. However, when he saw the drunken nightclub girl lying on the ground and the boxes of wine bottles, Manager Zhang swallowed his words back. It seems that this young Master Lin Dong is not only rich, but also has a big penis and is good at drinking. After drinking it in one breath, Lin Dong spoke calmly, without blushing or panting. Xiao Zhang, from now on, when I'm not at the bar, Blue Enchantress will be left to you to take care of. You will also be in charge of the other nightclubs. Will there be any problems? Hearing this, Manager Zhang's mind went blank. It took him half a minute to utter a few words, and he nodded continuously. Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will never let you down. With me here, I will be able to earn back the money I spent sooner or later. Lin Dong nodded lightly. In fact, he doesn't care whether these nightclubs make money or not. Anyway, the 10 billion is already in hand. These nightclubs have lost their value. However, it is our own business after all. If we can make money, it would be good too. Okay, then I'll see how you perform. I have other things to do, so I'll go back first. If you have anything, just call me directly. Lin Dong responded casually, then stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing that the god of wealth was about to leave, Manager Zhang did not dare to neglect him. He followed Lin Dong carefully and personally sent him to the parking lot. Then, he watched Lin Dong drive away. He had made up his mind that no matter what happened in the future, he would cling to Lin Dong's big, thick legs and die for him. The other side, under the effect of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, the drunkenness in Lin Dong's body quickly dissipated. His vision was clear, his mind was sober, and he didn't look like he was drunk at all. However, after tossing and turning all night, even though Lin Dong was not physically exhausted, he felt a little tired mentally. He planned to go back to the Dynasty Hotel and have a good rest. Unexpectedly, Just at an intersection near the Dynasty Hotel, a group of people gathered and made a lot of noise, blocking his way. Lin Dong got out of the car impatiently. He wanted to see who had nothing better to do than to block his way. Chapter 40, Selling Myself to Save My Mother. Brother and sister, uncle and aunt, please be kind and save my mother. As long as you pay for my surgery, I will work like a slave to repay you. Before I got close to the crowd, I heard a young girl's miserable pleading voice. Lin Dong frowned immediately. This old-fashioned line is a classic scam that you can tell at the first sound of it. Sell yourself to save your mother. Lin Dong was too lazy to expose the truth and moved forward, wanting to see who was so shameless. A pure and lovely girl was kneeling on the ground. The girl was not very old and appeared to be in her early 20s. She has an oval face, a high-nose bridge, and a pair of big watery eyes. Although she was only wearing an ordinary little white dress, it could not completely conceal the cool temperament in her bones. A pair of bright eyes also revealed the melancholy and tenderness of Lin Dayu. Given the girl's age and appearance, she would at least be a campus beauty in a university. How did it come to this? Lin Dong walked forward and took a look at the sign in front of the girl. Her name is Lu Shiyun. She was admitted to a key university in Tianhai City this year. As a result, her mother was suddenly diagnosed with a brain tumor and needed 500,000 yuan for surgery. Since her father had passed away and Lu Shiyun had just started school, she had no money for treatment. In desperation, Lu Shiyun had to try to raise enough money for her mother's surgery by selling herself in a place like the Dynasty Hotel. Lin Dong checked Lu Shiyun's information. Neither the student ID number nor the ID card was falsified. Her feelings didn't seem fake. She was genuinely anxious. Just then, several scolding voices suddenly came. "Get out of the way, everyone! Get out of the way!" Everyone turned around. I found out that they were 3 or 4 gangsters with skinny faces, so I quickly made way for them. These days, it's better to offend the king of hell than to offend the devil. A spirited young man like this will not hold back when he strikes, so try to hide as far away as you can. The yellow-haired leader saw that everyone was so sensible, snorted coldly, and a sneer appeared on his face. "It's good that you know to be afraid. We are with Brother Tiger." When Brother who was mentioned, Huang Mao straightened his back. The 2 followers also looked very proud. Soon, 3 street urchins squeezed into the crowd and looked at the crying Lu Shiyun. Their eyes suddenly lit up. "Brother Huang, am I right? This girl is so hot, and she's exactly your type. Look, is our information worth a pack of cigarettes?" The younger brother said this with a flattering smile. The yellow-haired man grinned and patted his shoulder. "That's right. If you want any cigarettes later, I'll buy them for you." Damn, this is the first time I've seen something this good. The 3 of them did not hide their desire for Lu Shiyun at all. People like them never care about quality and spend more money than ordinary people. Often invite a group of people to have parties. Right now, in Huang Mao's eyes, Lu Shiyun has become his possession. What do you guys want to do? Just when Huang Mao and his gang were about to tease Lu Shiyun, a pot-bellied white-collar man stood up, looking indignant. Seeing this, the onlookers gave thumbs up. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and said nothing. He is not a good person who is brave enough to do things for others and sacrifice himself for others. If you want him to take action, there must be some benefits that can attract him. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. This is an eternal truth. At this time, a middle-aged white-collar man stood in front of Lu Shiyun. With a frown on his face, he looked up and down at the yellow-haired man. "I warn you, don't try to bully others in broad daylight. Now, get out of here as far as you can, or I'm calling the police." Hearing this, Lu Shiyun, who was sobbing with her head down, couldn't help but raise her head. She glanced at the white-collar man with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. However, when they heard the words "call the police," the yellow-haired guy sneered. "Wow, there's a hero saving the beauty here? Go ahead and report it. I didn't steal or rob. Am I afraid you'll call the police?" Besides, she wanted to sell herself to save her mother. "Didn't you see what's written here? What's wrong with me paying her to help?" After saying that, Huang Mao took out a few hundred yuan from his pocket and waved it in front of Lu Shiyun. "Are these enough?" Lu Shiyun's beautiful eyes were startled. "The doctor said that it would cost 500,000 yuan to perform surgery on my mother. These few $100s are not even enough to cover the small change." Seeing this, the white-collar man also snorted coldly. "This little money is not even enough for the registration fee." Then, the white-collar man turned his head and looked at Lu Shiyun gently. Don't be nervous, little sister. My last name is Sue, and I own a car repair shop. As long as you come with me, we can find a quiet place to talk, and I will find a way to pay for your mother's surgery. I may not be able to come up with $500,000, but I still have tens of thousands of dollars. Lu Shiyun frowned slightly. For some reason, she felt very uncomfortable when she heard what Boss Sue said. Especially the other person's eyes made her feel uncomfortable. At this time, Huang Mao directly exposed Boss Sue's intention. What am I supposed to think? It turns out that he has a little money and wants to support someone? A pig with a green onion in its nose. Why are you pretending to be an elephant? After being scolded by Huang Mao, Boss Sue blushed. It turns out that he is not a kind-hearted person, but has other intentions. Originally, he thought Lu Shiyun was simple-minded and easy to deceive, and he could coax her into bed with just some money. Now he was exposed by Huang Mao, making him a nobody, just when everyone thought that Lu Shiyun would directly refuse. Unexpectedly, the little girl bit her lip and said palely, Can you have a little more? Tens of thousands of dollars are really not enough. If you can give me 500,000, I will do anything. Even if it is, I will accompany you and wash your feet. Lu Shiyun found it difficult to speak and did not finish the rest of the sentence. This pitiful look instantly aroused everyone's sympathy. However, they could do nothing to help. Nowadays, no one's money comes from the wind. Moreover, 500,000 is not a small number. Beside him, Lin Dong suddenly had an idea. Originally, people thought that Lu Shiyun was a fraud, trying to make money by selling herself to save her mother. Now it seems that the little girl had no choice but to do so. At this moment, when Boss Sue heard Lu Shiyun complain that 30,000 was too little, his face turned red and his eyes gradually became unfriendly. You mean 500,000? I feel sorry for you, so I am willing to be the sucker and pay you. Don't think I don't know. Girls your age spend a lot of money on playing in school. I don't know how many people have lost money. You're not even sure if you're a virgin, but you're asking for $500,000 right away. How dare you ask for that? Boss Sue is full of foul language. The hope that had just ignited in Lu Shiyun's eyes was shattered again, and her pretty face turned red. I've never had a boyfriend. Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 41. Use of Force. Oh. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao and Boss Sue's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, I found a treasure today. Boss Sue swallowed secretly and stared at Lu Shiyun again. Sure enough, the little girl's legs were tightly closed. Obviously, she had never had sex before. However, he still refused to miss any opportunity to suppress the opponent. You said you didn't do it, so you didn't do it? I don't believe it unless you let me test it. What? Lu Shiyun's eyes widened and her body trembled slightly. She had stayed in the ivory tower of the school for too long and had hardly set foot in society, so she had never met such people. For a moment, I didn't know how to respond. You feel guilty, right? I didn't. Lu Shiyun shook her head repeatedly, tears welling up in her eyes. Then, thinking of his seriously ill mother in bed, he had to lower his head. If I let you test it, can you give me a little more money? Yes, of course. Boss Sue was overjoyed and danced with excitement. However, isn't it up to him to decide whether to give the money or not? Let's coax Lu Shiyun into bed first. Don't worry. As long as you are still a virgin, Uncle is willing to add a little more money. Boss Sue laughed and ignored the disgusted looks from the people around him, and simply put his hand towards Lu Shiyun's face. And, constantly going downwards, Lu Shiyun's face turned red and her body was shaking constantly. You can see how nervous and scared she is at this moment. At this critical moment, the yellow-haired man on the side finally couldn't help it and kicked Boss Sue on the arm. Damn it! How dare you touch the woman I like? Ouch! Boss Sue screamed and fell to the ground. He glared at the yellow-haired man fiercely, feeling extremely angry at this guy for ruining his good fortune. The yellow-haired man looked at him coldly and spoke jokingly. Su Changyuan, right? If you don't want your repair shop to be smashed, get out of here. When his real name was suddenly called out, Boss Sue was so scared that his face turned green. Even so, he still didn't want to miss the opportunity to eat Lu Shiyun. There's nothing I can do. The little girl is just too pretty and too attractive. You, who are you threatening? Do you think I was scared? Huang Mao snorted coldly, pointed at Boss Sue's nose, and cursed. You don't know me, but you should know brother who, right? Smiling Tiger, that's our eldest brother. Smiling Tiger? Su Changyuan licked his cracked lips and showed a panic expression for the first time. Who in this area doesn't know that Wang, who is a notorious desperado? A few years ago, He was imprisoned for several years for intentional injury. It was just released last month. When Su Changyuan thought about the trouble that might arise in the future, his face turned pale. As the saying goes, the stupid ones are afraid of the arrogant ones, and the arrogant ones are afraid of the desperate ones. Wang Hu is a man who risks his life. He can't afford to offend. Now that you're scared, why don't you get out of here? What kind of person is this? You're still trying to learn how to be supported by others. The yellow-haired man snorted coldly. Boss Su's expression changed, but in the end, he left in embarrassment with a look of unwillingness. At the same time, the people around them subconsciously moved a little further away from Huang Mao and his companions. At the same time, he shook his head with a look of regret. Today, Lu Shiyin can't escape the disaster. Not only was he unable to raise enough money for his mother's surgery, but he was also in danger. At this time, Huang Mao waved the 200 yuan and walked in front of Lu Shiyin again. "Beautiful lady, will you be my girlfriend?" Seeing the naked look in the yellow-haired man's eyes, Lu Shiyun's heartbeat slowed down. He was trembling with fear and didn't dare to say anything in reply. "I feel so aggrieved and sad, but I dare not complain. If you don't say anything, it means you agree. I'm so lucky. I came out for a walk and found such a beautiful girlfriend." Huang Mao felt very proud. The two younger brothers also had flattering looks on their faces. "Brother Huang, it has to be you. It's rare to see a beauty like this now who is so pretty and pure and still a virgin. If she were in school, she would at least be a school beauty. If you sell yourself, you'll probably earn 3,000 or 4,000 a night, right?" Bang! Before the two of them could finish their conversation, the yellow-haired man suddenly slapped them in the face. "Get lost. How are you talking to your sister-in-law? Hurry up and invite her over." The two younger brothers understood what he meant, walked towards Lu Shiyin with a wicked smile, and grabbed her arms on the left and right. "Sister-in-law, please. I'm not your sister-in-law. I want to save my mother, please, let me go." Being held by the yellow-haired men, Lu Shiyin felt very disappointed. Originally, in order to raise medical expenses, she had already prepared to become someone's mistress. "I didn't expect to meet such a shameless gangster. Just for a few $100s, he wants to take it by force." For a moment, Lu Shiyin was almost in despair. Subconsciously, he looked at the people around him, hoping that someone among them could save him. However, these days, everyone should mind their own business and not worry about other people's problems. Who wants to get into trouble when they are not related to each other? Stop looking at me, baby. If you want to say anything, tell your husband later, okay?" The yellow-haired man grinned and looked Lu Shiyin up and down. "The more I look at it, the more amazing it is. My saliva is about to flow to the ground." Just now, Lu Shiyin was sitting. Now that I stand up, I realize that she is not only beautiful, but also tall. Wearing a pair of flat shoes, she is about 1.68 meters tall and has the figure of a model. Compared with Lu Shiyin, what are those spirited girls he used to play with? "Let me go, let me go." Lu Shiyin cried bitterly and struggled desperately. However, he was completely unable to break free from the two brothers' iron-like arms. Just then, a young man stopped the three people. Huang Mao was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, even with the example of Boss Su, there are still people who dare to jump out and offend me. Suddenly, I was furious. Get out! Get out! If you don't leave now, I'll cut off one of your legs." Faced with the yellow-haired man's threat, the young man sneered. "Okay, you guys try it. Let's see who is better, me with missing arms and legs, or you kneel down and call me Grandpa." "You!" Huang Mao and his two younger brothers were stunned for a moment. "This boy is quite arrogant. Damn it, beat him up!" Huang Mao shouted loudly. Immediately, two younger brothers took the lead, leaving Lu Shiyin behind and surrounding Lin Dong. One of them showed no martial ethics and kicked Lin Dong in the lower body with a whip kick, which was clearly a wild street fight. Bang! There was a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, one person fell to the ground. However, that person was not Lin Dong, but Huang Mao's younger brother. I saw him holding his calf. His whole face turned the color of liver. From the sound, the bones were broken. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene, including Lin Dong. I never expected that the god-level fighting skills were so powerful. In his eyes, the opponent's movements were extremely slow and full of flaws. Any move can hurt the opponent. It felt like an adult beating a child effortlessly. Chapter 42. Calling to shake hands. Seeing this scene, the energetic young man next to him was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, a fist as big as a sandbag came into his sight. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and the younger brother also fell to the ground. Fuck! Huang Mao was startled. Unexpectedly, I ran into such a tough guy. If you don't do something, you'll be the next one to get beaten. You don't come over here. I'm warning you, my elder brother is a smiling tiger. He has killed people. If you dare to touch me, I promise you won't survive the day. Huang Mao yelled and tried to threaten Lin Dong. Sure enough, when Lin Dong heard the 3 words smiling tiger, he was stunned for a moment. Huang Mao thought Lin Dong was scared, so he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled triumphantly again. After all this time, it turns out you're just a coward. All right, I'm in a good mood, so I won't pursue the matter of you hitting me. Now get out of here and don't delay my work. After saying that, Huang Mao was about to hold Lu Shiyun's hand. As a result, Lin Dong suddenly kicked him unexpectedly. He kicked the yellow-haired guy to the ground. Everyone gasped when they saw this. At the same time, there was some surprise. Huang Mao had already called out the smiling tiger's name, but Lin Dong still dared to take action. Could this be the legendary newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger? You? The yellow-haired man's face turned red, and he pointed at Lin Dong with trembling fingers. If you dare to hit me, my brother will kill you. Okay, call him over. I'll wait here. When he comes, I'll take care of him together. Lin Dong sneered, stood there with his arms folded, waiting for Huang Mao to call. The yellow-haired man frowned and subconsciously felt that something was wrong. However, thinking of Wang Hu's bravery, he immediately dialed a number. Brother Hu, I'm Xiao Huang. I got beaten up at the Dynasty Hotel. I told him your name, but he wasn't afraid at all, and even said he was going to kill you. Yes, come quickly. While Huang Mao was calling for help, Lin Dong reached out and helped Lu Shiyun, whose face was covered with tears up. Beauty, are you okay? Lu Shiyun remained indifferent. Even the breathing was a little weak. Perhaps she knew that she could not save her mother, and there was no greater sorrow than the death of her heart. Not long after, 4 or 5 people came over from a distance, whimpering. The bald man in the lead was holding a baton and looked like he was coming with bad intentions. Who is so blind as to dare to hit my people? Get out of here! Isn't this familiar voice the smiling tiger, King Tiger? When he saw the reinforcements coming, Huang Mao was so excited that he spoke incoherently and quickly ran to meet them. Brother Tiger, you are finally here. It's him. This guy said he's going to take care of you. Following the direction of the yellow-haired finger, Wang Hu suddenly saw Lu Shiyun. Good boy. There is such a beauty. Why didn't you tell me earlier? No. The yellow-haired man was shocked and said with a stiff upper lip, I was going to introduce her to you, but that guy stopped me. Wang Hu nodded and walked towards Lu Shiyun with a smile. However, he always felt that the man next to Lu Shiyun seemed a little familiar. At this moment, the man slowly turned around and looked at Wang Hu expressionlessly. Bang! Wang Hu was so frightened that the baton in his hand fell to the ground. Master Lin? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Hu trotted to Lin Dong's side. He looked so respectful, as if he had met his biological father. I was wondering who it was so handsome and elegant. It turned out to be Master Lin. Tell me, isn't it the flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple? Wang Hu smiled apologetically. That posture almost made Lin Dong idle. Seeing this scene, Huang Mao was stunned for a moment. I thought Wang Hu had his old habit again and was just being polite before the fight. After all, he is nicknamed the Smiling Tiger in the underworld, and the brighter his smile, the harder he hits. Little did they know that this time, Wang Hu was sincere and not hiding a dagger behind his smile. Brother Hu, you have to avenge your brothers. At this moment, seeing that Wang Hu was still not taking any action, Huang Mao couldn't help but ask a question. Lin Dong smiled coldly, enjoying the fun. Who's he? Is this your brother? That's right, Brother Tiger is my brother. Don't you agree? Before the yellow-haired man could fully understand the situation, he immediately let out a shout. Bang! A crisp slap sounded. Fuck your grandma. Do I know you? I'm just trying to make connections here. Wang Hu glared at Huang Mao fiercely and spat at him. Damn it, you dyed a few chicken feathers and imitated others to be a gangster. Do you deserve it? It's unlucky just by looking at you. Immediately, Wang Hu turned around again and said with a smile, Don't get me wrong, Mr. Lin, he is just a little gangster. I don't know him well. It's good that they are not familiar with each other. Lin Dong nodded slightly and pointed at Lu Shiyun next to him. If I hadn't stopped them just now, this beauty would have been taken away by them. What? Wang Hu's head buzzed. It turned out that Huang Mao was trying to steal Lin Dong's woman, so Lin Dong started beating him. Fortunately, he arrived quickly. Otherwise, this fire will burn him sooner or later. Wang Hu felt a chill down his spine when he thought about how he almost got into trouble with a big shot like Lin Dong because of Huang Mao. After worry comes anger. Damn, who dares to touch Lin Xiao's woman? Brothers, beat them up and teach these guys a lesson. No, make sure they can never touch a woman in their lifetime. Hearing this, Huang Mao's head buzzed. The next second, before he could react, 3 or 4 batons hit him. There are also people who specifically take care of his lower 3 roads. Suddenly, screams like pigs being slaughtered were heard. Ouch! Brother Tiger, what are you doing? I'm hanging out with you. On the other side, Huang Mao's 2 followers also suffered. In a short while, he was beaten into a pig's head. Mercy, mercy, especially the yellow-haired one, who was beaten the worst. At this moment, I was holding my crotch and crying without tears. Okay, that's about it. Lin Dong waved his hand impatiently. Stop! Wang Hu understood what he meant and quickly let out a howl. Only then did the younger brother stop. Mr. Lin, do you think this is okay? Wang Hu asked in a flattering manner. Lin Dong nodded. Then he took out his mobile phone and operated it. Soon, Wang Hu received the transfer text message. 300,000? Thank you, Mr. Lin. Happy New Year to you. Wang Hu was ecstatic. The money earned from this is more than the protection fee. The key is that it's easy. It's just a small amount of money. Consider it as me treating my brothers to a drink. By the way, I bought Blue Enchantress and several nightclubs nearby. You guys can help keep an eye on them from now on. Lin Dong's casual words surprised Wang Hu and his younger brothers. This Mr. Lin actually did such a big business quietly. Who is he? Chapter 43, I Can Save Your Mom. Don't worry, as long as you perform well, you will get what you want. Lin Dong smiled faintly. 300,000 is nothing to him. However, for people like Wang Hu, it is not a small number. It is totally worthwhile to use it to conquer them. I have something else to do. You guys just do whatever you need to do. Understand? Lin Dong raised his eyebrows and glanced at Lu Shiyun, who was supporting him. Wang Hu smiled and touched his bald head. He understood what Lin Dong meant and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I understand. I understand it very well. Brothers, retreat. Soon, Wang Hu and a group of people left in a hurry, fearing that they would spoil Lin Dong's interest. The onlookers were amazed. I thought that once the smiling tiger arrived, Lin Dong would be skinned alive if he didn't die. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events. Wang Hu, whom Huang Mao called, not only did not stand on his side, but also beat Huang Mao up. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Boss Su hid behind the crowd, his face pale with fear, and he never dared to make any moves on Lu Shiyun again. At this moment, Lu Shiyun looked up at Lin Dong and spoke curiously. You, who are you? Why are they all afraid of you? Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. He was actually stumped by this question. After thinking for a moment, Lin Dong said calmly, It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I can save your mother. Really? Lu Shiyun's eyes suddenly brightened, and hope rekindled in her dim eyes. However, when she thought of the ill intentions of Boss Su and Huang Mao, she bit her lip in great distress. After a long silence, he finally made a bold decision. Only, as long as you can save my mother, I'll do anything you ask me to do. I really have never had a boyfriend. I'm still a virgin. Before she could finish her words, Lin Dong covered her mouth. Good job. I like women, but there is no need for you to be so proactive, right? On the street, shouting that she is a virgin. If you don't know, you might think I did something to you. As expected, several passersby took out their mobile phones, not sure whether they wanted to take pictures or call the police. Let's talk about it in the car. Lin Dong smiled bitterly, pulled Lu Shiyun, and walked quickly to the side of the road. Is this your car? Lu Shiyun pointed at Panamera in surprise, although she didn't understand these toys of the rich. But have you ever seen a pig run, even if you haven't eaten pork? Even a fool can see that this car is very valuable. At this moment, she finally believed that Lin Dong was able to pay the 500,000 yuan surgery fee. Get in the car. Oh. In the Panamera, Lin Dong finally had the opportunity to get to know Lu Shiyun. Your name is Lu Shiyun? Are you a student at Tianhai University of Science and Technology? Yes. So, you still have to call me senior brother. What? Lu Shiyun's eyes widened. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong is also a student of Tianhai University of Technology. Her pretty face turned slightly red and she cried out softly. Brother, since this is junior sister's business, then of course I, as her senior brother, have to take care of it. Seeing the trust in Lu Shiyun's eyes and her gradually relaxing body, Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly. He knew that this matter was a sure thing. Tell me, what disease did Annie have? When Lu Shiyun mentioned her mother's terminal illness, she shook her lips, her eyes turned slightly red, and tears welled up in her eyes. Don't cry. Speak slowly. Lin Dong took out a tissue and handed it to him. This gentle and delicate gesture once again moved Lu Shiyun to tears. Then, amidst a burst of tears, he began to tell the story. She and her mother Song Rulin are both from the country. Because I was admitted to university this year, we came to Tianhai City together. Unexpectedly, before Lu Shiyun completed the admission procedures, Song Rulin fainted on the road. Lu Shiyun was in a panic and rushed her to the hospital. After an examination, I got some bad news. The doctor said that my mother has a tumor in her brain. It is already in the advanced stage. It is very difficult to treat, and the surgery will cost a lot, $500,000. My mother said that she doesn't plan to treat it anymore because she's afraid it will affect my future. But my mother raised me all by herself and suffered so much. How could I just stand by and watch her die? Lin Dong nodded. So, that's why you want to sell yourself to save your mother? Then do you know that there are many bad people in this world? Thinking of what happened just now, Lu Shiyun's face suddenly turned pale and she subconsciously pulled down the hem of her skirt. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his expression relaxed. No, there's still good people. Senior brother Lin is a good person. Lin Dong smiled faintly and patted her shoulder. I think I understand your situation. I can help you with this money. Hearing this, Lu Shiyun shook his lips. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she didn't care whether there was anyone outside the car. She mustered up her courage and threw herself into Lin Dong's arms. She even took the initiative to grab his hand and placed it on her thigh. What are you doing? Brother Lin, I have no way to repay your kindness, so I can only give myself to you. Please don't reject me, okay? After saying this, Lu Shiyun unbuttoned her clothes. From Lin Dong's angle, he could just see a deep ditch. Hiss! Lin Dong couldn't help but take a breath. On the surface, Lu Shiyun seems to be a petite and lovely type. I didn't expect that she had such a good figure. Sensing Lin Dong's burning gaze, Lu Shiyun's snow-white skin turned slightly red. It looks like a newly blooming peach blossom, delicate and charming. The next moment, she seemed to think it was not enough, and she grabbed Lin Dong's big hand and pushed it under her skirt. Looking at Lu Shiyun's awkward movements, Lin Dong smiled knowingly and couldn't help but teasing. Shiyun, didn't you say that you don't have a boyfriend? I saw it in a TV show. Lu Shiyun spoke shyly. At the same time, take a deep breath and prepare yourself to devote yourself. As a result, at this moment, Lin Dong pushed her away. Let's talk about this after I cure my aunt's illness. Lu Shiyun was stunned for a moment. Then, tears welled up in his eyes again. Now, she is more and more certain that Lin Dong is a gentleman. In fact, Lin Dong just doesn't like this approach. He prefers women to be fully present, instead of being like Lu Shiyun, who was clearly worried but still put on an act. Boring. Even if you get it, it's boring. By the way, Annie, besides fainting, do you have any other symptoms? Lin Dong suddenly asked. Lu Shiyun shook her head. No, I can eat and sleep just like a normal person. I only found out when I checked yesterday. That's strange. Lin Dong always felt that there was something wrong here. However, it is difficult to say it clearly. Right now, the only way to understand the situation is to meet Song Rulin first. Which hospital is your aunt in? I'll take you there. As for the surgery fee, I'll pay it first and you can pay me back when you have money. Chapter 44. Something is wrong. Half an hour later, the Paramila drove into Tianhai Central Hospital. Lin Dong followed Lu Shiyun and came to the door of the ward. Through the window, I saw Lu Shiyun's mother, Song Rulin. A little different from what I imagined. Song Rulin was very young and looked to be only in her 30s. Moreover, she is very beautiful and looks about 70% similar to Lu Shiyun. I don't know, I thought the two were sisters, not mother and daughter. In fact, compared to Lu Shiyun, Song Rulin has more charm of a mature woman. Senior brother Lin, let's go in. Lu Shiyun said in a low voice. Lin Dong suddenly woke up. Afterwards, I felt a little ashamed. Unexpectedly, I was stunned just now. Mom, I'm here to see you. Lu Shiyun walked lightly to the bedside. Song Rulin heard the voice and slowly turned her head. The look he gave Lu Shiyun was full of love. Then he suddenly noticed Lin Dong next to him and looked a little surprised. This is... Hello, Auntie. I am Shiyun Sr., Lin Dong. Lin Dong didn't say directly that he had already graduated. This also gave Song Rulin the illusion that Lin Dong might have been sent by the school. Oh, it's Lin. Please take a seat. I asked you to come all the way here. It must be our Shiryun who troubled you, right? Song Rulin spoke very gently, and there was a soft and mellow feeling. It was also the first time that Lin Dong talked with such a beautiful young woman who still had charm. For a moment, his heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. Fortunately, he adjusted himself immediately and showed a sunny smile. Annie, I came here today to tell you a good news. The problem of surgery fee has been solved. Next, you can get treatment without worrying about the money. What? Upon hearing the news, Song Rulin widened her eyes and looked at Lin Dong in disbelief. Then, he looked at Lu Shiryun in confusion. The poem says, "Is this true?" Lu Shiryun nodded prettily with a shy expression. She was too embarrassed to say that she almost sold herself for the surgery fee. That's great. It's really great. Student Lin, thank you and the school for your help. Song Rulin was very excited and kept thanking him. Lu Shiryun was stunned for a moment. Only then did they realize that Song Rulin had misunderstood and thought that the surgery fee was raised by Tianhai University of Technology. Mom, you misunderstood. Actually, Lu Shiryun was about to explain. Squeak. Suddenly, the door of the ward opened. A middle-aged doctor, about 40 years old and of short stature, walked in with a medical record book. When he first came in, he was still smiling. As a result, after seeing Lin Dong, a stranger, his face suddenly drooped. Who are you? Who allowed you to enter the ward without permission? Why don't you get out now? Otherwise, I'll call security. Dr. Sun, you are here. As soon as she saw the middle-aged man in a white coat, Song Rulin was about to stand up in a panic. Lu Shiryun was so scared that she hurried to help him. Mom, slow down. You are a child. You are not sensible at all. Song Rulin looked reproachful and angry. How can I lie down and let the doctor stand? Hearing this, Lin Dong was slightly moved. Song Rulin's simplicity made him think of his parents far away in his hometown. However, Dr. Sun did not appreciate it at all, still glaring at Lin Dong fiercely. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Security, security. Seeing this, Song Rulin quickly explained. Doctor, you misunderstood. He is my daughter's classmate, and he is here to donate on behalf of the school. Donation? Dr. Sun was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, someone actually donated money to Song Rulin. That's a full 500,000. Even so, Dr. Sun still looked unfriendly and said impatiently, from now on, no one is allowed to enter or leave the ward without permission. What do you think a hospital is? You think it's in your school? Lin Dong frowned slightly. When will we no longer be able to enter hospital wards? Isn't this clearly targeting him? If he hadn't figured out the truth of the matter, he would have almost lost control and punched him. This? Song Rulin's face turned slightly red. Lu Shiryun was also embarrassed. Student Lin, don't be angry. The hospital has its own rules and regulations, and the doctor can't do anything about it. Shiryun, go and keep your brother company. The doctor is going to examine me. Lu Shiryun nodded. Then, he walked to Lin Dong with a guilty look on his face. Brother, I'm sorry. How about we go out first? Lin Dong frowned slightly and walked out with Lu Shiryun. Seeing this, Dr. Sun breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's right. How can I check with outsiders here? Dr. Sun looked at Song Rulin lying on the hospital bed and couldn't help swallowing. Let's start the inspection now. Take your time. Don't rush. The other side. Lu Shiryun continued to apologize to Lin Dong. I'm so sorry, senior brother. I didn't expect this to happen. It's all my fault. I should have told the doctor in advance. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Lu Shiryun bit her lips tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Dong hated to see women cry, so he immediately grabbed Lu Shiryun's shoulders. Don't cry. I'm not that petty, and I won't blame you. But I always feel like something is wrong. Lu Shiryun looked a little confused. In her opinion, Dr. Sun just had a bad attitude, but he was actually quite responsible and was very concerned about Song Rulin's condition. It was already past 2 o'clock last night when he rushed to the hospital to give Song Rulin a full-body examination. If I hadn't helped myself, it would have definitely taken up a lot of time. Lin Dong shook his head and said nothing more. Forget it, I'm going to the bathroom. You stay here with Annie. Lu Shiryun nodded. Then, he watched Lin Dong leave. On the other side, Lin Dong came to the nurse's station. There were 2 nurses on duty inside. Excuse me, I am Song Rulin's family member. I would like to ask how is her condition? Lin Dong asked in a kind tone. Unexpectedly, the 2 nurses looked disgusted when they heard his question. It's just low blood sugar. What can happen? After the two nurses finished speaking, they rolled their eyes at Lin Dong. Lin Dong was confused. Low blood sugar? You mean Song Rulin doesn't have a brain tumor, but hypoglycemia? The two nurses looked at Lin Dong as if he were an idiot. One of them was too lazy to explain and just threw the medical record in front of Lin Dong. Look for yourself. It's all written in the medical record. What I can't stand the most is people like you. Just because you have a little money, you think you are the boss wherever you go. Lin Dong ignored the two nurses' sarcastic remarks, picked up the medical record, and looked through it carefully. Then, the more I watched, the more shocked I became. Chapter 45, The Truth Revealed. The medical records in detail the process from Song Rulin's hospitalization to treatment. There was no complicated medication, just 3 days of glucose infusion. Song Rulin's dizziness is easy to explain, it's hypoglycemia. No wonder, Shuryan said, her mother has always been in good health. That day, I think it was because the sun was too strong and I hadn't eaten anything, so I fainted due to low blood sugar. That bastard surnamed Sun actually said that she had a brain tumor and wanted 500,000 yuan for surgery. Because of his lies, Shuryan almost sold herself out. Lin Dong was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He had always felt that there was something fishy about this matter, and now he finally understood. This man named Sun saw that Song Rulin and her daughter were from the countryside and knew nothing. So he interfered and deceived them. I just don't know what his intentions are. Is he trying to keep the 500,000 yuan surgery fee for himself? Or does he have other intentions? What are you doing? The two nurses were shocked to see Lin Dong suddenly get angry. Lin Dong shook his head and forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. Although the two nurses' attitudes were not very good just now. However, without them, I would never have known this secret. You might even end up being taken advantage of and giving away 500,000 yuan to someone named Sun for nothing. Thinking of this, Lin Dong decisively took out a wad of money from his pocket and stuffed it into the hands of the two young nurses. As a token of my appreciation, I'd like to invite the two beauties to have a cup of milk tea. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he walked back without looking back. The two nurses were stunned for a moment. Then, when he saw what was in his hand, he was stunned. Money! Wow, that's a lot! No. What does he mean by that? The two nurses were confused. I have no idea why Lin Dong suddenly gave them money. Moreover, it was a considerable amount of money, a full 10,000. Thinking of their attitude just now, the two of them couldn't help but blush and turn pale. Actually, this guy is pretty handsome. Who says rich people have bad tempers? I think this handsome boy has a very good character. The two of them were counting the money and smiling. In their eyes, Lin Dong's image also became extremely tall and handsome. On the other side, Lin Dong was walking quickly. Now, he just wanted to get back as soon as possible and expose Sun's scam. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned to the ward, Lin Dong discovered that the door had been locked and the curtains had been drawn. Alas, the situation is a bit grim. The condition has worsened again. If I don't have surgery, my life may be in danger. In the ward, after the examination, Dr. Sun looked serious and sighed from time to time. For a moment, Song Rulin's face, which was originally somewhat rosy, suddenly dimmed. Mom! Lu Shuyun was also struck by lightning, and tears streamed down her face. The mother and daughter have always depended on each other. Although life is hard, it is also happy. If her mother was no longer in this world, she would be truly helpless. Seeing this, Song Rulin's eyes welled up with tears and redness. Just then, Dr. Sun suddenly spoke. Actually, it's not completely hopeless. Yes, Mom, senior brother Lin has agreed to pay for your surgery. Lu Shuyun suddenly thought of something, and hope lit up in her eyes. Brother Lin? Dr. Sun was stunned for a moment. He originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to control the mother and daughter. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong suddenly appeared. Dr. Sun was inexplicably annoyed when he thought about the risk of the cooked duck flying away. He said sternly, Little girl, you are counting on that man now? To tell you the truth, he is lying to you. That bastard ran away a long time ago. Otherwise, why hasn't he been seen for so long? What? Lu Shuyun's expression suddenly changed. Although I don't want to believe it. But when you think about it carefully, it seems to be the case. Just now, Lin Dong said he was going to the bathroom. As a result, he hasn't come back yet. It was obvious that he saw the situation was not good and just ran away. But he clearly promised to help pay for the surgery. Moreover, the two were still in the car. Thinking of those acts of throwing themselves at others, Lu Shuyun's face suddenly turned red. After all, Song Rulin was an experienced person and she saw the clues immediately. Shuyun, tell me honestly, is that Lin Dong your senior brother? Mom, he is indeed from Tianhai University of Science and Technology, but he has already graduated. What? What did he say about donating money? Song Rulin frowned, somewhat unable to understand. Lu Shuyun hesitated and didn't dare to tell her about selling herself to save her mother. As a result, this gave Dr. Sun the opportunity to confuse right and wrong and slander Lin Dong. What donations? They're all fake. He must be trying to bully you in the name of donation. Am I right? Dr. Sun pushed his glasses up on his nose, looking very proud. Lu Shuyun shook his head frantically. However, no reasonable explanation can be given. Well, Song Rulin let out a long sigh, her brows filled with melancholy. Back then, I was badly hurt by a man. Now my daughter is going to make the same mistake. What sin did this mother and daughter commit? Mom, please wait a little longer, Brother Lin will come back. Lu Shuyun was unwilling to accept this cruel fact. However, Song Rulin has already let it go. As the poem says, we can't always rely on others. At critical moments, we still have to rely on ourselves. Don't worry, I'm here. Just then, Dr. Sun suddenly spoke. Didn't I tell you? I have a way to pay for the surgery. The next moment, Dr. Sun grabbed Song Rulin's wrist. Lu Shuyun was stunned for a moment and didn't react at once. Song Rulin, whose wrist was hurt by being pinched, quickly realized that something was wrong. In particular, she saw the greed in Dr. Sun's eyes. Dr. Sun, what do you mean? It's very simple. For you, $500,000 may be a lot, but after all, I've been a doctor for so many years, so I still have some connections and savings. As long as you cooperate well, 500,000 is just a matter of words. Hearing this, Lu Shuyun was excited. She was so naive that she thought the man named Sun was really helping her. He didn't notice at all that Song Rulin's face had changed drastically. The dirty hand was moving up along her arm. Now it has reached the shoulders. He even used 2 fingers to open her hospital gown. A hint of white suddenly appeared. Dr. Sun? The next moment, Song Rulin finally couldn't stand it anymore, got rid of the dirty hand, and clutched the hospital gown tightly, her eyes full of vigilance. Dr. Sun, I don't understand what you mean. Don't understand? Haha, you're not a virgin anymore? What's there to not understand? Dr. Sun snorted coldly and stopped pretending. He grabbed Song Rulin's hand and said with a smile, I told you, as long as you cooperate, 500,000 is not difficult. Asshole, what are you doing? Things had developed to this point, and no matter how dumb Lu Shuyun was, he could see what the man's surnamed Sun was trying to do. In a panic, he picked up the pillow and hit Dr. Sun on the head. Chapter 46 Beat to Death. Get lost! Sun Xuanda pushed Lu Shuyun away, and he glared at her fiercely. Is there anyone who treats his daughter like you? I'm saving your mother now. Do you know that? Do you think, besides me, there is anyone willing to pay $500,000 for her? You! Lu Shuyun bit her lips, and mist floated in front of her eyes. Where in the world is there such a way to cure diseases? Song Rulin also felt the greatest sorrow. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Seeing that the 2 men finally quieted down, Sun Xuanda's true intentions were revealed. Don't worry. As long as you satisfy me, I promise to cure your mother's brain tumor. Don't even mention $500,000. I wouldn't even blink an eye even if it's 1 million. Sun Xuanda spoke confidently and without any psychological burden. Anyway, the brain tumor and the $500,000 surgery fee were all made up by him. Are you still counting on that Lin Dong? A liar who tells lies and disappears as soon as he pees? Ah, stop teasing me. Sun Xuanda sneered. How could a young man in his 20s afford 500,000 yuan for surgery? And it was all for an unrelated woman. No. Lu Shuyun shook his head subconsciously. His eyes wavered a little. Until now, Lin Dong has not shown up. The answer seems obvious. Be good and behave yourself. You don't want to see your mother leave you, do you? Ms. Song, your daughter has just started college. If you are gone, she will be alone in the future. How lonely will she be? What should I do if I meet a bad man like Lin Dong again? Hearing this, Song Rulin's expression suddenly changed. In this life, what she cared about most was not herself, but Lu Shuyun. For the sake of her daughter, she is willing to sacrifice her life. That's why she didn't want to spend money on medical treatment and drag down Lu Shuyun. Now, with Lin Dong's previous experience as a lesson, Song Rulin suddenly didn't want to leave. She was really afraid that Lu Shuyun would be alone and deceived by bad people. By then, no one will support her. I promise you, as long as you cure my illness, I will do anything for you. Seeing Lu Shiryun's eyes filled with tears, Song Rulin finally softened her heart. The next moment, he actually took the initiative to grab Sun Chuanda's dirty hands. Gurgle! Sun Chuanda couldn't help but swallowed. The next moment, he pounced on her and was about to take off Song Rulin's clothes. Don't! Shiryun is still here. Can you let her go out first? Song Rulin was about to cry and begged desperately. Sun Chuanda snorted coldly. There was also a hint of covetousness in his eyes when he looked at Lu Shiryun. His target is not just Song Rulin. Now that I have the chance, I must take down Lu Shiryun as well. It would be even more wonderful if mother and daughter could be together. Bang! Just then, there was a sound of knocking on the door outside the ward. Who? Sun Chuanda was startled. Soon, the door of the ward was kicked open and a figure rushed in. Before Sun Chuanda could see who it was, a fist as big as a sandbag landed on his face. Fuck you, you bastard. Puff! Sun Chuanda lost 2 teeth from this punch. I fell heavily to the ground, my head dizzy. Seeing this, Song Rulin and her daughter were also shocked. Then, when he saw who the other person was, he couldn't help but exclaimed, Lin, senior brother Lin? Lin Dong looked around and saw Song Rulin, whose clothes were half undressed. He immediately understood what had just happened. Fortunately, he arrived in time, otherwise... Shiryun, Annie, are you okay? Lin Dong helped Lu Shiryun up, then looked at Song Rulin, who was lying on the hospital bed. As luck would have it, I caught a glimpse of spring. Song Rulin was still in a daze because of the shock. For a moment, I even forgot to cover up. Unknowingly, 2 snow-white northern hemispheres were exposed to the air. Lin Dong's eyes lit up, and he felt his mouth dry. Song Rulin then realized that she was exposed and quickly pulled the quilt over to cover herself. Why are you hitting me, you bastard? At this moment, Sun Chuanda staggered to his feet, an expression of exasperation. Just then, a man's voice suddenly came from outside the ward. Sun Daquan, shut up. Do you know what you are doing? Sun Daquan shuddered all over. Following the sound, I looked outside the ward and saw a Mediterranean man wearing glasses. He is intimidating without being angry and looks cold and arrogant. There were 2 young nurses following behind him. Dean Li. Sun Chuanda was stunned for a moment. His mind went blank. The visitor was Li Jianhong, deputy director of Tianhai Central Hospital, who was also Sun Daquan's direct supervisor and was specifically in charge of his department. Because Sun Daquan was quite conscientious in his work, Li Jianhong basically never asked about his applications for wards and medications. I didn't expect that I would get into such a big trouble. Tell me, what is your intention? You diagnosed a common case of hypoglycemia as a brain tumor. The patient was also told that he had to pay 500,000 yuan for the surgery. Are you crazy? Li Jianhong shouted in a tone that was almost like a roar. This made Sun Daquan, who had just wanted to cause trouble for Lin Dong, lose his temper instantly. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong did not run away, but found out the truth. He also found the vice president and asked him to make the decision. President Li, I'm sorry. I made a mistake because I was confused for a moment. Please give me another chance. I promise this will never happen again. Sun Daquan begged for mercy. On the other side, Song Rulin and Lu Shiryun were confused and had not yet figured out what was going on. Dr. Sun, didn't you say that I have an advanced brain tumor, and if I don't have surgery, it will be too late? What does hypoglycemia mean? Sun Daquan was sweating profusely, and his eyes were evasive. Lin Dong smiled coldly and said straight to the point, It's very simple. This Dr. Sun was attracted by Aunt Song's beauty and deliberately threatened her, saying that Aunt Song had a brain tumor and had to pay a huge amount of money for surgery. He then took the opportunity to threaten her and take advantage of her. If I had come a step later, this beast would have done something I don't know what to do. What? Song Rulin was shocked when she heard the truth. Then there was a feeling of fear and nausea. She almost fell for it and let Sun Daquan defile her body. Next to him, Lu Shiryun was stunned for a moment, then became furious. Unable to hold back, he rushed forward and beat Sun Daquan violently. I'm going to fight you, you bastard. Bang! Lu Shiryun punched Sun Da all over his body with several consecutive punches. However, because the force was too small, it didn't hurt at all. Shiryun, if you beat him like this, he won't learn his lesson. If you're going to fight, you have to fight to the death. Lin Dong spoke coldly from the side. Hearing this, Sun Daquan, who was already trembling with fear, suddenly had an ominous premonition. The next moment, Lin Dong kicked him straight in the crotch. Chapter 47. putting the blame on someone else. Ouch! Sun Daquan screamed in pain and grimaced. Afterwards, he covered his crotch with his hands, knelt on the ground, and was unable to stand up. Lin Dong used 70% to 80% of his strength in this kick. This guy, forget about getting back on his feet for the rest of his life. Stop. Young man, what are you doing? Li Jianhong couldn't bear it anymore. Although Sun Daquan was wrong, he should not be beaten to death. Okay, Dean Li, for your sake, I'll spare his life. But how do you deal with such a morally corrupt doctor? Lin Dong spoke coldly and stopped for the time being. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Li Jianhong. Li Jianhong frowned and looked hesitant. Sun Daquan is the attending physician in their hospital. He has performed hundreds of surgeries, big and small, and has never made a mistake. As the vice president, other daily work also saves him a lot of worry and effort. If possible, he wants to make big things small and small things disappear. However, this time, the mistake made by Sun Daquan was too serious. They deceive patients by falsely claiming they have a terminal illness, forcing them to pay high surgery fees or even sexually compensate them. If this gets out, how will Tianhai Central Hospital maintain its reputation? Well, Li Jianhong sighed helplessly. Upon seeing this, Sun Daquan immediately burst into tears and begged bitterly. Director Li, I have worked in the hospital for so many years. Even if I have no merit, I have worked hard. Please be merciful and forgive me this time. Also, Ms. Song, I am willing to pay compensation to express my apology. Is 100,000 enough? If it's not enough, we can talk. At this moment, Sun Daquan was really panicked. After so many years, I finally became an associate chief physician. Guaranteed income regardless of drought or flood. You can easily earn hundreds of thousands of dollars in a year. If I get fired, my life will be over. When Song Rulin heard that there was 100,000 yuan to be won, she was somewhat tempted. Lu Shiyan had just started college and really needed the money. As for myself, it's nothing if I suffer a little injustice. Or, Song Rulin opened her mouth and was about to agree. No, Lin Dong suddenly spoke, interrupting her. Brother Lin. Lu Shiyan subconsciously grabbed Lin Dong's arm, looking a little worried. Song Rulin is also an honest person. Thinking less trouble is worse than more, she wants to stop here. Student Lin, let's just forget about it. In fact, we didn't lose anything. Lin Dong patted Lu Shiyan's little hand and said lightly, Shiyan Annie, don't worry, I'm here. Then, Lin Dong turned and looked at Li Jianhong. President Li, we don't need this guy's hypocritical compensation. We just want a fair and just result. As the vice president of this hospital, I hope you won't make a mistake in this matter. Seeing Lin Dong being aggressive and refusing to give up, Sun Daquan couldn't help but get angry. If it weren't for this kid, he would have gotten Song Rulin long ago. Now, Lin Dong actually wants to push himself into a desperate situation. Damn it! Sun Daquan gritted his teeth and made up his mind to turn the tables. Dean Li, I believe you have seen it. This kid just hit me and I never fought back from beginning to end. Besides, if he says I'm taking advantage, then I'm taking advantage. I just misdiagnosed them. At worst, I can just refund them the medical expenses. The whole thing was staged by them to slander me and extort money from me. What? Everyone was stunned when they heard Sun Daquan suddenly change his confession and turn the tables. Song Rulin's face turned even paler, and she felt an indescribable sense of grievance. This guy Sun Daquan, relying on the fact that he has no evidence, actually wants to discredit himself. By the way, it can also erase the mistakes he made. If it is just a misdiagnosis, at most it will be considered a work error. To Sun Daquan, it doesn't matter. At most, he will be suspended for 2 days for reflection. However, for Song Rulin and her daughter, they were wrongly accused. If this gets out, don't even think about raising your head. Sun Daquan, how can you say that? Your conscience has been eaten by a dog. President Li, you have to make the decision for us. Lu Shiyan looked at Li Jianhong, thinking that Li Jianhong would seek justice for them. Unexpectedly, Dean Li's next words left them dumbfounded. This little girl, please forgive me when you can. Just now, Sun Chuan said he would compensate you, but you refused to give up and insisted on pestering him. Well, to be honest, you have no evidence to prove that he did anything wrong. Even if you bring the case to the police, there's nothing you can do. Hearing this, Lu Shiyan's pretty face turned pale. Song Rulin also clenched her fists and almost fainted again. Let's look at Sun Daquan. Just now he was begging for mercy and wagging his tail. Now, seeing that Li Jianhong supported him, he suddenly felt more confident and even straightened his back. See? Justice is in the hearts of the people. Well, don't accuse me of bullying you. To make up for my misdiagnosis, I will not only refund the medical expenses in full, but also compensate you with 1,000 yuan in my personal name. Just treat it to a meal for you. How about that? Seeing Sun Dequan's smug expression, Song Rulin and Lu Shiyun looked disheartened. Now they realize how unpredictable people are in big cities. I am an orphan and a widow, and I can't do anything about it. Shiyun, let's go back. I'm fine as long as I'm fine. You still have to report to school tomorrow. Song Rulin shook her head helplessly, put her feet on the ground, and slowly stood up. She stayed in the hospital for 3 days, and even though she was healthy, she became sick. Seeing Song Rulin and her daughter accept the reality and prepare to swallow their anger, Sun Dequan sneered in his heart. The look he gave Lin Dong was also full of pride, and his tail was about to reach the sky. Boy, you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Forget it. Don't worry, I'll remember your name and face, and I'll settle the score with you later. Sun Dequan snorted coldly and threatened openly. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong had a faint smile on his face from beginning to end. It seems that everything is under control. Sun Dequan frowned immediately. It feels like punching cotton. He was about to say a few more harsh words when he saw Lin Dong's eyes turn and look at Li Jianhong next to him. Dean Li, are you sure you want to go along with this guy and become his accomplice? Or is this the code of conduct of your Tianhai Central Hospital? Allow doctors to deceive their superiors and deceive their patients. Li Jianhong's old face turned red, and he became a little angry and embarrassed. Lin Dong, right? Watch your words. Our Tianhai Central Hospital has a great reputation in the industry for both the medical skills and medical ethics of its doctors. Don't make trouble here. Besides, isn't Sun Dequan willing to pay compensation? The person involved didn't say anything. What on earth do you, an outsider, want to do? After the roar, the entire ward fell silent, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. For a time, Lin Dong became the target of public criticism. However, he just smiled gently, without any panic on his face. Then, he took out his cell phone and tapped twice. Chapter 48. Very sincere. 500,000 may be a lot for you, but after all, I have been a doctor for so many years, so I still have some connections and savings. As long as you stay with me for a few nights, I will pay for the medical expenses. Get out of the way. Do you want to watch your mother die? I tell you, brain tumor is a terminal illness. I was wrong, Vice President. I shouldn't have lied to Song Rulin that she had a terminal illness, forced her to pay the high medical bills, and even asked her to pay with her body. Clear recordings came from a mobile phone. Everyone's expression changed again and again, especially Li Jianhong and Sun Dequan, who were sometimes red and sometimes white, which was even more exciting than changing masks. Give me the phone. Sun Dequan knew that the situation was not good and wanted to snatch Lin Dong's cell phone directly. However, in front of Lin Dong, he was really vulnerable. Screw you. Lin Dong simply kicked Sun Dequan and threw him to the ground. Then, Lin Dong looked at Li Jianhong and said with a smile, Dean Li, if I accidentally post these recordings online, your hospital should become an internet sensation and its popularity should rise steadily, right? Li Jianhong looked very unhappy. If this recording were really released, not only would their hospital's reputation rise, but it would be infamous forever and become the target of criticism from the entire internet. It was not until this moment that the shrewd vice president realized that he had been tricked by Lin Dong. From the moment he walked in, he was recording and ready. He thought that without evidence, he could make Lin Dong and the others suffer in silence. Now, all efforts have been in vain. Little comrade, don't be impulsive. Everything can be discussed. Let's sit down and talk it over. Lin Dong smiled coldly. Negotiation? Then show some sincerity. Didn't you just say it was just a misdiagnosis? I want to see how you deal with Dr. Sun, who made the wrong diagnosis. After saying this, Lin Dong sat down on the hospital bed and looked at Li Jianhong, who was in a difficult situation. After a struggle between himself and himself, Li Jianhong suppressed his inner reluctance and looked at Sun Dequan with angry eyes. Sun Dequan, this is all your fault. Now, take off your white coat and go and complete the resignation procedures yourself. Get out of here. And Ms. Song. Li Jianhong forced a smile and looked at Song Rulin with a flattering expression. All your previous expenses will be waived. In addition, the hospital is willing to compensate you tenfold. What do you think? Song Rulin didn't reply. At this moment, her head was dizzy and she suspected that she was dreaming. On the other side, Lu Shiyin could no longer contain her excitement and hugged Lin Dong. Brother Lin, that's great. The two had only known each other for less than half a day, but in the eyes of others, they looked like a young couple in the passionate love period. Ahem. Song Rulin coughed lightly. Lu Shiyin suddenly woke up and quickly took 2 steps back. At the same time, his face turned red. Lin, senior brother Lin, It's okay. It's normal for young people. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Seeing the two of them separate, Li Jianhong finally had the opportunity to interrupt. No matter how stupid he was, he could tell who had the final say. Little comrade, are you satisfied with this handling method? Before Lin Dong could say anything, Sun Dequan suddenly grabbed Li Jianhong's calf. Dean, I really know I was wrong. Roll! Li Jianhong's face darkened, and he kicked Sun Dequan in the face. This Sun Dequan almost dragged down the entire Tianhai Central Hospital. Li Jianhong absolutely could not keep him. Not for the sake of the hospital, but for the sake of her own official position. Security? Where's the security? Get this guy out of here right now. I don't want to see him, this scum, this villain. Amid Li Jianhong's angry rebuke, Sun Dequan was like a stray dog and was carried out by 2 security guards. Seeing this, Lin Dong's complexion gradually improved. Dean Li, I see your sincerity. In that case, let's end this matter here. I will delete the recording later. I hope you can keep your promise. Of course, of course. Li Jianhong breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Lin Dong agree to delete the recording. Then he winked at the 2 nurses. Go and refund the medical expenses paid by Ms. Song and use the hospital account. Yes, Dean Li. Soon, with the help of 2 nurses, all the fees paid by Song Rulin were refunded. Moreover, he received an additional 10 times the compensation. Altogether, there are more than 200,000. I saw a string of zeros on my bank card. Song Rulin, who had never seen so much money in her life, couldn't help but burst into tears. Lin, thank you so much for what happened today. If it weren't for you, Song Rulin sighed, still feeling frightened when she thought about what had happened before. Lin Dong shook his head and took the initiative to pull Lu Shiyin in front of him. Aunt Song, the person you should thank the most is Shiyin. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have known about this. It was Shiyin at the Dynasty Hotel. Stop! As soon as the words Dynasty Hotel came out, Lu Shiyin looked flustered and quickly stopped Lin Dong. If I tell Song Rulin that I sold myself to save my mother and almost got bullied, wouldn't she faint from anger on the spot? What dynasty, what hotel? Song Rulin was completely confused. Lu Shiyin quickly explained. Mom, I just happened to meet Brother Lin in the hotel. Please don't misunderstand. Song Rulin frowned slightly, her eyes showing obvious disbelief. She knew Lu Shiyin very well and could tell at a glance that her child was lying. So, what did Shiyin go to the hotel for? For a moment, Song Rulin couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although Lin Dong is his benefactor. However, she did not want her daughter to repay the other party in this way. After all, Lu Shiyin is just a freshman, inexperienced in worldly affairs, simple-minded. When you act on impulse, you may do something that you will regret for the rest of your life. Aunt Song, it's getting late. I'll take you and Shiyin back to rest. This? Yes. Before Song Rulin could speak, Lu Shiyin had already agreed. The look he gave Lin Dong was also full of admiration and adoration. From childhood to adulthood, she has never had the love and care of her father. Now, she felt an inexplicable sense of security in Lin Dong. Oh, all right. Seeing that Lu Shiyin was deeply involved and unable to extricate herself, Song Rulin nodded helplessly. After a while, the 3 arrived at the hospital parking lot. When she saw Lin Dong's Panamera, Song Rulin couldn't help but widen her eyes. Her expression was indescribably shocked. She thought Lin Dong was rich. Otherwise, how could I be able to advance 500,000 yuan in medical expenses? But I never thought I would be so rich. Although she had never seen the world, she knew that this kind of car was not cheap. Mom, get in the car. Like a hostess, Lu Shiyin pulled Song Rulin to sit in the back row. Then, I sat in the passenger seat. Lin Dong saw the hesitation on Song Rulin's face through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Chapter 49. You can't be together. Shiyin, now that you have money, what are you going to do? More than 200,000 is not a small amount. On the way back, Lin Dong took the initiative to ask. To him, 200,000 is just like $2 to ordinary people. However, for Song Rulin and her daughter, it is definitely an astronomical sum of money. Lu Shiyin thought for a moment and replied, I want to buy some supplements for my mother so that she won't have hypoglycemia. Then renovate the house in my hometown. After living here for so many years, it's time to clean up. After listening to this, Lin Dong nodded repeatedly. Lu Shiyun is indeed a filial and good child. After becoming rich, the first thing he thought of was not to spend money recklessly, but to improve his mother's life. This also made Lin Dong determined to be nicer to this junior sister in the future. After a while, the Porsche left the city and came to a village in the city. Brother, I live here. I'm sorry to make you laugh. From the bustling and tidy city center, it plummets to the dirty and messy urban village. Lu Shiyun felt a little embarrassed and inferior. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong did not look down on her for this. It doesn't matter. I also came from the countryside, not much different from you. What? Hearing the news, Lu Shiyun was both surprised and happy. I originally thought that Lin Dong came from a wealthy and prominent family. Unexpectedly, he grew up in the countryside just like me. This also gave her and Lin Dong a common topic. However, Song Rulin didn't believe Lin Dong's words at all. Lin Dong is only in his 20s. If he starts working, he will only be able to work for 3 to 5 years at most. How is it possible to go from a pauper to a multimillionaire in such a short time? He may say this just to get closer to his daughter. Of course, Song Rulin did not expose it. After all, Lin Dong is the benefactor of his family. In her heart, she was still extremely grateful to the other party. Student Lin, if you're not busy, come in and have a seat. I'll get you some water. Then I'll trouble you, Annie. Lin Dong said with a faint smile. After talking for so long, this is what he was waiting for. Lu Shiyun's house is not big. They are all small apartments in urban villages. A kitchen, a living room, and 2 bedrooms of about 7 or 8 square meters. The only furniture was a bed and a table, and the house was bare. Even so, the whole house does not look simple at all. It is well organized, clean, and tidy, giving people a warm and comfortable feeling. It can be seen that Song Rulin is a virtuous and good woman. Shiyun, go out and buy some fruit for classmate Lin. Good. Lu Shiyun responded and walked out the door reluctantly. Originally, she wanted to stay by Lin Dong's side and talk to him. However, it was indeed inappropriate for the family to not have any fruit to treat Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, Song Rulin deliberately sent her daughter away. As soon as Lu Shiyun left, he turned around with a serious face and took something out of his arms solemnly. Student Lin, this is my bank card. It contains the money the hospital just transferred to me. Just consider it a small token of my appreciation. You have seen the situation of our family. I hope you don't think it is too little. Lin Dong was stunned. I really didn't expect that Song Rulin would give it to me as soon as the money arrived. However, after thinking about it, he understood what was going on. Annie, do you think I am someone who is short of this little money? Lin Dong asked with a smile. This? Song Rulin was speechless for a moment. Good. Lin Dong drives a $1 million luxury car, so why would he care about a mere 200,000? If you have anything to say, just say it. Song Rulin sighed helplessly. In that case, I'll speak frankly to you, and don't be angry. I know you're a good person, but Shiyun can't be with you. She's still young and doesn't understand. Song Rulin's meaning was very clear. Lin Dong and Lu Shiyun are from different worlds and are destined not to be together. What if Lin Dong gets tired of playing one day and dumps Lu Shiyun? My daughter has been devastated and may never recover from it. I see. Lin Dong smiled bitterly. He knew that Song Rulin was worried about this. If he told the other party that Lu Shiyun sold herself to save her mother and threw herself into his arms in the car, I wonder how the other party would feel? Of course, Lin Dong would not do that. All parents in the world are worried, and Song Rulin's worries are not unreasonable. Aunt Song, you misunderstood. I have never thought about being with Shiyun, and I will never use this matter to kidnap her. I just treat her as a sister. Younger sister? Song Rulin was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly shook his head. Even if Lin Dong treated Lu Shiyun as a sister, Lu Shiyun would never be willing. She could see that Lu Shiyun had fallen. Actually, I prefer mature and intellectual women. Lin Dong spoke with a smile. After saying that, he deliberately looked at Song Rulin. What I hate most is those vulgar women who come up to me. They keep saying they want to be independent women, but in fact they are more materialistic than the other. These days, there are too few truly independent and self-reliant women. I have to say, Song Rulin is very beautiful. If you didn't know that Song Rulin was Lu Shiyun's mother, you would never be able to tell that she had given birth to a child. She is clearly a beautiful young woman in her early 30s, still with charm. Every move she makes exudes the unique charm of a mature woman. Just like fine wine, one can't help but want to savor it slowly. Sensing Lin Dong's greedy and aggressive eyes, Song Rulin's heart started pounding. Her two little hands didn't know where to put them, and her eyes subconsciously avoided him. Lin, what are you doing? Please respect yourself. Lin Dong smiled. Instead of stopping, he became more and more aggressive. Annie, you have been taking care of Shiryan all by yourself for so many years. You must be very tired, right? Have you ever thought about finding another man to rely on? You are still young. You can't stay single forever, right? Song Rulin just bit her lips, looking a little ugly. Who says it's not? I am only 30 years old, and I can obviously enjoy a better life, find a good man, and fill my emptiness. However, for the sake of his daughter, he had to work hard and raise her alone. Sometimes she would feel unwilling. At this moment, Lin Dong suddenly climbed up Song Rulin's waist. Compared to the slender waists of Bai Yuqing and Ning Feifei, Song Rulin's waist is slender yet very strong and healthy. Just like a gymnast, this feels great. Immediately afterwards, Lin Dong's two big hands continued to move downwards. Soon, I touched a pair of tall and strong thighs. Song Rulin's body trembled, and she stood up in fear. Lin Dong, what are you doing? Although you are our family's benefactor, it does not mean you can humiliate me. Song Rulin's pretty face flushed, her eyes widened, and she looked angry. Sure enough, this beautiful young woman is like a lioness, strong and tough. No wonder she has remained chaste for so many years. Unfortunately, Lin Dong came here today just to take her down. I will never give up until I achieve my goal. And his next words directly killed the game. Aunt Song, if I tell Shiryan that her father is not dead and is still alive and well, do you think Shiryan will blame you? Chapter 50, I like you. What? Song Rulin's pupil shrank, and she looked at Lin Dong in disbelief. How did he know my secret? Don't look at me that weirdly. Lin Dong smiled lightly and said casually, when I was processing the procedures for you, I accidentally saw that Shiryan's father's name was written in the family member column. You probably want to give up treatment and let Shiryan go find her father, right? It turned out that Song Rulin felt that the surgery fee of 500,000 was too high and planned to fend for herself. After I die, I will let Lu Shiryan go to live with her only relative in this world. Unexpectedly, in the end, he was fine, but Lin Dong caught him. I don't understand what you were saying. At this time, Song Rulin was still playing dumb, trying to fool people. You really don't understand? Then who is Lu Chong? Lin Dong smiled faintly and would not stop until his words were shocking. I believe that as long as I am willing to give money, there are still many people willing to help me. For example, tell me where Lu Chong went. Don't want. Song Rulin became anxious. In desperation, he actually grabbed Lin Dong's arm and shook his head frantically. Seeing Song Rulin's panicked expression, Lin Dong knew that the situation was settled. Annie, if you have anything, please tell me. You'll feel better if you tell me about it. After all these years, don't you want to find someone to talk to? Under Lin Dong's persuasion, Song Rulin gave up struggling and let out a long sigh. Well, it's a long story. If God gives me another chance, I definitely don't want to meet that man. No, he is a demon. Song Rulin was both scared and in pain, as if the past was too painful to recall. Lin Dong frowned and grabbed Song Rulin's hand. Song Rulin struggled in vain and finally chose to accept it. Lu Chong is my neighbor, 2 years older than me. When I was little, I always followed him around and treated him as my older brother. As a result, when I was 15, he took advantage of the fact that the elders were out for something and suddenly ran to my house. Having said this, Song Rulin looked horrified and curled up into a ball. So many years have passed, but I still feel scared. Lin Dong gave her a warm hug at the right time and hugged her from behind. Song Rulin subconsciously wanted to resist, but for some reason, after struggling for a while, he let down his guard. I had just woken up and had no idea what he was going to do. I just saw his face turned red and he stared at me like a wolf, which scared me to death. He said he liked me and wanted me to be his wife. My mind went blank, and before I could answer, he pounced on me and ripped my clothes off. I am weak and cannot defeat him, so. Click. Tears as big as beans slid down Song Rulin's cheeks and wet her clothes. At the same time, the body was shaking slightly. I was raped by him. I yelled at him and hit him, but the bastard not only didn't stop, but became even more violent. Later, he said he regretted it and vowed to marry me. Later, the parents of both families found out about this. My parents were helpless and didn't want to marry me to Lu Chong. But they said that if I didn't marry him, they would spread the news that I was raped. What? Lin Dong frowned, anger rising in his heart. How could there be such scumbag parents? Your son did something wrong, but he turns around and threatens you. The top beam is crooked and the bottom beam is crooked. The same moral character. Song Rulin shook her head. At that time, the matter was already settled and she was helpless. Song Rulin's parents didn't want others to criticize her, so they had to bite the bullet and agree to the marriage. Who knew that after getting married, the nightmare would just begin? Lu Chong not only beat and scolded me, but he also often went out to gamble, which angered his parents to death and squandered all our family property. I wanted to hang myself, but I was already pregnant with Shi Yun. Song Rulin said this in agony. It's hard to imagine what she went through at that time. The more Lin Dong listened, the angrier he got. This bastard ruined Song Rulin's life. And what happened next? Where did he go? He got into a fight outside and injured someone and was sentenced to 15 years. Shi Yun was young at that time and didn't remember much. She kept asking for her father. I can only tell her that Lu Chong is dead and that she was raised by herself. Lin Dong nodded slightly. No wonder there was no trace of Lu Chong's life in the room. It turned out that this guy brought trouble upon himself and ended up in jail. But it's okay this way. At least, Song Rulin doesn't have to be beaten or scolded anymore. According to the time calculation, he will be out in a few months. When the time comes, I really don't know how to explain it to Shi Yun. Should we tell her that her father is a beast? As Song Rulin spoke, she cried bitterly. Lin Dong couldn't help but hug her tightly from behind. He knew that this was the woman's most vulnerable moment, and she urgently needed care. For a moment, the unique scent of men's hormones filled my nose. Song Rulin was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly reacted. Student Lin, please let me go. You can't do this. Shi Yun will be back soon. She will misunderstand after seeing this. Aunt Song, no, Rulin. Lin Dong hugged Song Rulin tighter. To be honest, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. I know you have to pretend to be strong in front of Shi Yun. Women are weak, but mothers are strong. But in front of me, you don't have to hide. You can be your true self. I sincerely want to help you, save you, and free you from suffering. So, give me a chance, okay? Lin Dong's words were spoken with sincerity and heart. As their skin was constantly in contact, Song Rulin's long silent heart began to beat quietly, and a crack appeared. However, thinking that Lu Shiyun might break in at any time, Song Rulin immediately closed her legs, grabbed Lin Dong's hand, and tried her best to stop him from further aggression. Let me go. Lin Dong, what's the difference between you and Lu Chong now? Sure enough, all men are the same character. Unfortunately, Song Rulin underestimated Lin Dong's determination to win her over. He really wanted to rescue Song Rulin from the dire situation. What's more, conquering such a woman is definitely what every man dreams of. Rulin, just promise me, even if you don't consider your own second half of life, you should think more about Shiryun's future. The poem says, Song Rulin's beautiful eyes were misty and her expression was a little moved. Noticing that Song Rulin's strength was weakening, Lin Dong decided to add fuel to the fire. Don't you want to know why Shiryun went to the hotel to find me? Chapter 51, 10 times cash back for nightclub consumption. No more pretending. I'm a billionaire. 43,822. A long drought finally brings rain. Why? She sold herself to save her mother in order to raise 500,000 yuan for surgery. If I hadn't intervened, she would have been taken away by a group of hooligans. Are you telling the truth? Song Rulin's body trembled and her heart beat faster. I finally understand why Lu Shiyun hesitated and blushed when she mentioned the hotel. It turned out that the sheep almost fell into the wolf's mouth. Because of myself, I almost ruined my daughter's innocence. At this moment, she wanted to slap herself. I believe you have seen that I am rich, and I am richer than you can imagine. As long as you follow me, I promise that you and Shiryun will live a good life. Shiryun can not only successfully finish college, but also find a good and stable job in the future. She won't have to worry about money anymore. She can buy whatever she wants, eat whatever she wants, and go wherever she wants. Under Lin Dong's patient guidance, Song Rulin's seemingly indestructible psychological defense was finally broken. Her eyes were moist and with tears in them. She let Lin Dong's big hands wander freely on her body. Call! Lin Dong took a deep breath, knowing that half of the task was already accomplished. The next moment, she violently tore off Song Rulin's pants. Suddenly, a vast expanse of white came into view. If Lu Shiyin is tall and fair, then Song Rulin is plump and round. Sure enough, mature women are more charming. Just as a war was about to break out, footsteps were suddenly heard outside the door. Mom, I'm back. Bang! Song Rulin was startled and quickly held down Lin Dong's big hand, trying to stand up tremblingly. Wait. Shiyin is back, no don't. However, Lin Dong, who was already full of passion, had no time to care about these things. The next moment, he roughly tore off the things that were in the way and clenched his teeth. Immediately afterwards, Song Rulin's scream was heard in the room. Ah! Song Rulin almost bit her silver teeth to pieces. Then he subconsciously covered his mouth. Mom, what's wrong with you? At this time, Lu Shiyin had already walked out of the house, inserted the key, and was about to open the door. Hearing Song Rulin's cry, he asked in surprise. No, don't come in. Song Rulin looked flustered and shouted anxiously. I have something to say to Lin Dong. Don't come in yet. Lu Shiyin paused, looking puzzled. What do these two people have to say to each other, but they have to avoid me? Shiyin, you don't come in, Mom is really in a hurry. Song Rulin's voice was trembling, and she was about to cry. When I thought of Lu Shiyin barging in and seeing this ridiculous scene, I wished I could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Cool. So cool. On the other hand, Lin Dong was extremely happy and felt a different kind of excitement. Junior sister, listen to Annie and don't come in for the time being. We are talking about something important. It's not convenient for you to listen. We'll tell you when you grow up. Hearing Lin Dong's voice, Lu Shiyin stomped her feet in anger. She vaguely heard Song Rulin breathing heavily. I always feel that the two of them are sneaking around and doing something shameful. However, since Lin Dong wouldn't let her in, she had no choice but to wait outside. After all, she didn't want to make Lin Dong angry. Okay, I'll wait for you at the door. After hearing this, Song Rulin wanted to die. If she was discovered, how could she live her life? Rulin, are you feeling great now too? Lin Dong leaned over and whispered in Song Rulin's ear. No. Song Rulin blushed and shook her head. To be honest, Lin Dong slapped Song Rulin on the butt. Song Rulin bit her lip and almost screamed. In order to prevent Lu Shiyin from getting suspicious, he had to hold it back. Admit it, you've been lonely and empty for too long. I want to find a man, but I don't dare. Don't worry, I'm here. From now on, you won't have to worry about being alone in an empty room anymore. Lin Dong spoke with a smile. Then, work harder to output. Since giving birth to her child, Song Rulin has never experienced the pleasure between men and women again. After being tormented by Lin Dong today, I felt so high in spirits that I almost fainted. Fortunately, Lin Dong took into consideration that he could not let Lu Shiyin wait too long. So he only bullied her for 20 minutes and ended it hastily. Song Rulin lay on the table, panting, her face flushed. For a moment, she, who was already mature and plump, became even more charming. Lin Dong helped her put on her clothes to cover up her eye-catching spring scene. Look at Song Rulin's rosy little face again. Not only did I not feel tired, but I also felt a little bit unsatisfied. Haha, as expected, women always say one thing and mean another. If you don't want it, you want it. If you want it, you want more. Get up, Aunt Song. Shiyin is still waiting outside. Hearing the familiar voice of Aunt Song, Song Rulin gradually came to her senses. Looking at Lin Dong's young and handsome face, I don't know why, but I feel a little regretful and inferior. How could I be so possessed by the devil that I did such a ridiculous thing? She is already in her 30s and has children. How shameless. However, Lin Dong did not give her the chance to blame herself. He walked over and opened the door. The person who appeared in front of him was Lu Shiyin with a complicated expression on her face. Mom, senior brother, what are you doing in the house? I think I heard you guys quarreling and even hitting each other. Mom, senior brother Lin didn't bully me. You must not cause trouble for him. On the way back from the hospital, she discovered that Song Rulin had always been worried that Lin Dong would do something bad to her. I guess you were talking about this just now. Hearing Lu Shiyin's questioning, Song Rulin bit her lip. Am I causing trouble for him? It was this bastard who pushed me onto the table. Ahem, Shiyin, you misunderstood. We are discussing your admission to college. I know a few bosses in Tianhai, and they happen to need outstanding graduates from Tianhai University of Science and Technology. I was thinking that when you graduate, I will recommend you directly. Hearing this, Lu Shiyun's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't care what happened to Song Rulin and Lin Dong. His heart was full of longing. As for the quarrel with Annie, it was because she was worried about you and wanted you to stay with her more. Don't blame your aunt wrongly. Song Rulin turned and looked at Lin Dong with a strange look in her eyes. I didn't expect Lin Dong to be so good at making up stories. In just a few words, he found a suitable reason for what had just happened. However, she didn't think that Lin Dong was being perfunctory. With Lin Dong's ability and connections, wouldn't it be easy for him to introduce a good job to Lu Shiyun? I'm sorry, Mom. I wronged you. Don't be angry. Lu Shiyun bit her lip, walked over shyly, grabbed Song Rulin's hand, and apologized repeatedly. After all, she is just a half-grown child. He has a simple mind and can be easily fooled. Chapter 52, Stay Overnight. Song Rulin breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. At the same time, he gave Lin Dong a grateful look. Shiyun, from now on, you should study hard with Lin Dong. In the future, our family will depend on you. Lu Shiyun nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, her nose moved, and she felt something strange. Hey, what's that smell? It feels so weird. Song Rulin shuddered and looked at Lin Dong subconsciously. But she saw that the other party was looking at her with ill intention, waiting for her to explain herself. How could she not know what this was? My daughter is still a virgin. How can she touch such things? The poem goes, go wash your hands quickly. Well, that's Mom's sweat. Don't touch it. Under Lu Shiyun's puzzled gaze, Song Rulin hurriedly cleaned up. Fortunately, my daughter didn't understand much about this kind of thing and didn't ask too many questions. Otherwise, her and Lin Dong's secret would be exposed. Even so, Lu Shiyun still discovered some clues. Mom, why is there a tear in your pants? Your legs are showing. Song Rulin's pretty face turned slightly red and she lowered her head subconsciously. Sure enough, I found that there was a tear on the thigh, which was enough to see the round thigh and a corner of the cloth. Oops! Song Rulin pouted and hurriedly tried to block it with her hands. Ahem! Lin Dong coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. It must have been scratched accidentally when Annie was in the hospital. Shiyun, go get some clothes. Oh. Lu Shiyun nodded in confusion. Before leaving, he didn't forget to curse. It's all Sun Dequan's fault, that bastard, that dog man. Lin Dong and Song Rulin looked at each other with strange expressions. Sun Dequan was just a pervert, but Lin Dong was the real tyrant. What Lu Shiyun said was almost like scolding Lin Dong. It's all your fault. You didn't use any light pressure on me. What if we were discovered? Song Rulin was a little annoyed and punched Lin Dong on the chest. As a result, before she could withdraw her hand, Lin Dong grabbed it and held it in his palm. Why, don't you like it? Who likes it? I saw that you were quite happy just now, even humming a lot. Lin Dong said with a wicked smile. Suddenly, Song Rulin's cheeks turned red to her ears. Especially when I thought about how I had taken the initiative to please him, I felt even more ashamed. However, the more shy she is, the more attractive she is. Although she is already in her 30s, she is more delicate and lovely than a teenage girl. The next second, Lin Dong gave her another deep kiss. He kissed Song Rulin until she was dizzy and her face was wet. Then he stopped. After a long time, their lips parted. Rulin, don't worry. With me here, you won't suffer any grievances in the future. Lin Dong said solemnly. Song Rulin nodded delicately. Half of her body curled up in Lin Dong's arms. If you don't know, you might think they are a couple in love. Smelling the unique scent of a man, Song Rulin's heart melted. She never dreamed that she would end up in bed with a man 10 years younger than her. However, the rice has been cooked, and there is no turning back. Thinking of this, Song Rulin drew on Lin Dong's chest. It's very late now. Why don't you eat first before leaving? Okay. Lin Dong smiled faintly. He was eager to stay with this beautiful young woman for a while longer. Da-da-da. Just then, footsteps were heard again. Song Rulin was startled and immediately pushed Lin Dong away. This is why Lu Shiyun didn't see it. Mom, I got the clothes? Oh. Song Rulin nodded. Then, she put a strand of hair behind her ear and said with an unnatural look, Shiyun, classmate Lin is staying for dinner tonight. Why don't you accompany me to cook a few dishes? Hearing this, Lu Shiyun's eyes lit up. Although, he and Song Rulin walked into the kitchen. Looking at the mother and daughter cooking for him, Lin Dong smiled knowingly. Some images flashed through my mind. Although it's not possible now, you can't say for sure in the future. Not long after, the meal was ready. Song Rulin also bought a few bottles of beer. At the dinner table, Lu Shiyun chattered nonstop. It seemed as if he wanted to tell Lin Dong all his experiences over the past decade. Song Rulin looked at her daughter with a kind and relieved look. She believed that with Lin Dong's care, her daughter would be able to live the life she wanted. Lin Dong was also drinking and talking with the mother and daughter. Just then, he suddenly thought of something and slapped his thigh hard. It's broken. I was drunk, and I couldn't drive back. Annie, is there any place to live nearby? Ah! Song Rulin was stunned for a moment. I was so busy entertaining Lin Dong that I forgot about this. Lu Shiyun was still active in thinking and immediately said with a smile, Mom, how about letting brother Lin stay at home for one night? Lin Dong pretended to refuse. No, no. You are an orphan and a widow, and you want me, a grown man, to stay with you. If this gets out, it will have a bad influence on you. I'd better go out on my own and find a place to live. After saying that, Lin Dong stood up unsteadily. Bang! Lin Dong almost fell down. A few bottles of beer were nothing to him, even though he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. The reason why he pretended to be drunk was naturally to force Song Rulin to express her opinion. Sure enough, seeing Lin Dong stumbling, Song Rulin softened her heart and supported him. If you don't mind, Lin, you can just stay on the sofa for one night. Is this appropriate? Brother, what's inappropriate about this? Besides, my mom doesn't trust anyone else, but she also doesn't trust you, huh? Lu Shiyun covered her mouth and laughed. In her eyes, Lin Dong's image was particularly tall. Little did she know that while she was buying fruit, Lin Dong had already eaten up Song Rulin. Ahem. Lin Dong coughed twice awkwardly and nodded. Okay, thank you for your help then. Song Rulin's face turned slightly red. I clearly felt someone pinching my lower back. Who else could have been that thief's hand except Lin Dong? However, she couldn't lose her temper since her daughter was present. I can only let that big hand roam freely. After a while, her face turned red and her breathing became rapid. Soon, night fell. Lin Dong slept on the sofa in the living room. On the east and west sides are the bedrooms of Lu Shiyun and Song Rulin respectively. Song Rulin originally thought that Lin Dong would not be used to sleeping. As a result, the other person made the bed more skillfully than she did, as if he was back home. This made Song Rulin begin to believe that Lin Dong really came from the countryside. After the lights were turned off, the room became quiet. Lin Dong lay on the sofa, closed his eyes, and prepared to rest. After a day, I am indeed a little tired. Unexpectedly, as soon as he closed his eyes, he heard the sound of the door opening. Then, a warm body crawled into the bed. Chapter 53. Afraid of being discovered. Just endure it yourself. Lin Dong touched a slender and soft long leg. I couldn't help but tease. Little greedy cat, you didn't eat enough during the day, so you come out to look for food at night? Lin Dong originally thought that Song Rulin had gotten addicted and couldn't stand the loneliness, so she climbed into his bed in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the other party fell silent. If you don't say anything, that means you agree. Lin Dong felt itchy in his heart, so he hugged the other person's delicate body and let his big hands wander around. Wait, the size is wrong. Lin Dong's head buzzed. He remembered that Song Rulin had a curvy figure and a great body. How come now? I only touched 2 poached eggs. Master, this is my first time. Please be gentle, okay? What does the poem say? Lin Dong widened his eyes and pulled back the quilt. As expected, the person lying in his arms was not Song Rulin, but Lu Shiyun. The bright moonlight fell on Lu Shiyun's pure face. There is a slight blush on the fair complexion. There is a hint of seduction in the shyness. At this moment, 2 long legs were hooked around Lin Dong's waist. Brother, the little girl was a little shy. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was so hungry and even called himself a little greedy cat. Could it be that he already knew that I would sneak into bed? Little did he know that Lin Dong was waiting for Song Rulin. All those flirting words just now were said to Song Rulin. Unexpectedly, Lu Shiyun took it seriously. Brother, you want me now? I have nothing to repay you with, so I can only do this. Besides, according to the agreement, I am yours. As Lu Shiyun spoke, she took the initiative to move closer to Lin Dong's arms. The posture clearly showed that she wanted to become one with him. Even, the 2 little hands awkwardly unbuttoned Lin Dong's clothes. Lin Dong was a little surprised and dumbfounded. In fact, the meal is right in front of you, so why not eat it? However, when he thought about the high probability that Song Rulin would fall out with him after knowing this, Lin Dong hesitated again. No, it's still too early. I'll talk about Shiyun later. Shiyun, don't be like this. I don't want you to feel wronged. As for that agreement, I never took it seriously, so you don't have to make it hard on yourself. What? Lu Shiyin widened her eyes and was stunned for a long while, tears welling up in her eyes. But, didn't you just say? Liar. Mom is right. All men are big liars. Brother Lin, I really like you, so let me follow you. Lin Dong sighed. He knew that Lu Shiyin was not a vain woman liked by Yuqing, and she was not with him just for money. But it's too early to eat her now. However, you can't just refuse. Then she would be very sad. After thinking for a while, Lin Dong reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of Lu Shiyun's eyes. How about this? After you start school, I will pick you up every week. As long as you behave well, senior brother will promise you that it is not impossible. Hearing this, the little girl's cloudy sky immediately turned sunny and she burst into tears of joy. Really? In this case, I can see you every week, right? Lin Dong nodded. Then, a cunning look flashed in his eyes. I send Lu Shiyin home every week so that I can meet with Song Rulin more often and discuss the philosophy of life. Of course. When have I ever broken my word? Lu Shiyin was very excited. She threw herself into Lin Dong's arms and rubbed his neck. Like a clingy little goblin. Smelling the unique body fragrance of a virgin, Lin Dong felt a burning desire in his stomach. Then, in order to avoid making a mistake, he quickly pushed away Lu Shiyin, who was still acting coquettishly in his arms. Okay, it's getting late. Go to bed. I'll take you to school tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Lu Shiyin walked down from the sofa contentedly. Before leaving, she did not forget to give Lin Dong a light kiss on the face. We'll make a promise and stick to it for 100 years. Good night, brother Lin. Looking at the little girl's back as she skipped back to the bedroom, Lin Dong took a deep breath. I almost made a big mistake. If Lu Shiyin was captured in the living room, there would definitely be a commotion. When Song Rulin finds out, she will definitely not forgive him. Wait a little longer. The time is not right now. This little girl is really annoying. How can I calm down in the middle of the night? Lin Dong was a little annoyed. In the past, when he was dating Fang Shui was unwilling to be intimate with him, so he could only solve it secretly. Now he has billions of assets. What's the difference between doing that and being an idiot? Wait, isn't there another one ready-made? Lin Dong's mind raced as he turned his gaze towards the other bedroom. Then, he walked over slowly. In the bedroom, Song Rulin has fallen asleep. She had no idea that a big bad wolf had entered the room and was roaming all over her body. Song Rulin had a dream. I dreamed that I was lying on a luxurious big bed. Then, a blurry face appeared in front of her. The two hugged each other warmly and kissed passionately. After some pulling and tugging, we came to the bathroom. The clothes on my body were thrown all over the place. After a while, Song Rulin felt hot all over and out of her mind, especially that young and strong body. Isn't this what she wanted after living alone in an empty house for more than 10 years? Suddenly, there was a sharp pain. Song Rulin opened her eyes dazedly. Are you awake? When Song Rulin heard the familiar voice coming from her ear, her head buzzed. Before I could react, the whole bed started creaking. Only then did she realize that everything was not a dream. And that blurry face and strong body were also Lin Dong. Lin Dong, you are so brave. Shiyin is right next door. If we do this, she will find us. Song Rulin said this, but her body was very honest. She took the initiative to respond and did not push Lin Dong away. Lin Dong also didn't care. Even if he was discovered, he would admit it. The world is big, but his happiness is the greatest. If you're afraid of being discovered, just bear with it yourself. Woo-woo. Song Rulin's face flushed red, but she had to hold it back. A night passed. When Lu Shiyin woke up from her sleep, Song Rulin was making breakfast with Lin Dong. They looked so loving, like a young couple. This made her feel an indescribable jealousy. Shiyin, you're awake. Song Rulin seemed to have done something wrong and did not dare to look directly into her daughter's resentful eyes. Lin Dong smiled faintly. How did you sleep last night? Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? You look unattractive. What? Lu Shiyin was shocked and looked in the mirror quickly. As a result, he found out that Lin Dong was lying to him. Humph, bad guy. Don't mention it. Last night, 2 wild cats came from nowhere and kept meowing. I guess they were in heat. Bang! The basin in Song Rulin's hand fell to the ground, and her expression looked a little guilty. Chapter 54, Sending You to School. Mom, what's wrong with you? Lu Shiyin looked at Song Rulin with a strange expression. Song Rulin suddenly hesitated, not knowing how to explain. It was Lin Dong who quickly spoke up and changed the subject. "She is fine. Shiryan, eat quickly. After you finish, I'll take you to school." After breakfast, Song Rulin sent the two of them to the intersection. Watching Panamera disappear from her sight, her uneasy little heart slowly calmed down. Then a strong feeling of sleepiness came over me. Last night, the two of them made love and were still doing it at dawn. Until now, she hasn't had a good rest. When she thought of Lin Dong's bravery and the sweetness between them, she couldn't help but smile happily on her face. However, when she thought of Lu Chong, who was about to be released from prison, Song Rulin frowned again. "I hope that guy won't cause any trouble when he comes back." On the other side, in the Panamera, Lu Shiryan was fiddling with the passenger screen curiously. It is obviously an ordinary thing, but to her, it is like a treasure. When Lin Dong saw this, he couldn't help but feel distressed. "Do you like it?" Lu Shiryan nodded subconsciously. After realizing what was happening, he quickly shook his head. "No, I don't." Lin Dong smiled faintly. Grasping the steering wheel with both hands, he said casually, "Since you call me brother, then I have to acknowledge you as my sister. Since it's still early, I'll take you to the mall to go shopping and buy some things. It will be my gift to you for the start of school." No, brother, please don't spend money." Lu Shiryan shook her head like a rattle. Lin Dong has helped her a lot. She would feel bad if she let Lin Dong spend money again. However, the arms cannot twist the thighs. After a while, the two arrived at a nearby shopping mall. "Wow, this place is so big. Brother, do you come here often?" Lu Shiryan stood in the mall, looking around with a look of surprise on her face. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. He recently came to the mall to buy the Patek Philippe watch he wears on his wrist. "Shiryan, if you like something, just buy it and don't worry about the money." "This is not good." "What's wrong with that?" "I promised my aunt that I would take good care of you." Lin Dong spoke lightly. He looked like he didn't care about the money at all. Soon, under Lin Dong's leadership, Lu Shiryan changed into a new set of equipment from head to toe. Not only did she buy the latest mobile phones and computers, she also bought several of the most popular suspender skirts and pleated skirts. Afterwards, the two went to a women's clothing store. When Lu Shiryan, wearing JK, shyly walked out of the fitting room, the customers and staff in the store looked over at once with astonished eyes. Lin Dong's eyes also lit up. This set of JK is tailor-made for Lu Shiryan. It not only retains her innocence and cuteness, but also adds a sense of pure desire. "Brother, does it look good?" Lu Shiryan turned around in front of Lin Dong and asked shyly. "Nice." Lin Dong smiled and nodded. Then he looked directly at the clerk. "Pack this one and the two I just tried on. How much is it in total?" "Yes, sir. The total is 23,000 yuan." 23,000? When Lu Shiryan heard this number, her eyelids jumped and she subconsciously wanted to stop it. These clothes are too expensive. This amount of money is enough for the mother and daughter to live for a long time. However, Lin Dong did not give her a chance to refuse and paid directly. Suddenly, Lu Shiryan stood there, feeling a little overwhelmed. "Don't stand there. Aren't you going to school? If you don't leave now, it will be too late." Lin Dong walked out the door and waved to Lu Shiryan. Lu Shiryan woke up as if from a dream and hurried to catch up. However, the little face still feels a little cramped. "Brother, I will pay you back when I make money in the future." "Shiryan, I'm not happy when you say this." Lin Dong pretended to be unhappy and said seriously, "For me, there is no such thing as lack of money. If someone doesn't want what I give them, then they're looking down on me." Hearing this, Lu Shiryan's beautiful eyes were stunned. Then, my heart felt warm. A beautiful heart was instantly captured by Lin Dong's dominance. "Let's go." Lin Dong spoke lightly. The next moment, he took the initiative to hold her hand. Suddenly, Lu Shiryan was so shy that she couldn't even raise her head. Not long after, the two came into the car. The things Lin Dong bought for Lu Shiryan filled the back seat. From daily necessities to luxury goods, we have everything. Some of these brands I have never heard of. Lin Dong was very satisfied, but Lu Shiryan was a little uncomfortable. Not long after, the Panamera stopped in front of the school gate. Many people stopped and looked at it curiously. This kind of Porsche Panamera is not cheap. Its owner must be either rich or noble. When one is 18 or 19, it is the time when one becomes vain. The female students who wanted to marry into a wealthy family and become a phoenix suddenly had their eyes brightened and couldn't help but squeeze over to chat with him. Click. Just then, the Porsche door opened. Lin Dong walked down slowly. To be fair, Lin Dong is not as good as the handsome internet celebrities. However, He has regular facial features, bright eyes, and white teeth. Moreover, he is very tall. With his Panamera, he is simply the man of my dreams. After getting off the car, Lin Dong walked slowly towards the passenger seat. He grabbed a slender hand and brought a young girl down in a very gentlemanly manner. Oh my God, am I seeing this right? Isn't that Lu Shiyin? Isn't it said that she is a common school beauty and her family is very poor? I give up. I wanted to spend a little money to pursue her, but now it seems that I am just pursuing a piece of chicken feather. Although Lu Shiyin had just entered school. However, with her pure looks and cool temperament, she instantly attracted the attention of many boys. Like a hungry wolf smelling delicious meat. I thought that a common school beauty like Lu Shiyin could be easily won by spending a little money. As a result, everyone is driving the Panamera. For a moment, everyone felt as if they were slapped on the face and felt a burning pain. They may never be able to drive such a luxury car in their lifetime. The gap is too big. Then, there's another question. Who is that man? Could it be the big boss who is supporting Lu Shiyin? Bullshit. Have you ever seen a big boss who is so young? He must be some rich young man. Oh, it's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. For a while, there was a lot of discussion at the school gate. A group of male students beat their chests and stamped their feet, secretly hating themselves for being a step late. From now on, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to pursue Lu Shiyin again. Those female classmates were filled with complete envy, jealousy, and hatred. This man is so handsome. I wonder if he will like me. Just go to bed. A man like this will never lack women. Damn it. How am I worse than Lu Shiyin? Why isn't I the one sitting in the passenger seat? I can do many different positions. Come on, rich people only like pure beauties. Who would like an internet celebrity face like you? I really envy Lu Shiyin. She will soon become a phoenix from a sparrow. Chapter 55, God-Level Identification Technique. Brother, everyone seems to be looking at you. Lu Shiyin was not used to this kind of occasion. Seeing so many people staring at her, her pretty face turned red. Even my legs and feet were trembling slightly. Although few people paid attention to her before, but they all admire her beauty. Instead of being the center of attention like now. Hearing Lu Shiyin's words, Lin Dong slowly shook his head. As the poem goes, everyone is not looking at me, but at you. There are so many people who envy and hate you. You should not feel inferior, but proud and proud. From now on, you don't have to bow your head anymore. Hearing this, Lu Shiyin took a deep breath, mustered up his courage, raised his head, and looked around. Sure enough, everyone looked at her with envy. For a moment, Lu Shiyin felt a warm current surge in her heart and felt unprecedentedly relaxed. The inferiority complex that had accumulated over the past decade seemed to disappear at this moment. Thank you, senior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly rang in Lin Dong's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission and having a keen eye for talent. Congratulations to the host for receiving the extra reward, the God-Level Identification Technique. God-Level Identification Technique. After using it, you can automatically determine the specific value of an item and sense the existence of top-grade treasures. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Then I couldn't help but feel ecstatic. He hadn't heard the system prompt sound for a long time. I thought that the system would be useless except for spending money in nightclubs. Unexpectedly, while helping Lu Shiyin to resolve her emotional knot, she accidentally completed a special mission. A discerning I recognize as a gem. Yes, isn't Lu Shiyin the pearl covered in dust? Lin Dong raised the corners of his mouth slightly and couldn't help but want to try out this special talent. Glancing at the Porsche Panamera behind me, the next moment a detailed information came into view. Porsche Panamera, top version. Value 35 million yuan. Then, Lin Dong glanced at the Patek Philippe and the mobile phone. 280,000 and 8,000 respectively. Almost the same as the selling price. Moreover, there are almost no restrictions. This God-Level Identification Technique is really useful. Brother, why are you smiling so happily? Ahem. Hearing Lu Shiyin's puzzled question, Lin Dong quickly explained, I am happy for you. In the future, if anyone bullies you, be sure to tell me. Lu Shiyin smiled and nodded. However, this worry is totally unnecessary. Everyone knows that she has a brother who is extraordinary and has a mysterious background. They're busy trying to curry favor with him. So how could he possibly bully her? Okay, I'll help you deliver your things to the dormitory. Lin Dong drove the car directly into the school. The security guard did not stop him, and even let him go without asking any questions. After a while, they arrived downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Because Song Rulin was hospitalized, Lu Shiyun was delayed for a few days. Now, the new student registration has ended. The other people in the dormitory had arrived long ago. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Shiyun, and I also live in this dormitory. As soon as she entered the door, Lu Shiyun took the initiative to greet everyone. Several roommates heard the sound, looked up, and were instantly amazed. What followed was a feeling of sourness. Lu Shiyun is so beautiful. Standing next to her, I, who was originally a white swan, instantly turned into an ugly duckling. For a moment, several roommates remained silent, looking indifferent. Lu Shiyun looked embarrassed and a little at a loss. Finally, a girl wearing glasses stood up. She and Lu Shiyun have similar family backgrounds. Both of them are from rural areas. I don't usually pay much attention to dressing up, and my mind is relatively simple. Student Lu, that is your bed. You have so many things, let me help you get some. Because we arrived too late, the good position like the lower bunk had already been taken. The only room left for Lu Shiyun was an upper bunk bed, which was close to the door, remote, and drafty. Looking at the narrow and crooked bed, Lu Shiyun couldn't help but frown. However, thinking that I came too late, I could only accept it. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Shiyun, they're your roommates, right? Hello everyone, I'm Shiyun's brother. From now on, please take good care of her. Several people were stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, Lu Shiyun's brother also came. Just then, Lin Dong walked in with a smile. His gentle temperament and tall stature instantly attracted everyone's attention. Wow, brother Lu Shiyun is so handsome. Didn't they say their family is very poor? How come they are dressed better than me? Wait, aren't these the latest models of Apple phones and computers? They cost tens of thousands. Everyone looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. This is totally inconsistent with what they knew. Lin Dong glanced around and roughly understood the situation. Lu Shiyun couldn't get a good seat because she arrived too late. Several girls were also a little jealous of her. However, what is the name of a problem that can be solved with money? My classmate, what is your name? Lin Dong suddenly looked at the girl wearing glasses. Ah, me. The girl with glasses was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Dong to ask her. After realizing what was happening, she quickly replied, Hello, my name is Huang Yin. If I'm not mistaken, that lower bunk is yours, right? Huang Yin nodded. When she reported for duty, she arrived 2 days early. The purpose is to grab a lower bunk. After all, I will live here for 4 years. Lin Dong nodded and immediately understood what was going on. Then, he took out a wad of money and said with a smile, Shiyun is not in good health. Can you exchange beds with her? This money is a thank you for your milk tea. What? Huang Yan's eyes widened instantly and she was stunned. Such a thick stack must be at least 7,000 or 8,000 yuan, right? Still buying milk tea? She can't finish drinking it even if she dies. No, that won't work. Huang Yan's face turned red and she quickly declined. I'm sorry. I was a little presumptuous. Well, I'll add another 3,000 to make it even. Lin Dong smiled, took out another stack of money, and handed it to Huang Yan. Student Huang, Shiyun has just arrived and is unfamiliar with the place. From now on, I'll trouble you to take care of her. This, looking at the stack of red bills, Huang Yin hesitated for a while, but finally couldn't bear it anymore and took the money. Her family was already poor, and she was also taking out student loans. The 10,000 yuan is enough for her tuition and living expenses for 1 year. There's no need to give up money just for that little bit of pitiful self-esteem. Thank you, brother. I'll help Shiyun change her bed right away. Give me the things. Huang Yin was even more enthusiastic and busy running around. Looking at them again, they were already stunned. Then more regrets. I regret it so much. If they had known this earlier, they would have been nicer to Lu Shiyun. A lower bunk bed for 10,000 yuan? Isn't this just picking up money? Seeing this, Lin Dong sneered inwardly. He is also an experienced person. It's so easy to control a few female students. By the way, Shiyun, I almost forgot to give you living expenses. At this moment, Lin Dong slapped his head and pretended to remember something. Here are 20,000 yuan. When you've spent it all, ask me for more. Chapter 56 Antique Street. Goodbye, brother. Thank you, brother. Brother, come often. Several female students enthusiastically escorted Lin Dong out. Just now, they were also running around for Lu Shiyun. He even bought milk tea for Lu Shiyun. Lin Dong's generosity completely impressed them. After Lin Dong left, several roommates asked her all kinds of questions. Shurian, what does your brother do? Isn't your family very poor? How come your brother is so rich? Shurian, does your brother have a girlfriend? Ah, hearing this question, Lu Shiryun's beautiful eyes widened and her pretty face turned red. Then he said somewhat coyly, I think so. On the other side, Lin Dong drove a Panamera and left the school. Along the way, many female students stopped him and wanted to chat with him. Some people even wrote their phone numbers on pieces of paper and threw them into the car. Lin Dong couldn't help but sigh. Are all female college students nowadays so proactive? In our time, people were so simple that they would blush even if they passed a note. Lin Dong shook his head helplessly. He originally planned to go back to the Dynasty Hotel, take a shower, and have a good rest. But suddenly he remembered the new talent he had just acquired. Since it is an identification technique, it must be used to identify treasures. Lin Dong's mind raced, and he quickly thought of two places. The first place is Tianhai City Museum. There are a lot of antiques there, and most of them are authentic. However, the antiques there are only for viewing and are not circulated or sold. The second place is Tianhai Antique Street. There are more than 3,000 stalls, covering all kinds of antiques, such as the four treasures of the study: porcelain, wood, jade, gold, and silverwares. It can be said that there is nothing you can't buy, only what you can't think of. Most importantly, trade there is free and without any taboos. As long as you are lucky and have a good eye, it is not a problem to find one or two small items. Even, you could become rich overnight and change your destiny. At that time, more people were cheated and defrauded there. The methods used by scammers to forge and make things look old are endless, making it difficult to guard against them. And there is a rule there: buy and don't hold. The deceived buyers can only blame themselves for their bad luck. In the past, Lin Dong stayed away from such places for fear of being cheated. But now, things are different. Possessing God-level identification skills, he could tell exactly what something was worth. These piercing eyes were born for appraising treasures. Let's go when we say go. Lin Dong stepped on the accelerator. The Panamera roared like a wild beast. In the blink of an eye, we arrived outside the antique street. As soon as I parked the car and got out, a series of hawking voices rang out one after another. Everyone coming from the south or north, take a look, take a look. This jade Buddha was just dug out of the ground. Its luster and texture are definitely not bad. Brother, check your eyes. These are all genuine goods. For a moment, Lin Dong felt like he had entered a vegetable market. However, what is sold here are not rotten vegetable leaves worth a few dollars or dimes, but antique goods worth thousands or even tens of thousands. Lin Dong knew nothing about antiques, so I just took a quick look around. A few vendors saw that he was a newbie and came up to him with a smile, trying to promote their business. Brother, I can tell at a glance that you are an expert at this. You look at it very carefully. Looking at the hawker who came forward, Lin Dong smiled faintly. That's right, I only look at this thing, I don't touch it. The vendor was stunned for a moment and was choked by these words. Haha, just kidding, your snuff bottle looks good to me. Lin Dong laughed. As he spoke, he bent down and picked up an exquisite brown snuff bottle to play with. He only had a vague understanding of these things, but his God-level identification skills allowed him to see through everything. As soon as I thought about it, detailed information came into view in an instant. Qing Dynasty carved jadeite snuff bottle, imitation. Value, 60 yuan. Authentic value, 600,000 yuan. Puff. Such a big difference. Lin Dong guessed that this was a fake, but he didn't expect it to be so fake. A snuff bottle worth $600,000. If you make a fake one, it's only worth $60. How's it going? Is it okay, big brother? I don't want much, just 6,000 yuan. Just consider it as making friends. Lin Dong rolled his eyes and let the vendor experience it himself. The vendor frowned. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was not scared. Then he smiled and said, too expensive? Then I'll make the decision and give you another 1,000 off. 5,000, no less. Still 5,000? Not even worth 500. Lin Dong snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Just then, he suddenly discovered that something inside the vendor's stall was emitting a faint golden light. This is a God-level identification technique that gives you a reminder when you encounter a treasure. It seems that these goods are not all fake. Instead, they sell a mixture of real and fake goods. This way, more people will be deceived. The next moment, he fixed his eyes on the small, glowing object. Get feedback quickly. Jadeite longevity pattern jade ring from the Qing Dynasty. Value, 1.2 million. It was a jade ring that was white with a hint of green and had carved patterns on it. but it was slightly worn and didn't look very good. It is indeed inconspicuous among a pile of exquisite and beautiful snuff bottles. However, when Lin Dong took a look, he found that the most valuable thing was this. Immediately, I decided to buy it. Although he didn't know much about the business, he had watched TV dramas and knew that he must never let the seller know if he liked something. Otherwise, he will raise the price or even refuse to sell. Ahem, 5,000 yuan. It's a bit expensive, isn't it? Lin Dong asked with difficulty. A bit expensive, but didn't leave immediately. That means there is hope. When the peddler heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he thought he had caught a big fish. Oh, 5,000 is already the lowest price. Where else can you find it so cheap? This snuff bottle was handed down from the royal palace of the Qing dynasty. The craftsmanship and craftsmanship are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Only royal relatives and nobles can afford it. The peddler praised the fake product to the skies. Lin Dong pretended to hesitate and glanced at the things on the ground casually. How about this? 5,000 is 5,000, but you have to give me 2 more little gadgets. How about that worn-out snuff bottle and jade ring? It's done. The hawker was delighted. The broken snuff bottle and the jade ring were both collected by him from the village. All in all, it cost 1,000. By this calculation, I can still make a net profit of several thousand. No, I'll lose money. You can only send one at most. Lin Dong nodded and picked and chose. Finally, he picked up the jade ring with great reluctance. Is this okay? If you agree, we'll give you the money and the goods. Okay, I'll give it up reluctantly and just consider it as making friends. 5,000 yuan has been received through Alipay. Hey, there are so many fools. The next moment, the vendor happily checked the receipt. He didn't notice the cunning look in Lin Dong's eyes at all. Then he found a deserted place and threw the snuff bottle away. Then he played with the jade ring carefully. I spent 5,000 yuan and made 1.2 million yuan by selling it. This business is really profitable. Chapter 57, Picking Up a Bargain. Lin Dong was in a good mood. He hummed a little tune and continued walking forward. Unexpectedly, after taking a few steps, someone stopped him. He was a young man wearing frog-eye glasses and a floral shirt. Behind him were 2 burly bodyguards. Looks like he should be very rich. Brother, can you not make this jade finger? I just heard that you bought it for 5,000 yuan. I'll pay 10 times that, so I'll buy it for 50,000 yuan. How about that? 50,000? Lin Dong simply rolled his eyes. Not to mention 50,000. Even if it's 500,000, he'll still lose money if he sells it. So he simply shook his head. Without replying, he continued walking forward. Unexpectedly, the man in the flowered shirt was not giving up. He waved his hand and added some money again. 100,000 for this jade ring of yours. How about that? The man in the flowered shirt shouted very loudly. It immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Everyone wants to see what treasure is worth $100,000. This includes the hawker just mentioned. Isn't this Mr. Qi Wenbin? The young master of Daki real estate. Mr. Qi has no other hobbies. He just likes collecting antique calligraphy and paintings. No way, rich people love to play this. I heard that young Master Qi has a good eye. He must have seen a treasure today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to speak. Amid the discussions, the vendor who had just been selling Lin Dong's snuff bottle suddenly had a bad feeling. When he found out that Qi Wenbin wanted to buy his jade ring, his eyes widened instantly. Fuck, my jade ring. Isn't that what the country people imitated? How could it be worth 100,000? The vendor was anxious. I never expected that the most inconspicuous jade ring was actually the real thing. It is more expensive than all the broken snuff bottles he owns combined. At this moment, the vendor was regretting his decision. On the other side, seeing a group of people surrounding him, Qi Wenbin felt more confident. Friends, go out and ask around. Everyone knows my reputation in Antique Street. I'm famous for spending a lot of money. As long as it's something I like, I'm happy to spend any amount of money on it. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The 2 bodyguards were also very supportive and gave thumbs up. Young Master Qi is so arrogant. However, Lin Dong showed a disdainful smile. And spent a lot of money. Isn't it just that he is stupid and has a lot of money? I don't care if you're Mr. Qi or not. I said I won't sell this jade ring. 100,000? How do you give it to beggars? Lin Dong snorted coldly, not caring at all about the strange looks from the people around him. Afterwards, she deliberately put the jade ring on her thumb and showed it to Qi Wenbin. This made Qi Wenbin very angry. It was the first time he was rejected. At the same time, he began to have doubts in his heart. Could it be that this guy is an expert? Does he know that this jade ring is worth a lot of money? Impossible. I've been hanging around the street for so long, and I've never seen him. He must be pretending. Chi Wenbin shook his head. In his opinion, Lin Dong didn't understand the jade ring at all. I just refused because I wanted more money. I see, you just want money, right? Then you tell me a number, as long as I can afford it. Chi Wenbin sneered, crossed his arms, and waited for Lin Dong to count. In his opinion, even if Lin Dong asked for a price, he wouldn't dare to ask for too high. At worst, you could just earn less. Wow, Master Chi actually let this kid quote his own price. That's really giving him face. Yeah, if I were this kid, I would just give the jade ring to Master Chi. Who knows? I could even make friends with him. I think this jade ring is ugly. Is it really worth so much money? Everyone talked at once, and they all felt that Lin Dong was ungrateful. The peddler seized the opportunity, squeezed into the crowd, and took out his snuff bottles like treasures. Mr. Chi, he bought that jade ring from me. I have some top-notch stuff here. Take a look. I don't want 100,000, 70,000, or 80,000 will. The vendor had a big smile on his face, and it was obvious that he wanted to take advantage of the situation. Unexpectedly, Chi Wenbin just took a glance and gave him a word. Roll! What kind of junk is this? You still want to sell it to me? You think I'm an idiot? After saying that, Chi Wenbin ignored the vendor and looked at Lin Dong again. Friend, have you thought about it? Seeing this, Lin Dong's mouth corners slightly raised. Want me a quote? You said that yourself. Okay, 1,500,000. I'll give you the money and the goods. What? When everyone heard this number, they were shocked. The peddler from before was so shocked that he couldn't even speak clearly. 1.5 million? This kid really dares to ask for it. The lion is opening his mouth wide. Are you crazy? $100,000, and it went straight to 1.5 million. However, what was shocking was that when Chi Wenbin heard this number, he was shocked at first. Then, he touched his chin and stopped talking. He's thinking about it. He actually felt that 1.5 million was not completely impossible. Oh my God, this kid. Is he going to get something for nothing? A jade ring worth 1.5 million? Could it be that it was worn by the emperor? Look, someone fainted. Call an ambulance. During the conversation, one of them foamed at the mouth, as if he was having a heart attack, and fell to the ground. Isn't that the hawker with the annoyed look on his face? My jade ring. My 1.5 million. Seeing this, Lin Dong shook his head. There's nothing I can do. It's your fault that you were so blind. Bad luck. Carry him away. Chi Wenbin waved his hand impatiently. The two bodyguards threw the vendor aside and didn't care whether he lived or died. The most urgent task is to take off the jade ring. Chi Wenbin could tell that this jade ring was jadeite from the Qing dynasty and was very valuable. But he didn't know how much it was worth. 1.5 million is too risky. After pondering for a moment, Chi Wenbin shook his head. No, the most I can offer is 500,000. Give me some face, let's be friends. In the future, if you encounter any trouble on Antique Street, tell them that you know me, Chi Wenbin, and it will work. Before he finished speaking, two burly bodyguards walked towards Lin Dong. Judging from the situation, Lin Dong has to sell it today even if he doesn't want to. Otherwise, I might not be able to get out of this street. Oh. Lin Dong's response was also very simple. If you don't have money, just say so. Why are you doing all this? You're making so much noise. I thought you were so rich. Alas, actually, I don't want to sell it to you either. It would be great to keep this jade ring to press the yellow paper. Hearing this, Chi Wenbin was stunned for a moment. Others were even more stunned. Press yellow paper? Something worth 1.5 million, and you come to put it on the grave. Are you crazy? However, the less Lin Dong cared, the more Chi Wenbin seemed eager for quick success. For a moment, he was in a difficult situation. Master Chi, this guy is looking for death. The two bodyguards could no longer bear it, and walked up to Lin Dong, one on the left and one on the right, trying to hold him and force him to hand over the jade ring. Chapter 58 Auction. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong never thought of escaping from the beginning. He picked up the phone and started yelling at the top of his voice. Everyone look! Chi Wenbin, the second-generation rich man from Daki Real Estate, beat people up and forced them to buy and sell. These people are all witnesses. Chi Wenbin's head buzzed as he realized that Lin Dong's camera was facing him. Return! Chi Wenbin's face flushed. Suddenly, I regretted introducing myself. Isn't this giving away something? Once Lin Dong exposes the video to the internet, rumors will spread everywhere, and his Chi Real Estate will definitely be affected. It is totally not worth it to affect the company's market value for the sake of a jade ring. The two bodyguards looked at each other. This time, I really didn't dare to move. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled coldly. Want to play with me? You are still a little naive. Okay, get out of the way. I'm very busy and don't have time to play house with you. If you don't have money, don't try to act like a rich guy. You can't even afford 1.5 million. You. Chi Wenbin's face turned red. He was so angry that he was about to explode. What's your name, kid? Lin Dong. Okay, I'll remember you. Let's go. Chi Wenbin had a gloomy face and left in disgrace with 2 bodyguards. He seems generous, but in fact he is very petty. Now, Lin Dong has been included in the revenge list. If I have the chance, I will definitely take revenge. Watching the few people walk away, Lin Dong put away his phone, hummed a little tune, and walked on the street as if no one was around. He was not worried about whether Chi Wenbin would retaliate against him. Hurry up, we won't be able to enter the auction soon. Why are you in such a hurry? We can't afford it anyway. Any antique and their costs millions. You know nothing. I heard that Jubiozai bought a lot of treasures from abroad this time. I can't afford them, but it's okay to just look at them. 2 men hurried past Lin Dong, muttering something. Lin Dong pricked up his ears and quickly caught the key words. Auction. There's a baby. You can find a bargain. I'm so embarrassed. I just got here and I bumped into you. Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly as he played with the jade ring worth $1 million. He was just worrying about having no place to show his skills, but unexpectedly, as soon as he dozed off, someone brought him a pillow. Seeing that the 2 had not gone far, Lin Dong immediately followed them. After a while, they arrived in front of a pavilion. 2 majestic stone lions stand outside the door, and 2 vermilion pillars support the 3-story pavilion. Its exterior looks like a pagoda, and its interior layout is unique. One word is evident everywhere: elegance. On the plaque, there are 3 large characters written in a flamboyant style. Jubiozai. Lin Dong's eyes suddenly lit up. The decoration design of Jubiozai is not as gorgeous as that of Dihao KTV. But just standing at the door, I felt like a noble. I think the treasures inside are definitely not ordinary ones. As a result, just as Lin Dong was about to walk in, he was stopped by the security guard. Sir, please show me your invitation. Invitation? Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. When I came, I didn't say that an invitation letter was needed. Soon, he figured it out. In auctions like this, in order to prevent trouble, you need to verify your capital before entering. The 2 people just now were probably also turned away. That's why I didn't see them. All those who received the invitation letters were well-known figures in Tianhai City. Sorry, I can't enter without an invitation. No outsiders are allowed to enter here. Seeing that Lin Dong didn't have an invitation letter, the security guard waved his hand impatiently. Any outsiders? Lin Dong did not give up and said with a smile. Apart from the invitation letter, is there no other way to get in? The security guard frowned and said irritably, capital verification is fine. As long as the assets are over 5 million, you can go in directly. The question is, do you have the money? Really? Lin Dong smiled faintly, took out the bank card from his pocket, and threw it into the security guard's hand. Please hurry up, and by the way, give me a front seat. The security guard was stunned. This person didn't have an invitation letter, but he was quite arrogant. You even arranged a seat for him. Who do you really think you are? The security guard didn't bother to talk nonsense and went inside with the bank card. Thump, thump, thump. In less than half a minute, the security guard came out in a panic. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Our boss said that from now on, you don't need an invitation letter if you come. Just let us know. Your seat is in the 9th private room. Please follow me. Hee hee. Arrogant at first, but respectful later. It's really laughable. Didn't he just look at me with disdain, saying that he was an outsider? Now it's like meeting a living ancestor. Okay, got it. Lin Dong was too lazy to care and just responded lightly. Seeing that he didn't lose his temper, the security guard breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he used his bank card to swipe it and was shocked. Lin Dong actually has a full 1 billion in his account. With this asset, he could almost walk around Tianhai City with ease. 1 billion in cash and at least tens of billions in assets. Just now, I was disrespectful to him. Isn't this just seeking death? The security guard immediately reported it. The owner of Jubiozai attached great importance to this and immediately reserved the private room number 9 for Lin Dong. He also instructed the security guard to treat Lin Dong well. If anything goes wrong, just fire him. Soon, the security guard took Lin Dong to private room number 9. Heaven is the head of the universe. 9 is also the extreme number. The combination of the 2 shows how noble this room is. Mr. Lin, this is the process of tonight's auction. as well as the status of the auction items. Please take a look. After Lin Dong sat down, the security guard respectfully handed him an exquisite booklet. It contains detailed records of the auction and all the auction items. Western celebrity oil paintings, sculptures handed down from ancient times, authentic calligraphy. There are so many of them, no less than 20. Moreover, the minimum starting price is 100,000, and the highest is even 10 million. This item, which is worth 10 million yuan, is a jade artifact. Hongshan Jade Dragon. The jade dragon shaped like the letter C has sharp edges and is lifelike. It has a history of thousands of years. The jade artifacts unearthed together with it are all collected by the Beijing Museum. I don't know why, but it spread among the people and appeared at this auction. It is precisely because of this rare treasure that this auction caused such a sensation, attracting many collectors and big bosses. Moreover, in addition to being a collection, this large jade dragon also has a special function. Yin and yang are in harmony, nourishing both sides. Strengthen your body, invigorate your blood circulation, and relax your muscles. Replenishing energy and prolonging life. Lin Dong read it carefully several times and almost couldn't help himself. Isn't this an aphrodisiac? Wow, an antique actually has the magical effect of replenishing kidney deficiency. No wonder so many big bosses are flocking to it. At their age, they're in a state of low energy and fatigue. Mr. Lin, it's nothing. I'll go down first. You can call me anytime if you need anything. Lin Dong nodded slightly and flipped through the booklet again. He wanted to see if there was anything worth noting. Chapter 59. Enemies meet on a narrow road. At the same time, a familiar face also came to the door of Jubiozai. Hello, Mr. Chi. Yes, it's still room number 9. The man who came was wearing frog-eye glasses and a floral shirt. He was Chi Wenbin, the nobleman of the Chi real estate. At this moment, he was instructing the security guard as if he were instructing a servant. Usually, he relied on his family connections to come to the auction and always stayed in private room number 9. However, today the security guard did not lead the way immediately. Instead, she looked at him with an embarrassed expression and said cautiously, I'm sorry, Mr. Chi, the number 9 private room is already occupied. However, the boss has reserved room number 10 for you. What? Chi Wenbin was stunned. Who dares to rob his room? Boom, boom. At this time, a bell rang. Mr. Chi, the auction is about to begin, please. The security guard smiled apologetically. Chi Wenbin was about to lose his temper when he heard the bell ringing. He knew the auction was about to begin, so he had to suppress his anger. Then, he touched the bank card in his pocket. This time at the auction, he was determined to get that treasure. Now, I don't care which private room I choose. Hello, distinguished guests. I am the host of this auction and the owner of Jubiozai, Shang Sihai. On the stage, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a tang suit walked over slowly and clasped his fists in greeting. The audience was noisy. At first glance, they're all dignitaries. Jubiozai holds auctions like this once a month. However, this is the first time that the place is so crowded as it is today. The reason is the big jade dragon from Hongshan. The first lot is a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain jar with a picture of Giguzi descending the mountain. A blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty, depicting the legendary strategist Giguzi descending the mountain. Starting price, 500,000. As the opening piece of the auction, the price of this Yuan blue and white porcelain is neither high nor low and can meet the needs of most buyers. Sure enough, many people were tempted and held up signs with prices written on them. Seat 18, 510,000. Seat 20, 530,000. Seat 79, 600,000. Shang Sihai kept reporting higher and higher numbers. The atmosphere of the auction also became lively. Private room number 9. Lin Dong's blood was boiling as well. It was his first time attending an antique auction and also his first time witnessing such a scene of lavish spending. Just write down a number and hundreds of thousands will be gone. However, thinking of the 1 billion deposits in his bank card, Lin Dong's restless mind gradually calmed down. With his current assets, it would be more than enough to buy all the items. Even if you throw out 1 million, it won't turn a 10-digit number into a 9-digit number. Then, Lin Dong focused his attention on the Yuan blue and white porcelain. With a thought, the God-level identification technique was activated. Yuan blue and white porcelain jar with Giguzi descending the mountain. Value, 1.5 million. That's right, no wonder so many people are scrambling for it. If you buy it for less than 1 million, you'll make a profit. If the price is right, it's okay to play around. Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly. and had something in mind. After a while, the price of yuan blue and white porcelain was raised to 800,000. There are no longer as many people bidding as before. Only a fat boss with big ears and a lady in Cheongsam were left. Seat 20, 830,000. Seat 79, 900,000. Seat 20, 1 million. Oh! Lin Dong's eyes lit up. The noble lady looked taciturn, but unexpectedly, she bid so aggressively, increasing the price by 100,000 each time she raised her paddle. As expected, the fat boss was sweating profusely and was defeated. He gave the lady an awkward smile and watched helplessly as his coveted item ended up in someone else's pocket. In Lin Dong's opinion, spending 1 million to buy this yuan blue and white porcelain is not worth it. After deducting the handling fee, I only make about 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. This amount of money is not even enough for the Patek Philippe he has. Subsequently, several more items were put up for auction. What about celebrity paintings and calligraphy, ancient copper coins, seals, and porcelain? Lin Dong looked through them one by one, but nothing caught his eye. Or the price is too low. Or if you just take the photo, you won't make much money. Finally, when the etiquette lady brought up another item for auction, Lin Dong's eyes lit up. The next lot is a Qing Dynasty coral bracelet with 18 beads. As the name suggests, this is an 18-bead bracelet made of coral as the main material. It has a beautiful meaning and can calm the mind. The starting price is 200,000. Only 200,000? Lin Dong was stunned. This coral bracelet clearly exudes the golden light that only a peerless treasure can have. How could it be worth so little? Could it be that the god-level identification technique went wrong? Lin Dong didn't believe it and checked again. Qing Dynasty coral 18-bead bracelet contains glass jadeite. Value: 25 million. Fuck. Lin Dong couldn't help but swore. I was wondering why this bracelet exudes the aura of jewels. It turns out that there is something else going on here, a mystery hidden inside. Each coral bead is inlaid with a glass jade. There are 18 in total, which means 18 jade balls. So many people have handled the bracelet, but no one has discovered the secret inside. It's simply fate. That's 25 million. Only a fool wouldn't pick it up. The next moment, almost at the same time, two voices came from the audience. Number 9, 200,000. Number 10, 200,000. Lin Dong was stunned. I didn't expect that someone would snatch it from me. Could it be that someone has seen the trick? Of course he would not miss this windfall and continued to raise the price. Number 9, 300,000. The other side. Qi Wenbin was also confused. He wanted to buy a coral bracelet because one of his partners liked it and wanted to give it as a gift. Unexpectedly, the guy in private room number 9 also wanted it. This made Qi Wenbin, who was already full of anger, unwilling to be outdone, and he pressed a series of numbers. Private room number 10, 400,000. Private room number 9, 500,000. What? Qi Wenbin frowned. Is this guy targeting me on purpose? He couldn't figure out the other party's background, so he decided to test it out. He cleared his throat and shouted, "Friends in room 9, I am Qi Wenbin from Daki Real Estate. I don't know if you can bear the pain, and let me have the coral bracelet. Just think of it as giving me some face and making friends." In theory, the private rooms and public seats are separate. The purpose is to prevent rich people from revealing their identities. Now, for this coral bracelet, Qi Wenbin had to shout from afar. What's going on? Why is Master Qi in room number 10? Hasn't he always been room number 9? It turns out that a senior has come and is arguing with young Master Qi. A broken coral bracelet. Is that necessary? Everyone was talking about it. Everyone thinks the coral bracelet is not worth the price. It's not worth offending Qi Wenbin for this. Unexpectedly, after hearing Qi Wenbin reveal his identity, private room number 9 not only did not give in, but raised the price even more. Number 9, 800,000. Chapter 60 Broken Bracelet. 800,000. Qi Wenbin was stunned. Isn't it just a broken bracelet? How could it be worth so much money? He didn't know that although the coral bracelet looked shabby, the glass-type jadeite inside was priceless and could be called a top-notch product. Who was it I thought? It turned out to be the grandson of this Qi. It would be fine if you didn't say anything, but now that you've said it, I'm determined to suppress you. Lin Dong snorted coldly. Sure enough, Qi Wenbin couldn't bear the anger and pressed the number again. Number 10, 1.2 million. There was a long silence, and there was no movement from Tianzi 9. Finally gave in? When Qi Wenbin saw this, he felt a sense of pain, but also a sense of pride. You robbed my room, and now you want to steal my things? Are you worthy? All of this was seen by Shang Sihai. He immediately raised the hammer and said in a deep voice, 1.2 million for the first time, 1.2 million for the second time, 1.2 million third. Suddenly, a voice came from Tianzi number 9. I'll give you 2 million. Still following? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into dead silence. All eyes turned to look over there, faces filled with shock. Where did this vicious person come from? 2 million for a shabby bracelet? I have money, but nowhere to spend it. Qi Wenbin's face was extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said, You win, this broken bracelet is yours. I didn't expect that there would be someone who was more wasteful than me. Qi Wenbin spoke in a sarcastic tone, trying to save face. For some reason, he always felt that the other person's voice sounded familiar. 2 million once, 2 million twice, 2 million 3 times. Congratulations to VIP number 9 for winning the coral bracelet. Seeing Lin Dong finally take action, Shang Sihai's eyes lit up. 2 million is not a lot of money for an auction. However, we are not afraid that you spend less money. We are afraid that you don't spend money. As long as he makes a good start, Lin Dong will be an important customer of Jubiozai in the future. When Shang Sihai thought of the 1 billion in cash in Lin Dong's account, he smiled with joy and his face was flushed. At the same time, the scene was noisy. 2 million for a broken bracelet? Are you crazy? My grandfather's treasured jade bracelet is only 3 million. How can an 18-pearl bracelet made of broken coral be worth so much money? What is the origin of this big guy? Could he be young Master Qi's mortal enemy? Otherwise, who would be the scapegoat? In the eyes of everyone, Lin Dong was either kicked in the head by a donkey or had a grudge against Qi Wenbin. Otherwise, there is no way you would spend a huge amount of money to buy a bunch of junk. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Qi Wenbin was so angry that his eyes turned red and his teeth itched. I was glad that I didn't get taken advantage of, but at the same time I felt unhappy because I was stepped on. Check immediately. Who is in the number 9 private room? Yes, Mr. Qi. The 2 bodyguards nodded. Just as he was about to investigate who the mysterious buyer was, Lin Dong's voice was heard again in the meeting room. Mr. Qi, if you really like this bracelet, I can reluctantly sell it to you. I don't ask for much, just 10 million will do. What? Qi Wenbin was dumbfounded. The others also gasped. This broken bracelet is worth more than 200,000 yuan, and no one wants it. This guy actually asked for a huge amount, 10 million right out of the gate. He is either crazy or he is making a fool of everyone. I say, my friend, are you going too far? Do you think we are all fools and you are the only smart one? A shabby bracelet costs 10 million. With that much money, I could buy a villa. Everyone was talking at once and was very dissatisfied with Lin Dong. Shang Sihai also felt that what Lin Dong did was too much. However, as the owner of Jubiozai, he had to step out and smooth things over. Ahem, don't get me wrong, this boss is just joking. Screw you. Shang Sihai was interrupted by Qi Wenbin just when he was halfway through his words. Then, he kicked open the room of the private room number 10, pointed at the private room number 9 and cursed. I was wondering why the voice sounded so familiar. It turned out to be you, kid. Lin Dong, get out here if you can. Do these 2 people know each other? Shang Sihai's face turned pale, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. No wonder Lin Dong and Qi Wenbin are at loggerheads. It turns out that the 2 are enemies and they always meet. Haha, I thought Mr. Qi was forgetful and had forgotten about me, but I didn't expect he still remembered me. Yes, it's me. Lin Dong smiled faintly, not avoiding Qi Wenbin's murderous gaze, and walked out openly. Seeing this young and unfamiliar face, everyone was confused. Who is this boss? He looks unfamiliar. Master Qi, we had a grudge against each other before. But this time, you are judging others by your own standards. Lin Dong said with a smile, I really want to sell the bracelet to you. 10 million is definitely a friendly price. You farted. Qi Wenbin stared at Lin Dong fiercely and roared. For this kind of stuff, even 200,000 is a loss. Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue away? Hearing this, Shang Sihai's face froze. The other side, Lin Dong smiled instead of getting angry and said calmly, What if this bracelet is worth more than 10 million? It's worth 10 million. I'll just eat this table, Qi Wenbin said viciously. No, the table belongs to Boss Shang. How can you come here to eat and drink for free? Lin Dong smiled, and his true intentions were finally revealed. How about we make a bet? If this bracelet is worth 10 million, you can call me Grandpa. If it's not, Qi Wenbin's eyes lit up. He is not short of money, but of face. If it wasn't worth so much money, you should have called me. What did I call you for? Lin Dong asked deliberately. Qi Wenbin didn't even think about it and blurted out, Grandpa. Hey, Lin Dong responded. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Then, the whole room burst into laughter. Pfft, this kid is so mean. How courageous. He actually dared to trick young Master Qi. Hush, keep your voice down. Didn't you see that young Master Qi's face has turned green? Seeing everyone's reactions, Qi Wenbin realized it belatedly. His face turned red, looking uglier than if he had eaten shit. Damn it. How dare you plot against me? Lin Dong shook his head. Don't accuse me. I didn't say that. You were the one who took the initiative to shout. You. Just as Qi Wenbin was about to explode, he was interrupted by Shang Sihai. Mr. Lin, this coral bracelet has been appraised by someone at Jubiozai. It is worth at most 300,000 yuan. How would you like to verify it? Shang Sihai was worried about Lin Dong. At the same time, I was also worried. Where does Lin Dong get the confidence to prove that the bracelet is worth more than 10 million? Haha, that's easy. Please ask Boss Shang to find a cutting machine to cut the coral bracelet. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Lin Donggang spent a huge sum of 2 million to buy this bracelet. Do you want to cut it with a cutting machine before it's even warm? He is not a sucker at all. He is clearly a prodigal. Qi Wenbin was also shocked. Over the years, he has spent tens of millions on luxury cars, yachts, and villas. However, he has never been like Lin Dong, who casually threw 2 million just to hear the sound. Could it be that this guy really has some powerful background? Chapter 61, Calling Grandpa. The Other Side. When Shang Sihai heard Lin Dong's words, his pupil shrank. As the boss of Jubiozai, what he is most familiar with is the routine of hiding treasures. Some antiques are surrounded by controversy because of their high value. The collector would then find another worthless antique as a disguise and hide the real priceless treasure inside. A few years ago, someone discovered an authentic work of Tang Bohu in a Qing dynasty landscape painting, which caused a sensation in the entire antique world. Could it be that this coral bracelet is also like this? Thinking of this, Shang Sihai felt like ants were crawling all over his body, and he hurried to find a cutting machine. After a while, several staff members brought equipment and placed the inconspicuous coral bracelet on the cutting table. Lin Dong, why are you doing so much fancy stuff? Why not call me Grandpa now to avoid being embarrassed later? Qi Wenbin sneered. In his eyes, this coral bracelet is garbage. No matter how much you try, it can't be worth 10 million. Everyone had the same idea. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Lin Dong, covered in dust and dirt, bowing his head and calling young Master Qi. Facing everyone's mocking gazes, Lin Dong smiled faintly and remained unmoved. Don't rush. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Soon, the cutting machine started. Everyone stared at the booth with burning eyes. Qi Wenbin couldn't help but stretch his neck and look over curiously. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling. In full view of everyone, a corner of the 18-bead coral bracelet was cut. No, nothing at all. It is just an ordinary coral round bead. Ha, Lin Dong, you lose. I knew it was worthless. You're still pretending here. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Qi Wenbin laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. He thought it was something big, but unexpectedly, it was Lin Dong who pooped a big thing. Oh! The others also booed, with disdain on their faces. That's it? I waited in vain. What is this Lin Dong doing? He's looking for a cutting machine and suspending the auction. It's all in vain. You prodigal son, 2 million is just a waste. For a moment, almost everyone was mocking Lin Dong. Shang Sihai's face didn't look very good either. I spent a lot of time and effort to set up a stage for Lin Dong to perform, and the result is just this? Okay, Lin Dong, stop wasting time. Call me Grandpa. Qi Wenbin crossed his arms, deliberately raised his chin, and looked down at Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong remained calm and shook his head with a smile. What's the hurry? I haven't touched the things hidden inside yet. Bah! Qi Wenbin snorted coldly and said disdainfully. You are about to die, but you are still pretending here. Do you really think you are? Look, there's something. What? I don't know who shouted. Instantly, it attracted everyone's attention. Shang Sihai carefully cuts the coral bracelet. When he saw that touch of imperial green, both of his hands were shaking slightly. Emerald. It's still glass-type imperial green. In an instant, the whole audience was in an uproar. Glass-type jade is the best quality jade, with abundant water content, crystal clearness, and as beautiful as a mirror. Imperial green is the purest color among all glass types. It has the lush greenness of an emerald, yet is also dignified and uniquely luxurious. It is truly the king of jade. On the market, a small piece of glass-type imperial green is worth millions. If the 18 beads of the coral bracelet were all filled with this kind of jade, it would be worth at least 20 million. No wonder Lin Dong dared to boast that it was worth at least more than 10 million. Now it seems that he is still conservative. Bang! Qi Wenbin sat down on the ground, looking at the imperial green with disbelief. Impossible! How is this possible? This must be fake. Qi Wenbin widened his eyes, unable to accept this fact. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Today you really got a great bargain. Shang Sihai laughed so hard that wrinkles appeared on his forehead. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was not bluffing, but really saw that there was a treasure inside. At the same time, the buyers in the audience were also in an uproar. I'm not dreaming, am I? This ordinary bracelet actually contains jadeite, a glass-type imperial green jadeite worth more than 20 million. It's so amazing. Even movies don't dare to shoot like this. No wonder this bracelet is so big and bulky. It turns out there is something hidden inside it. Stop talking after the fact. This Lin Dong is amazing. He wouldn't have seen it a long time ago, right? Just now, Lin Dong was the target of public criticism and condemnation. Now, it has become a hot commodity in everyone's eyes. Everyone praised Lin Dong for his sharp vision and his ability to identify treasures from a distance, which was comparable to that of some masters. Seeing that touch of imperial green, Lin Dong finally felt relieved. Although he already knew this secret, but knowing is knowing. The moment you truly see it, you will feel at ease. Soon, Shang Sihai cut the coral bracelet into pieces. Then, he took out all the 18 glass-type imperial green beads and placed them carefully on a piece of golden velvet cloth, for fear of bumps and bumps. Lin Dong nodded, very satisfied with Shang Sihai's attentiveness. Boss Shang, can you give me an estimate of the value of these jades? Shang Sihai was stunned for a moment. After considering for a moment, he gave his offer. I have handled many antique treasures and touched a lot of jade and jadeite, but this is the first time I have seen jadeite beads of such good quality and such complete preservation. I think it's worth at least 25 million. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. 2 million becomes 25 million? Lin Dong is not a prodigal son at all. He is simply the god of wealth. Make a lot of money. Duo Xiao, 25 million? Qi Wenbin had just caught his breath when he almost fell over again. Just now, Lin Dong only asked for 10 million. If he had bought it at that time, he would have made a net profit of 15 million now. Master Qi, seeing that Qi Wenbin was about to faint again, the bodyguard quickly pinched his Renjong point. Just then, Lin Dong's teasing voice sounded. Okay, Mr. Qi, stop pretending to be dead. Don't forget, you still owe me the name of grandpa, grandson. Lin Dong never misses any opportunity to kick someone when he's down. Besides, who made Qi Wenbin want to cause trouble for him and even beat him up? People like this cannot be spoiled. You? Qi Wenbin pointed at Lin Dong, tremblingly, furious. Master Qi, in front of so many people, you are not going to deny your debt, are you? Lin Dong was aggressive and said coldly. Or is it that breaking one's promise is the code of conduct of Daki real estate? If this gets out, how will your company continue to do business? Chapter 62, Hongshan, Jade Dragon. Qi Wenbin's face turned pale. As the eldest son of the Qi family, he is fearless except his own father. If it affects the family business, his father will beat him to death. Helplessly, Qi Wenbin could only suppress his inner frustration and anger, grit his teeth, lower his head, and mutter something. Grandfather, speak louder. I couldn't hear you clearly. Grandfather, Qi Wenbin shouted angrily. For a moment, everyone almost laughed out loud. No one had expected that Qi Xiao, who was usually so arrogant and domineering, would actually be held by someone's neck and called grandpa. And he's shouting so loudly. It was really worth coming here today. At the same time, everyone was extremely curious about Lin Dong's identity. Who is this person and why does he dare to tease Qi Wenbin again and again? Master Qi, hold on. You must hold on. Don't forget to come to the auction today. There is something important. Seeing that Qi Wenbin's expression was not right, the two bodyguards hurried to comfort him. Only then did Qi Wenbin remember the purpose of his participation in the auction. That treasure will determine his happiness for the rest of his life. Okay, I'll endure it. Lin Dong, you'd better not fall into my hands. Qi Wenbin took a deep breath, lay on the sofa, and forced himself to calm down. However, I still can't forget what happened just now. Who is this Lin Dong? How did he know that the broken bracelet contained the imperial green? Could it be that he and Shang Sihai have colluded and set up a trap specifically to trick me? As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, Qi Wenbin shook his head. Let's not talk about whether Shang Sihai has the courage to do so. The key is that I didn't spend a penny. What does he want? The only reasonable explanation is that Lin Dong deliberately caused trouble for him. Mr. Qi, according to your instructions, I have already found out the details of this Lin Dong. A few days ago, he was just an office worker with a monthly income of 3,000 yuan and was dumped by his girlfriend. As a result, in the past few days, I don't know where the money came from, but I bought a Porsche and a famous watch, and even booked a presidential suite at the Dynasty Hotel for a month. I suspect he has won the jackpot. That's it. Qi Wenbin was stunned for a moment. I originally thought that Lin Dong was some second-generation rich kid. Unexpectedly, he's just a nouveau riche. However, this also cannot explain how Lin Dong knew about Imperial Green. Could it be that it was an accidental result? Impossible. How could this happen once, twice, and never 3 times? Forget it. Let's wait until the auction is over. The most urgent thing is to take the picture of the treasure, and then deal with the boy later. Qi Wenbin gritted his teeth and endured it for the time being. He did not forget the purpose of participating in this auction. At this moment, Shang Sihai's voice came. Dear guests, the lot that is about to be auctioned is the last lot of this auction. It is also the most valuable, oldest, and best preserved in China and abroad, and is a unique piece of art. It is. Shang Sihai waved his hand and uncovered the red cloth. A mysterious jade artifact as thick as a wrist appeared in front of everyone. It has a unique shape and exquisite appearance, like a coiled snow-white dragon. It is the finale of this auction, the Hongshan Jade Dragon. Wow, the highlight is coming. After 2 hours of waiting, it finally happened. More than half of the people at the scene came for it. Among them, there are many bosses with big bellies. The moment they saw the big jade dragon, they all breathed heavily and looked excited. The reason is simple. This large Hongshan Jade Dragon not only has a high collection value, but also has a special function. Let men regain their vigor and vitality. As the saying goes, when people reach middle age, they have no choice but to soak wolfberries in a thermos cup. Any boss with a little money in his pocket would have a bald head and a weak bottom. The Hongshan Jade Dragon with magical effects became a life-saving straw and a panacea in their eyes. Many people had held back from raising their signs throughout the entire auction, just for this moment. Damn it, it's finally here. After waiting for so long, it's finally here. In the number 10 box, Qi Wenbin stared at the big jade dragon with an excited expression, and his hands were clenched into fists. That's right, he, like those bald bosses, has his own secrets. There was no way. Relying on his youth and wealth, he also partied every night in his early years. As a result, if you are not careful, you will ruin yourself. Because of this incident, Qi Wenbin was severely scolded by his father. He threatened that if he couldn't give birth to a child for the Qi family, he would find a concubine and have a son. This scared Qi Wenbin. Immediately seek out famous doctors from all over the country. As a result, it didn't work at all. A few days ago, after hearing about the miraculous effects of the Hongshan Jade Dragon, he rushed over immediately with the mentality of trying everything possible. Although this antique is worth more than 10 million. However, in order to inherit the family property and have happiness in the second half of his life, Qi Wenbin was determined to take the photo at all costs. At the same time, in the private room number 9, Lin Dong slowly opened his eyes. Is this the famous Hongshan Jade Dragon? It does look good, but I don't know if it's worth the price. Lin Dong glanced at the booklet in his hand. According to the introduction, the starting price of the big jade dragon is as high as 8 million. It can be said to be the best of this auction. Looking at the buyers with fiery eyes in the audience, Lin Dong's mind moved and the god-level identification technique was performed. Hongshan Large Jade Dragon, imitation. Value, 150,000. Fake. Lin Dong's pupils shrank. Unexpectedly, a casual appraisal revealed a shocking truth about Yang Mi. This piece of jade turned out to be a fake. There was nothing unusual on his face, as Shang Sihai was explaining the history of Deiyulong incessantly. It was obvious that he had been deceived as well. I have to say that the counterfeiters are very sophisticated. This fake is probably half real and half fake. So, it was only worth 1.5 million, and it managed to fool so many veterans. Wait, what's the effect of nourishing yin and tonifying yang? Lin Dong frowned and released the god-level identification technique again. He must figure out what's going on here. Hongshan Large Jade Dragon, imitation. Value, 150,000,000. Note, contains hypnotic and aphrodisiac drugs, which can easily cause hallucinations. Long-term use will cause restlessness and collapse. Puff. Seeing this line of text, Lin Dong could no longer hold back. No wonder it can make men so energetic. It turns out that the fraudster stuffed medicine into it. After all, no one would be willing to break a jade dragon worth more than 10 million yuan. That's why there are always people who fall for it. This faker is really amazing. Lin Dong laughed so hard that he fell backwards. After knowing this secret, he couldn't help but reveal a playful smile on his face when he looked at the hungry bosses in the audience. Everyone is drunk, but I am sober. Life is really as lonely as snow. Chapter 63. Never stop until you say something shocking. At this moment, Shang Sihai finally finished telling the history of the big jade dragon and raised the small golden hammer. Hongshan Jade Dragon, the bidding starts now. Starting price, 8 million. Wow. When the price was announced, the whole audience was shocked. Although the bosses were mentally prepared, they were still shocked when they heard the number. 8 million? You could buy a nice villa now. And this is just the starting price. It is still unknown how high the final transaction price will be. For a time, many people were persuaded to withdraw. A bunch of poor bastards. Qi Wenbin smiled faintly and started bidding. Number 10, 8 million. Master Qi has taken action. Oh my god. Why does young Master Qi also like this thing? Master Qi is so young. He wouldn't have done that, right? Tisk, he's so young. What a pity. Seeing Qi Wenbin couldn't wait to start bidding, there was a burst of whispering among the people below. They didn't believe that Qi Wenbin bought the big jade dragon just for collection. Hearing everyone's teasing and speculation about him, Qi Wenbin's old face turned red. This is equivalent to revealing his weak secret to everyone. Fuck a bunch of gossipy women. What I'm filming is none of your business. Stop gossiping here. Qi Wenbin gritted his teeth, but didn't dare to get angry. Now, the most important thing is to get the picture of the big jade dragon. He can't wait to regain his strength and kill everyone. The other side. Lin Dong also heard Qi Wenbin's offer and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect that Qi Wenbin, who looks like a decent person, is actually a weak person. You're only in your 20s and you've already ruined yourself. Then, Lin Dong looked at the big jade dragon with a playful look in his eyes. The Hongshan Jade Dragon is fake. If Qi Wenbin wants to be the scapegoat, then we can let him do that. However, before that, I can still give him some trouble. The next moment, Lin Dong also started to quote. Number 9, 9 million. Qi Wenbin was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at number 9. Damn it, this Lin Dong is really haunting me. Whatever I do, he always interferes. Qi Wenbin took a deep breath. Then he quickly pressed a string of numbers. Number 10, 10 million. Number 9, 11 million. Number 10, 12 million. The sound of bidding continued to come. During this period, other people occasionally intervened. But it's mainly a performance between two people. The audience watched this scene and whispered again. Is this Lin Dong crazy? Why is he arguing with Master Qi? Yes, this large jade dragon is indeed of great collection value. But there's no need to be so crazy, right? What do you think? Could it be that they both have something to hide? It's possible. Rich people are like that. They spend a lot of money and are more likely to get sick. Lin Dong and Qi Wenbin fought fiercely, one after the other. Soon, the price reached a more sensitive number. Number 10, 19 million. Number 9, 20 million. Number 10, 25 million. Qi Wenbin actually added 5 million at one time. This number is exactly Lin Dong's limit. His glass-type imperial green jadeite can only be sold for this much money at most. In Qi Wenbin's opinion, Lin Dong no longer has the qualifications to challenge him. He is determined to get this big jade dragon. Sure enough, as soon as the price of 25 million was announced, there was no movement from Tianzi number 9. Call! Qi Wenbin let out a long sigh, a smile of victory written all over his face. Afterwards, he couldn't wait to give his victory speech. Lin Dong, to get involved in society, you don't just fight and kill. You need power and background. Fight with me. Do you have so much money? Now you know who is the son and who is the father, right? Although Qi Wenbin's words were arrogant, they caused discomfort to many people present. But unfortunately, they do have the confidence. Who could blame him for being born into a good family? Anyway, his father has assets worth tens of billions. What is 25 million? Why is Lin Dong silent? It seems that he is really out of money. Normally, that coral bracelet would only sell for over 20 million at most. This large jade dragon is worth more than 10 million. Now that Chi Wenbin has bought it, he's already losing money. If it weren't for its special effect, who would be willing to spend so much money? It seems that the situation has been decided. At the booth, Shang Sihai also raised the hammer reluctantly. 25 million for the first time, 25 million for the second time, 25 million third. Suddenly, the light on number 9 came on again. Lin Dong actually took action again. What? Chi Wenbin's pupil shrank. Not only did Lin Dong make another move, but he also directly added another 5 million. Number 9, 30 million. Where does he get so much money? Even if you win the jackpot, you can't afford to spend it like this. Chi Wenbin was dumbfounded. On the other hand, Shang Sihai was all smiles. He was the only one among all people who knew that Lin Dong had 1 billion in his bank card. Naturally, I have full confidence in him. Wait, I doubt it. He doesn't have that much money at all. Boss Shang, I need to verify the capital to prevent malicious bidding. Soon, Chi Wenbin lodged a protest. His proposal sounded targeted at Lin Dong, but in fact, it did not violate any regulations. Because malicious bidding does occur at auctions. He has no money, but he pretends to be the big shot and seriously interferes with the bidding. Hearing Chi Wenbin's accusation, Shang Sihai smiled faintly. Mr. Chi, I will guarantee Mr. Lin in the name of Jubiozai. He does have the ability and has no malicious intent in bidding. And it does not include the glass-type Imperial Green that has not been sold yet. When these words were spoken, everyone, including Chi Wenbin, was dumbfounded. Lin Dong, do you really have so much money? Moreover, you don't have to sell the glass-type Imperial Green to get 30 million. Damn it! Chi Wenbin's face turned purple. This Lin Dong really made him lose face. However, in order to inherit the family property, he had to raise the sign again. Number 10, 31 million. When everyone thought that Lin Dong would continue to follow, Tianzi number 9 stopped moving. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed. Lin Dong didn't make any move until Shang Sihai dropped the hammer. 31 million for the third time. Congratulations to Master Chi for winning the Big Jade Dragon. Seeing that the situation was already decided, Chi Wenbin could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, sweating all over. He finally got his wish and bought the Hongshan Jade Dragon for 31 million yuan. Lin Dong, you lose. I'm the final winner. This thing is mine. Chi Wenbin roared angrily and triumphantly. It was as if he wanted to vent all the resentment that had been accumulated before. At this time, Lin Dong walked out of the number 9 private room with an intriguing smile on his face. Bang! He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Congratulations to Mr. Chi for winning the Hongshan Jade Dragon. What a pity. This thing is worthless." Chapter 64. Do you want to make a bet? What? Lin Dong's words once again caused a storm. Lin Dong, what nonsense are you talking about? Chi Wenbin roared first. Then, thinking he saw through everything, he said sarcastically, I see. You are unwilling to lose to me. So you say these words on purpose to anger me, right? I won't be fooled by such a little trick. What is true is true. It can't be false. Seeing Chi Wenbin still stubbornly refuse to change, Lin Dong's mouth curled up slightly. Don't believe it? How about we make a bet? What are you betting on? Chi Wenbin asked coldly. Let's bet on whether this thing is really that magical. If you win, I'll buy it for you and give you 30 million. If you lose... Lin Dong smiled and pointed to the ground. Kneel on the ground and kowtow to me. How about that? Betting again? The two had made a bet before. In the end, Chi Wenbin lost and called out Grandpa. This time he won't fall into Lin Dong's hands again, right? You farted. Noticing everyone's strange looks, Chi Wenbin's face turned pale. This thing cannot possibly be fake. Many experts have personally verified it. Lin Dong smiled faintly. You are right. The stuff is real, but it is not worth the price. Besides, it has no effect of nourishing yin and yang or restoring virility. These rumors are just to deceive a fool like you who is desperate and looking for medical advice. Hearing this, Chi Wenbin couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Previously, Lin Dong swore that the coral bracelet was worth more than 10 million. He doesn't believe it. As a result, glass-type Imperial Green was produced. Now Lin Dong said again that the Big Jade Dragon cannot make people vigorous and powerful. Could it be that I was really cheated? No, why did I believe this kid's nonsense? Chi Wenbin shook his head and snorted coldly. Okay, let's bet. If this thing is real, you have to compensate me 30 million. Everyone is listening. Don't try to shirk your responsibility. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Even now, Chi Wenbin is still stubborn. Sure enough, it's not that the scammers are too smart, but that there are too many fools and their money is too easy to be cheated. Don't worry, Lin Dongxing, will not change my name or surname. I will always keep my word and never break it. Now, let's verify it on the spot. Seeing Lin Dong's confident expression, Chi Wenbin snorted coldly and winked at the two bodyguards. At the same time, he rubbed his hands in anticipation. In the past 2 years, I don't know how many slutty girls have come to me and sneaked into my bed in the middle of the night. As a result, he could only stare blankly every time. This made Chi Wenbin embarrassed, extremely inferior, and angry. Today, this problem can finally be solved. In full view of the crowd, 2 bodyguards walked onto the stand. One on the left and one on the right. They carried the priceless Hongshan Jade Dragon and walked through the crowd. As I walked along, the buyer in the seat next to me couldn't help sweating all over, feeling dry mouth and having a strong urge just by getting a little closer. Oh my God, this big Jade Dragon is so magical. I can feel it. Who said it wasn't? My wife complained every day that I was too short. Now she has all the energy, but nowhere to use it. I really envy Master Chi. With such a big treasure, he must have one a day. Oh no, several to keep him company. The people in the audience were talking about it, staring at Daeyulong like wolves and tigers, their eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Ha ha! Seeing this scene, Chi Wenbin was extremely proud. From now on, this treasure will be enjoyed by him alone. Everyone else, cool off. Soon, 2 bodyguards brought the big Jade Dragon to Chi Wenbin. The 2 burly men were sweating and panting. But it's not because I'm too tired. Instead, my whole body felt itchy, as if countless ants were crawling on it. Seeing this, Chi Wenbin smiled knowingly and patted their shoulders. Don't worry, after this is done, I'll take you 2 to the nightclub to have some fun. Thank you, Mr. Chi. The 2 bodyguards thanked him excitedly. Chi Wenbin nodded slightly. Afterwards, he picked up the large jade dragon that he had bought for 30 million and deliberately shook it in front of Lin Dong, as if showing off his trophy. Lin Dong, many people have personally verified the effectiveness of this thing. Now, are you still going to be stubborn? Hearing this, everyone nodded. They have also personally experienced the magical effect of this large jade dragon. How could it be a fake? In their opinion, Lin Dong had already lost. A complete defeat. Not only did he lose face, he also lost 30 million. It's like trying to steal a chicken, but losing the rice. Unexpectedly, at this time, Lin Dong was still not panicked at all. He didn't say anything, just raised his right hand, as if to say, please start your performance. Oh, you're still being stubborn even when you're about to die. Chi Wenbin curled his lips and snorted with disdain. Then, he carefully put the big jade dragon in front of his face and took a deep breath. That expression was one of infatuation. If you don't know, you might think he was smoking a 1982 Daekyumin cigarette. Pretend, keep pretending. Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, already knowing what would happen next. Really, a few minutes passed, and no matter how Chi Wenbin smelled, there was no change in his body. How? How is it possible? Isn't this treasure said to restore a man's virility? Why don't I feel anything at all? Chi Wenbin looked more and more panicked. It works for everyone, but for him, it becomes a dead object? He refused to believe it and handed the big jade dragon to 2 bodyguards. Soon, both of them blushed and covered their pants for fear of making a fool of themselves. No, Master Chi, this thing is too powerful. Put it away quickly. Seeing this, Chi Wenbin was completely panicked. Could it be that my illness is so serious that even the Daeyulong is ineffective? Or I am completely useless? Ha! At this moment, Lin Dong's unbridled laughter rang out. Don't bother, Mr. Chi. Now, don't you understand yet? This big jade dragon can only make people aroused, but it can't cure diseases. I advise you to find an old Chinese doctor and give him a few injections. Who knows? Maybe one day it will stand up. Ha ha! Amid Lin Dong's unbridled laughter, the others also showed strange expressions. It turns out that Master Chi really has something to hide. Lin Dong, what nonsense are you talking about? Seeing that his illness was exposed, Chi Wenbin became angry and embarrassed. If I say this is real, it's real. Who said I bought it for that? I bought it for collection. In my eyes, it's worth 30 million. Seeing that Chi Wenbin was still being stubborn, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile. I just told you the stuff is real, but it's not worth the price. Anyway, you have a big family and a lot of wealth, so you can find someone to identify it and see if your disease can be cured. Chapter 65, God-level gambling skills. At this time, Chi Wenbin was actually feeling guilty. He had a vague feeling that he had been cheated. Regardless of whether this jade artifact is real or fake, just the fact that it has no effect in curing diseases makes it not worth 30 million in Chi Wenbin's mind. Even worthless. Oh shit. Chi Wenbin's face flushed red as he stared at Lin Dong. He felt that Lin Dong was his nemesis. Everything is going wrong, and I am about to lose face. Seeing that Chi Wenbin couldn't even fart, most people already had the answer in their minds. But no one dared to expose it. After all, Lin Dong can be provoked, but the Chi family cannot be provoked. This big jade dragon is real, if I say it's real. The previous bet doesn't count. Let's bet on something else. Oh. Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Unexpectedly, this Mr. Chi would actually cheat. However, he really had no other choice. The thing is in Chi Wenbin's hands. As long as he doesn't find someone to appraise it, he will not be able to prove that it is not worth 30 million. Naturally, the bet with Lin Dong could not be fulfilled. Lin Dong, you're not scared, are you? I left my vocal cords at home. In order to save face, Chi Wenbin tried every possible way to anger Lin Dong. He now sees clearly that he cannot beat Lin Dong in the field of antique appraisal. However, you can win back in the area where you are best. Facing Chi Wenbin's provocation, Lin Dong remained calm from beginning to end, with his hands in his pockets and a disdainful look. Okay, what do you want to play? I know there's an underground casino nearby. How about we go there and play a few games? Chi Wenbin showed a smug smile on his face. Casino? Lin Dong frowned slightly. He is not good at this stuff. Usually he just plays mahjong and landlord. Moreover, it's a very bad kind. Isn't it asking for trouble to go to the casino with Chi Wenbin? Just as I was about to refuse, the system's heavenly voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission, Fiery Eyes and Golden Pupils. Congratulations to the host for receiving the extra reward, God-level gambling skills. God-level gambling technique? Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Then, I felt ecstatic. God-level gambling skills. As the name suggests, it means being familiar with various gambling methods and gambling techniques. For example, card-changing techniques and flying card skills. There are even cheating tricks. The more sophisticated the cheating technique, the harder it is to detect. Interesting. Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly. It's really like someone brings you a pillow when you feel sleepy. Mastering God-level gambling skills. Isn't he even better than Fa Ge? If he were to wear a tuxedo and comb his hair back, he would dare to go to Las Vegas. Lin Dong, what are you standing there for? Are you not going to do it? Seeing Lin Dong standing there in a daze and not saying anything, Chi Wenbin mocked him again. Lin Dong came back to his senses and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. No problem, let's bet. You're so eager to give me money. How can I refuse? Okay, you have the guts. Don't sneak away and make me look down on you. Chi Wenbin made a provocative gesture arrogantly. It looks like he is sure to win. You know, he is known as the little gambling god of Tianhai. His legend can be found in all major underground casinos and nightclubs. Look at Lin Dong again. A few days ago, he was just a small clerk at the bottom of society. As long as his luck is not too outrageous, he will definitely win. Lin Dong lost everything he had. Seeing the expression on Chi Wenbin's face, Lin Dong sneered inwardly. Don't look at him being so crazy now. In a moment, it was so miserable. Maybe the little pearls will fall down. After a while, the two came to a nearby underground casino. Business is good here, and it's bustling with people. Seeing Chi Wenbin coming, the casino foreman trotted over to greet him. Master Chi, what wind brings you here? What do you want to play today? I'll prepare it right away. Chi Wenbin shook his head and pointed at Lin Dong. Please help clear a table so I can play a few games with this brother. The foreman rolled his eyes. A shrewd man like him would surely hear the targeting tone in Chi Wenbin's voice. It seems that these two people don't get along. Okay, please. Soon, the foreman invited the two to the VIP area. There are several large tables here, with everything from poker, blackjack, poker to mahjong. Chi Wenbin couldn't help but pick up the dice and throw them into the air. When it falls down, it is exactly 6. Ah, what luck. It looks like I'm going to get rich. Mr. Chi has always been very lucky. How many chips do you want to exchange? Or 500,000? Foreman Zhao had a smile on his face, thinking that Chi Wenbin was just playing around like usual. Unexpectedly, Chi Wenbin's face turned cold. He stared at Lin Dong and slapped the table. Change it for 5 million. I want to have a great time today. 5 million? Foreman Zhao was stunned at first. Then his expression was ecstatic. The more turnover the two of them have, the higher the commission he gets. Then he turned and looked at Lin Dong. What about this handsome guy? Just when everyone thought that Lin Dong wouldn't be that bad. He held up a finger and made the number one. 10 million. Foreman Zhao's pupils shrank, and he let out a loud roar, instantly attracting everyone's attention. He started with 10 million. In their casino, they rarely encounter such a generous person. You misunderstood. Lin Dong coughed and said seriously, 100 yuan. Puff. Hearing this, Chi Wenbin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Dong, are you out of your mind? 100 bucks. You want to play with me? I'm kidding you. If you don't dare to gamble, get out of here as soon as possible. I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you're just a slug. Ha. Beside him, team leader Zhao's expression also drooped. Sir, our casino stipulates that the minimum amount of chips to exchange is 1,000. That's 1,000. Lin Dong didn't care about other people's strange looks at all. That year, Chen Daizai won 37 million with 20 yuan. Today, he might be able to achieve 10 small goals with 1,000 yuan. Hearing this, the foreman rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Chi Wenbin said impatiently, Okay, I'll take his 1,000. I want to see how many minutes you can play with these 1,000 chips. No, I should have lost it all in one go. For a moment, except for Chi Wenbin and a few others, everyone else looked at Lin Dong with contempt. They didn't know what happened at the auction and just thought that Lin Dong was a loser who came from nowhere. Chi Wenbin, stop talking nonsense. Do you want to play? If not, I'm leaving. Chi Wenbin sneered and picked up the dice. Since you're in such a hurry, let's play the simplest and fastest game, comparing size. Let me make it clear in advance that we can't choose the same thing. Do you dare to play? This is what Lin Dong was waiting for. Originally, he was worried that Chi Wenbin would follow his lead in making the election. In this case, wouldn't it be a waste of time, with no profit or loss? Now, he can kill everyone. Chapter 66. If you want to play, play big. Chi Wenbin glanced at the foreman. The latter immediately brought 5 six-sided crystal dice and a dice cup. These dice are crystal clear. Not only are the numbers extremely clear, but the internal structure is also crystal clear, leaving no possibility of cheating. However, Lin Dong did not take it lightly. The crystal dice are indeed clean, but what about that thick and heavy dice cup? Does anyone know if there is any black technology in it? Fortunately, he has god-level gambling skills. When it comes to cheating, he's really not afraid of anyone. The next moment, the dealer shook the dice cup like a dragon or a phoenix dancing. All that could be heard was a splashing sound, as if mercury were pouring on the ground and pearls were colliding. This scene quickly attracted the attention of others. As a frequent visitor to the casino, Chi Wenbin is a celebrity-like figure. Everyone was convinced of his gambling skills. On the other hand, Lin Dong didn't even know that the minimum exchange chip amount was 1,000. It's obvious that he is a greenhorn. Won't he be toyed to death by Master Chi? Bang! After a series of smooth movements, the dice cup slammed heavily on the table. Buy big, buy small, and never leave until you're done. Lin Dong, should I bet big or small? Chi Wenbin was very confident and gave the initiative to Lin Dong. In front of him, there were several piles of chips. It was the 5 million that had just been exchanged. On the other hand, Lin Dong only had a pitiful 1,000 yuan in chips. Lin Dong's eyes were calm and decisive as he pushed 1,000 chips into the big area. I didn't realize that you don't have many chips, but you have a big appetite. I wanted to win big right away. Okay, I'll bet small. Chi Wenbin smiled coldly and pushed the 10,000 chips to the other side, into the small area. Open. Before he finished speaking, the dealer waved his hand and picked up the dice cup. Inside lay 5 crystal dice. 5 eye-catching points come into view. 2 twos, 1 4, 1 5, and 1 6. 19 o'clock. Definitely big. Chi Wenbin frowned. I thought it would be a good start, but unexpectedly, Lin Dong hit the jackpot. 19 o'clock big. The dealer had an expressionless face. He used a black rake to push Chi Wenbin's 10,000 yuan chips and Lin Dong's original 1,000 yuan chips in front of him. Haha, it seems that I have good luck today. Lin Dong smiled and repeated Chi Wenbin's words in the same tone as him. You. Chi Wenbin was immediately very angry. Then he suppressed his anger and said harshly, Don't be happy too soon. I'll cut you into pieces if you don't win. Besides, it's only 10,000 yuan. I don't care. Continue. As soon as he finished speaking, the dealer started shaking the dice cup in a fancy way again. He just let the 5 dice clink around inside, without even looking at them. After a moment, the dice cup fell to the ground again. Chi Wenbin did not give in to Lin Dong either, and took the initiative to push 50,000 chips to the big side. Then, he looked at Lin Dong with a smile. Lin Dong, according to the rules, you can only choose the smaller one. No problem. Lin Dong shrugged, not caring at all. Then, he bet all the chips he had just won. The dealer slowly opened the dice cup. 3 1 point, 2 2 points. 7 o'clock, little one. What? Chi Wenbin was stunned for a moment. For a moment, I began to doubt my life. How can you lose 2 games in a row? Is it that Lin Dong is too lucky, or that he is just unlucky? Seeing this, Lin Dong raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Although, he doesn't care about this little money. However, seeing Chi Wenbin being humiliated still made him feel happy from head to toe. The next moment, he directly held the 50,000 chips to his chest and said with a smile, "Sorry, I won again. Master Chi, do you still want to play? Play. Why not?" Chi Wenbin has gotten carried away. He didn't believe that Lin Dong could perform a hat trick if it happened again and again. Lin Dong, do you dare to play a big game? 50,000 is too little. If you want to gamble, bet 1 million. Sure. Lin Dong smiled indifferently. After thinking for a moment, he placed a jade ring on the table. This thing should be enough. The moment he saw the jade ring, Chi Wenbin's pupils shrank subconsciously. This ring is indeed worth more than 1 million. Before, he wanted to buy it at a high price. As a result, he was fooled by Lin Dong. Don't fight for money, just fight for your dignity. This time, he must win back. The dealer shook the dice cup again. However, this time, his movements were much faster. So fast that others can't see it clearly. Lin Dong, you go first. After the dice cup landed, Chi Wenbin spoke first. Haha, if you're scared, just say it. Fart. Chi Wenbin cares most about face. After hearing this, he pushed the 1 million chips directly to the big one. He doesn't believe it and will open the small number twice in a row. Lin Dong chose the opposite of him. Placed the jade ring on top of the small one. Chi Wenbin was not in a hurry and winked at the foreman. It seems to be sending some signal. Foreman Zhao understood what he meant and gave the dealer a gesture. The dealer had a blank expression on his face. The moment he opened the dice cup, he pressed a certain mechanism calmly. Click. Such a slight sound would be completely masked in the noisy and chaotic casino, and no one would notice it. Lin Dong, who was just watching the show with his arms folded, suddenly raised his eyebrows. After the dice cup was opened, my heart skipped a beat. 4 4 5 5 6, 24 big. Big, 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 big. Congratulations to Master Chi for making a fortune. Foreman Zhao howled enthusiastically. In an instant, the atmosphere in the casino reached a climax, and countless pairs of eyes looked over. Master Chi is exerting his strength. I told you the 2 fights just now were just minor ones. As long as the real fight starts, young Master Chi will definitely not hesitate. Tianhai, little gambling god, is worthy of his reputation. I am convinced. Everyone was fawning on Chi Wenbin and praising him. Chi Wenbin looked at the 5 dice and couldn't stop smiling. Then in front of Lin Dong, he took the jade ring. Lin Dong, you gave this to me yourself. I'll just obey your orders, ha. Chi Wenbin was very proud and put the jade ring on his thumb. Then he waved his hand and shouted, I am happy today, so I will give everyone here 10,000 yuan in chips. Wow. Thank you, Master Chi. You are so generous. This Lin Dong is no good. He is far inferior to Master Chi. In terms of gambling skills, young Master Chi is his ancestor. Hearing everyone's flattery, Chi Wenbin's face lit up. Then he smiled coldly at Lin Dong and asked jokingly, Lin Dong, are you still playing? Are you afraid? What are you afraid of? Go on. Lin Dong's expression didn't change much, and he took something out from his arms. Then, the beads were placed neatly on the gambling table. Hiss! Seeing the 18 crystal clear imperial green glass beads, everyone held their breath and widened their eyes. Even Chi Wenbin's breathing paused. Mr. Chi, you're right. If we want to play, let's play big. Lin Dong looked at Chi Wenbin with a smile and said slowly, 1 million is nothing. For people like us, it's hard to come out and play, so it will cost at least tens of millions. Please help me exchange the chips. I want 25 million.